All right. I think we're live. Oh, it's showing. All right. I think we're live. Good. Everything's going. I got to lower my laptop before it starts talking. All right. Guess who's back again. What's up, guys? How we doing? How are we doing today? It's election day. Look at me looking spiffy. Look at that. You don't get that too often, do you? Look at that. I'm in a suit. All right. We're going to get started soon. We're waiting. We'll be having guests coming on soon. We're going to have everything going on. I'm going to be going in and out of having the YouTube link open and then having the Zoom link open because that's when we'll see the guests coming on. So I know when to let them in. Hopefully, we got a bunch of guests that's supposed to be on tonight. Might have some surprises. Might have, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully, more people start tuning in as we get closer. I believe the time this video stream is a strange development. Why is that? And also, we're supposed to, I think it was originally scheduled for 6. So we're starting a little early just to make sure everything's good technically. All the technicalities are going. We already got our first guest in the waiting room. Excellent. I'll let him in just a moment. I just got to get my I'm going to start charging my phone, get everything plugged in. I got a couple screens on for all the different elections. I got my coffee. Just give me one hot second. When I say a hot second, I mean a hot second. And I'll turn my phone off. Should I turn it off now? That will be all right. Okay. Yeah, you don't see my face all that much, right? You're gonna round up the game. Sweet. I'm gonna let my first guest in. We'll just get started. Come in. I'll start coming soon. So let's let the guy in. There he is, the one and only Mr. Bryce Gillis logging into the Zoom call. Give him a second to figure out how to get his camera ready. Buddy, Bryce, you are on.
Why are you wearing a suit?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Still, why are you wearing a suit?
It's a very special occasion. But before we get going, ladies and gentlemen, this is my dear high school friend, Mr. Bryce Gillis. Good buddy of mine from high school. But I just had to wear the suit today. It's election night. It's a very special occasion.
Sorry, my internet connection's unstable. I didn't hear any of that.
Hopefully we don't experience too many of those issues tonight, but I'm going to go. We probably will. But no, Bryce, I had to wear my suit. It's election night. It's a very special occasion. We might see something really bad or mediocre happen today. Or maybe Howie Hawkins will win. Who knows? Well,
Probably not.
Got my I voted sticker. Make sure if you haven't voted yet, if you live on the East Coast, you still have another hour and a half to go. Make sure you go to the polls, cast your vote. It's gonna be fun, isn't it, Bryce?
Did you go in person?
Oh, I went this morning at around like 11:30. I was gonna go at 7, and I drove by the polls and I saw a line of like 40 people out there to go vote. And I went back home and went to bed. Well, when I went there around 11:30, there was nobody there. So, how did you go to vote? Did you do it? You did it on the mail-in, didn't you? Matt, you better have that razor ready. I think I'll be fine. I don't think I'm gonna have to shave my head. I'm hoping that it ends up okay. What do you think, Bryce? You think I'm gonna have to shave my head by the end of the night?
I'm hoping not.
I hope not either. Probably will. Probably will. It's the way things are going. The polls look like Joe Biden is going to win tonight, but not feeling too confident. How about you? Who are you going? Who you think's going to win tonight, Bryce? Tell us. Tell our lovely. How many viewers do we have? Our 2 viewers.
Is that including you and me?
Nah, look at the live chat. We already got somebody there. One of our adoring fans. I mean, it's Ash, but one of our adoring fans. Oh well, but we still have an hour and a half to go. We started a bit early just to make sure there's no technical difficulties. Good thing we don't have a very prestigious guest on the start, so it's just you. So if anything happens, it's just you, so we'll be all right.
Thanks.
What channel are you watching? Any channels for coverage, or are you just checking your phone throughout the night?
I'm doing both. So I was watching CNN coverage and Google. Actually, I think it's, I don't know. They have this like little, if you just type in 2020 US election results, they show you like a map and how many votes for popular vote electorate, you know. So
Well, no Fox News.
no.
You don't want to see what Hannity has to say tonight.
Not really. And frankly, everything on that channel is just extremely loud.
It is very loud, especially when I'm at my girlfriend's house. Her parents have Fox News on all the time, but they also have the volume up very loud all the time. I've heard Tucker Carlson scream a lot. It's not very delightful.
No.
But we'll see how it goes tonight. Oh, Biden team optimistic about the race tonight. DNC chairman gives update on state of the race. At the moment, I have MSNBC. I'll be tuning in to different stations throughout the night. But
why?
See what they have to say. I want to see if any of these people have any neutral opinions. Sometimes it's funny to watch like Fox or CNN to see how different they are and how really bad they both are. Come one, come all to Matt Carvalho's election extravaganza. Welcome, Daniel. Welcome to the chat. Ash, welcome. I already said that, but welcome again. Bryce, what are you doing there in the dark? Why? What are you in your room, your dorm room or something, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got the one to yourself, don't you?
Yeah. I live in a house this year, so.
Oh, that's right. Wait, you're only a junior though.
Yes, I'm the same year as you.
Yeah. How do you have a house? Are there one of those? Huh?
Kind of just lucked out. One of the people in my house is a senior, and they also own a dog. So
they own a dog.
Yep.
You can just have a dog on campus.
Yep. It's pretty sweet.
Well, too bad I didn't go to Bill Belichick University. Did you hear what he had to say yesterday, Bryce?
No.
Yesterday, Bill Belichick, he was on sports radio, and he said that they pretty much made a bunch of mistakes for the last 5 seasons. He was like, "Oh, we won 3 Super Bowls, and we went to another one, and we went to an AFC title game, but we really just made too many mistakes, like signing Antonio Brown." He actually talked in an interview.
That's surprising.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Bennett, welcome. Welcome to the chat, bud. Long time no see. Right now, we just have our beta guests and Bryce. So it's nothing too severe. We'll get our serious guests later on.
I'm not a serious guest.
I mean, you're sitting in the dark with earbuds. You're wearing a hoodie. You got a pretty.
The hood's down.
Yeah, well, you're still wearing a hoodie. I got a whole bloody suit on. I'm getting ready for this. I'm also getting ready for when Trump wins. I'll have to slowly take this off, and I'll just look depressed. But you
Take
got
what
like
off?
my jacket, my tie. I look like one of those depressed guys that's just wearing this suit shirt.
Okay, well, don't take everything off because
no, this is the internet.
YouTube won't
No,
like that.
you, these little weirdos might like it, but YouTube ain't gonna like it. So no. But Dawson, welcome to the chat, buddy. Yep, you're gonna have at least a full 8 hours of this. We are live for a long time. It's gonna be great. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to my high school best friend, Bryce Gillis, coming on tonight. Say hi, Bryce.
Hello.
This is definitely a very serious news program, isn't it? And you'll be surprised. We put so much planning into this event. He was just invited 3 hours ago. We put a lot of planning into this event, I promise. Can you ask me a question? I mean, I suppose. I don't know. Can you? I think it's more of a may I, but sure thing, Daniel, whatever it is. He goes by, I cannot pronounce that. Docklin? I can't pronounce that. Das. That's easy. Or Dawson. Those are easy then. So Bryce, you got any plans for if Trump wins tonight, or if there's a very sad, depressing end to this?
Me?
Yeah, no. I'm talking to the Pac-Man machine. Yes, you're the guest for the however long.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who you were talking to on this Zoom call. It's just overly crowded, you know?
I'm also we have a YouTube chat, you know. We have 6 people watching right now. We have quite the audience. But no, you got what do you plan to do if Trump wins? Open up a bottle of scotch or bourbon, or just sit down and cry for a little bit?
Just go to sleep and deal with it the next morning.
That's a very healthy way to deal with this. Definitely. What do you think, Bryce? You think there's going to be riots throughout the night?
Depends on what happens.
I don't know. I think either way, we're going to get riots, no matter who wins.
Well, the first exit polls should be in about 15 minutes.
So polls polls close at 7. Oh no, I think some might close at 6. I think they changed it.
Some do.
See, Bryce knows more than me. Look at that. Matt, is the reason you're going to shame him? It's a mixture of both, Daniel. I say it's a mixture of both. And yes, Bennett, college is extremely, incredibly busy. I have not had the time to stream or do anything, but we only have a couple more weeks in the semester to go, and then we'll be all set. And Dawson, I hope I don't have to shave my head either. I've been growing this out since February. Not as long as him. He's been growing his hair out since like 2018, but, you know, still an impressive amount of time. What do you have? What style do you have that in now today, Bryce? Every time I see you, you have it in a different way.
I always have it in the same way, a ponytail.
No, sometimes you have the ponytail. One time I saw the 2 little things you had. You had them in like 2 things. You used to just have it flat. Dude, I am looking clean, aren't I? I'm looking spiffy. Stretch this right. Oh my god, I can keep the phone here. All set. Right, so you just sitting there reading a book?
No, I'm looking at my phone.
Oh, you're reading your phone?
Yeah.
Let's check the chat, see how you guys are doing. You didn't realize I was so handsome, Dawson. Of course I am. Look at me. I got a $20 suit. No, more than that. It was like a $50 suit. I'm looking spiffy. I'm looking better than him. Bryce, once some of the other guests come in, I can't really berate them like you, so I gotta kind of get that
Just
out
get
of
it
my
out of the
system.
way.
Yeah, before it gets serious, before we get like some of our politicians and professors and celebrities on the show later on in the night. So poll closes in 7 p.m. Our first polls will close: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. There we go. First polls will close in 1 hour and 12 minutes and 5 seconds. So what do you think, Bryce? Kentucky's going to go completely blue, right? We're going to get Mitch McConnell out, and it's going to be the most progressive state in the union, right?
No.
Oh, no, guys, I don't know what happened to Liz. You're going to have to ask her that. I have no idea. I haven't been able to keep on tabs with her. College has been incredibly busy, like I said. I haven't. When's the last time I seen her? I think Friday? No, Thursday. Definitely last week. So I don't know. You're gonna have to ask her that. Besides, she's not that cool, isn't she? Between you and I, she's all right. She's probably watching right now. Besides, there's better people that I graduated from high school with, right, Bryce? I mean, not you, obviously, but other people like Toyin. She does have the link. She might tune in later. I gave her the Zoom call. I did give Liz the link to the Zoom call, but she said she's going to be busy all day. So I don't think we'll be seeing her at all tonight. Maybe you'll see her in the chat. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But most likely, no. And have I ever played BioShock? No, never even. I think I've heard of it. Bryce, you ever heard of BioShock?
Nope.
No. Bryce isn't a gamer. He reads. That's about it. Very entertaining guess. That's all right. It's not abuse. Spoilers. Neither Trump or Biden. Daniel, I think Meow Wow would be a much better president than either Joe or Donald, but I don't think we're going to get Meow Wow tonight, sadly.
Who?
Meow Wow. Oh, Bryce isn't a Kingdom Hearts person. It's a lovely little cat, dog, unicorn from the Kingdom Hearts universe.
You might get a few write-ins, though.
I don't think so. Oh, Bryce, they want to know how you sleep at night for not knowing BioShock. I don't know. I don't even know what it is. Have I ever played any of the Soulborn games? Nope. Never heard of them. And who are you going to vote for, Matt? I already voted. I got my lovely little I voted sticker. Went to the polls earlier today. And my vote is cast and sealed. And then Bryce voted. You do the mail-in, right?
Yep.
If you haven't voted already, we'll keep stressing this throughout the night until all the polls are closed. But make sure you go out to the polls and vote. Right, Bryce? How important is voting, Bryce? Tell them how important it is.
Somewhat important. A little
Bryce,
bit.
Bryce is a little bit of what would you say, an anarchist, Bryce? You want to talk about that for a little bit?
I'm an anarchist.
Ah, you said you're a little bit of an anarchist before. I like how he tilts that. He's like, yeah, maybe. Oh, we got our next guest, Bryce. I'm going to have to thank you for tuning in. You can feel free to come on later if you want to after any big events have happened during the election, but we do have to let our next guest in. Thank you for tuning in. Feel free to come in later if you want. Bryce.
But
Isn't he lovely? I said we have our next guest. We're going to have to let him in. Feel free to come in later if you want again. If any big things happen and you want to give your thoughts on it, feel free to tune in later on. But we do have our next guest coming on at the moment. So thank you for coming in for now. And feel free, shoot me a text if you want to come on again. We're having a blast, aren't we?
yeah.
Bryce, have a great election night. Maybe we'll see you later.
Maybe. Goodbye.
Maybe. Wasn't he lovely? Wasn't he lovely? All right. Time to let our next guest in. I just have to find the waiting room. Ah, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is our economic expert, and we're very glad that he's coming to join us tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Paul Boisvert. Let's see how this goes. Professor Boisvert, how are you doing tonight? Oh, you're muted. You are muted.
I'll be on mute. How's that? Is that better?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay, good.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our economic expert, Mr. Paul Boisvert. So, first question, did you go out to vote?
Oh yes, voted a while back. We did it as an absentee ballot, so we didn't have to take the risk of standing in line with everyone else in that process. So
That's definitely the safer way to go.
It is the safer way, and we've been done for a while, even though there are still phone calls from different organizations about go join and all this, but we've already done it. So you can only vote once. You can't go more than once. That doesn't work.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure someone told us we could vote more than once. I joke, obviously. Well, one thing I want to ask you, Professor, is this is an election. Every year, every 4 years, it always affects the economy somehow. So let's start. If we get what's projected as a Joe Biden win tonight, how do you think that's going to affect the economy within the coming weeks?
Well, we know that it's going to take a little bit of time for all of this to be put together. But eventually, and of course we have to wait till January 20th, so even though we may get a win tonight, nothing is going to really start happening until the 20th. And even at that particular point in time, I think that the economy itself, because it has been so heavily impacted as it has, I think it's going to have to take a little bit of time to start to recover. Because I don't know where Joe Biden would start. At what point in the economy is he going to start? Implementing programs, or maybe in some cases, deleting programs that are in place. But I think very shortly after the 20th of January, once the decisions made, and it happens, and the inauguration is taken care of, I think we're going to start to see the economy slowly turn around, because the economy is still going to be held back with the COVID-19 issue. It's not, COVID-19 is not going to go away. That's going to be around for a while. So the economy will still be held back, a little bit in that process. Because during the debates that have, taken place between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, you really never heard an economic point that was brought out to kind of give us an idea of, where things were going to change. We know they're going to change. There's no doubt about that. We just don't know where it's going to start and when we would be able to start it. So, that's, we really got to see. It's one of those things of kind of being patient for a while. I know we've been patient for a long time, but we need to be patient just a little bit longer in this process.
So, do you think either way on how this election goes, eventually it's all gonna the economy and will eventually just shift back to, and maybe not where it was, but to some sort of normal? Either way we go.
It's really hard to say that it's going to shift to a normal, because for the last 3.5, 4 years, there really hasn't been any major economic, impacts or changes. So is another 4 years going to give us any economic impact, that's going to happen in that process? Now, on the other side of this, if you look at this, you know, what is the reaction going to be if Donald Trump wins a second term this evening? What's going to be the impact? How is society going to act? And once we understand that, that may give us an insight as to what's going to happen with the economy.
Mhm.
I mean, I realize we do need need some economic growth uh, in this process, because the farther we sink, the less our position on the global market, the strength of our position on the global market's going to be. And we really have, worked many years, and very hard to maintain a position in the global market. But also realizing that in the global market, China as an economy is very close. It's been very close to the U.S. and kind of uh, equaling the U.S. in the China market, or even taking over the global market, first place in the global market. So there are some elements here that we're going to have to wait and see, what is actually going to take place, and especially with the U.S., communities, U.S. society. What are they going to? There's a lot of talk, a lot of discussions that have been thrown around out there, but really, what is actually going to happen in this process?
So it's very much this is more just kind of wait and see sort of thing tonight. Then.
It's really a wait and see this evening, because we've heard so many things, so many different things about the political structure of what's going on. One day you hear that Biden may control certain states, or he needs, like, this one particular state, Florida as an example, to win this process. And then the next day you hear something a little bit different, and it's really depends upon everybody's different perspective as to what is going to happen there. So again, it's a wait and see.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait it out and we'll see how it goes.
So yeah, because I don't think we're going to have a definitive answer this evening. I think there's too many other things that have to take place.
When do you think we'll see a result by for the results of the election?
Today's Tuesday. I would say the end of the week, Friday, Saturday time period. You know, unless for some reason a decision is made to take this into some kind of litigation, and that litigation could go on a while. But there's another um, election that we really need to look at. We really need to look at what's happening in the U.S. Senate, and how is that election going to go? It's a very good possibility that we will have a result of the U.S. Senate election before we have a result of the presidential election. Because there's a couple of different things that would take place. If Donald Trump wins a second term, but the Democrats take over the Senate. In other words, the Democrats have the majority in the Senate, and the majority leader of the Senate, is a Democrat, and the Democrats also have control of the House of Representatives. We're going to have a situation where really nothing will actually take place for another 4 years, because Trump is not going to sign a bill from a totally Democratic House or Senate. So there's going to be some issue in that particular point there. Is that good or is that bad? Well, that all depends on people's perspective as to what they think should actually happen. So we could see both economically and socially, we could see a situation where, nothing happens over the next 4 years, because of this kind of situation. And the same thing could happen if the Democrats maintain the House, but the Republicans maintain the Senate, and you get Joe Biden into the presidency. You're still going to have, that fight between all of them to try and get something accomplished. So again, it's a wait and see. We're really, kind of holding on, to see what's going to happen in this process. So it's a tough call.
It's certainly a tough call, and hopefully we find something out by the end of the week. Hopefully,
yes, because I think people's nerves are not going to last too much longer after that. People would like to kind of get back to normal, even though we haven't been in a normal situation in a long time because of the pandemic. But people would like to get back into a normal situation. So I don't know how to call it.
it's definitely hard. Well,
It is hard.
Well, Professor Boysford, I do want to thank you for taking a few moments to come on the show and
That's okay.
speak to the audience. I do know you have a class to teach tomorrow, so
Yeah, early.
I'm gonna let you get ready for your 8 a.m. and get some rest. But again, thank you for being on the show.
Okay. Say hello to Dave tonight when he comes on for me.
He's actually, it looks like he's the next guest. He just signed in, so
Okay.
He's going to be on in a little bit. So if you have the link, feel free to tune in and give him a little watch. He's going to be excited.
Yeah, so I can give him a hard time tomorrow because he teaches in the afternoon in the same room I do, but he's in there just before me. So I can kind of get him before he gets me. So
There you go.
Okay, Matt, thank you very much for the opportunity. And we will see you around campus.
I'll see you around. I'll probably see you tomorrow as always.
Probably just walking up the trail. Okay. Good night.
Good night. All right, everybody. Our next guest is just in the room. It's CILIB. I think I know who that is. We'll find out for sure, but let's let him in. So I think it is. It's Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome David Siliberto. Dave, welcome to the show.
How are you?
How you doing? We just finished talking to Paul Boisvert. He had his little 2 cents on the economy, and now we got you on the show.
Okay. How can I help?
Oh, Dave, we got the election tonight, we have Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and well, there's plenty of others in there, but out of the two main ones, we have Trump and Joe Biden. First, just what are your initial thoughts on this race right now, and also how did you vote?
Well, the initial thought is I just hope that everyone is really informed when they make their choice. And I think one of the best ways to become informed is to have good quality critical thinking skills. And not many people know what critical thinking really means. And it's so overused to the point where it's almost ceased to mean anything in particular. It's become more of a popular educational catchphrase, if you will, so that even the people who use it, they often don't know exactly what they mean by it. So I've been in the public school arena with principals and administrators, superintendents. I've been at the high school level, same thing, and even at the college level. The question comes up, how do we enhance the quality of education for our students? Someone raises their hand and says, critical thinking. Everybody nods in unison, and no one really knows what it means. But it's absolutely vital, not only in academia, but in the real world, and certainly taken into this election. For people to really understand what critical thinking is and how to do it, it really is imperative for your success in college and then certainly in the real world, like the election tonight. So critical thinking really has two major components, and really simplified, the first major component is thinking. It's actually thinking about stuff. Okay? That means applying your brain to the real issues at hand. And that takes disciplining yourself. And it does require discipline, true grit. Okay? Because what you're going to do is you're going to struggle with difficult concepts. So if someone has, again, a key issue in mind regarding this election, they really need to struggle with the difficult concepts for as long as necessary in order to comprehend it, in order to really understand it. So then you internalize it, and then ultimately you're going to master it. Okay? But why is it important? Because it's the actual thinking, and it requires this deep and lengthy exposure to the subject matter through reading with the true intent to understand. So you've got to collect, you've got to examine and evaluate evidence on all sides. You've got to question the assumptions, you've got to make the connections, you've got to formulate a hypothesis, if you will, and then test it. And that means looking at all sides. So in a clear, concise, detailed, and well-reasoned way, you're going to create these arguments that go beyond theory and even practical application, because you're going to look at all sides. So all of this involves discipline, spending time with each issue. And what better place to develop this than on an election night? I mean, before you vote, to really inform yourself. And that really takes place if you connect college to the discipline of critical thinking, because in college, we allow you to take a multitude of courses, and you get to explore all different issues. And that's exactly what you're going to take into the real world when you're looking at all of these issues relating to who you decide to vote for. So it's really this cross-training for the brain that really works. Then there's the second component of critical thinking, which is, get this, critical. Okay? And in layman's terms, out there in the real world, critical has come to simply mean negative. So he or she is so critical of me, I don't like that person. I just can't take that person. Okay? But that's not what it means in an academic setting, certainly, or even in a real world setting. To be critical means to be objective, or to be as objective as humanly possible. So what you have to be is really analytical in terms of you've got to be looking at the problem or the question at hand, the issue, and break it down into component parts. Okay. It's sort of the way a chemist analyzes a compound. And then finally, and most important, to be critical really means to be dispassionate. Whoa, you've got to take your emotions out of the equation to be able to separate your emotions from the situation at hand. And that's why today we have someone who has a steady diet of Fox News or a steady diet of CNN, and they don't look at the other side and they don't remain objective and they become passionate about their issue, but it's just the steady diet of their issue. And that's not to say that emotions are bad, okay? And as human beings, there are some decisions that we certainly make with our emotions, and we certainly should take the emotional factor into account in all your decision making. But in a professional life, okay, certainly in the documentation of these kinds of issues at hand, to some extent in general, and certainly relating to the election, you can't make most decisions based on emotion with your heart. Like many people in betting football, basketball, baseball games bet with their heart because of the local team. Well, people again vote with their heart based on being a staunch Republican or Democrat in that steady diet of Fox or CNN. So in professional life, you can't make those decisions. And certainly in your real life, you can't make those decisions primarily based on emotion. So you've got to set aside the emotional factor. And again, based on the objective reality of looking at all sides and all issues at hand. So a good defense attorney will always write out the prosecuting attorney's case before they go to court and vice versa. That's the objective reality. That's the critical thinking, looking at all sides and being objective. Does that make sense in the way people should look to vote? What do you think?
I would say that definitely does make some sense. Now,
Go ahead.
no, you can finish. I wanted to ask you something else, but you can finish your thoughts first.
No, just in terms of going into a particular election and not voting with your heart, but taking the issues at hand. And again, looking at all sides and then remaining objective. And then going in and based on those decisions, then you cast your vote. So.
Now, do you think that's something that can be easy for people to do? It definitely seems like something difficult for a lot of people to be able to take their emotions out of it. How do you think realistically how people can figure out how to do that and be able to vote without that in play?
Well, that's again, the true objective is behind people educating themselves in a way that where they can discipline themselves to this again critical thinking exercise. And it's really easy to do, but you've got to be disciplined. I mean, it involves the deep thinking. So the first thing you have to do is recognize that you just can't look at a prospective problem or issue from one side. Because if you do and get that steady diet, there's no objectivity. It's just that one side, like a Fox News viewer or a CNN viewer. And you never understand the other side. So the point is to inform yourself well enough. I mean, to do the deeper thinking, to understand both sides before you make your decision. That's just a skill. I mean, it just takes time and grade. It just takes the discipline to want to do it and the awareness to want to do it. So you have to have the desire, first of all, to pull this off. So it's an easy skill set. It's just, again, it's disciplining yourself, putting in the time to be informed. So.
Well, Dave, another thing I do just want to ask you is, in terms of President Trump and Vice President Joe Biden, do you think they're doing their best right now in this campaign, trying actually, doing the right work they're supposed to do, taking care of the goose to try to win this race and actually get something done successfully through this that will actually help the people?
Again, it depends on what side you're looking at. If you're looking at Joe Biden, certainly he's more in tune to empathy and looking at our culture from the perspective of wanting again the people, okay, to be healthy, and certainly health is an issue in the science here and the COVID thing. So that's a tremendous issue in this election. And you say take care of the goose. Well, in keeping that balance, you can't possibly go out and earn a living unless you're healthy. So you can't produce golden eggs from the goose unless you are healthy enough to do that. And you've got to maintain your physical well-being. And that is part of the issue today in terms of this COVID, in protecting ourselves and protecting our culture, our society. And I think that in following the science, the real science, Joe Biden has been more in tune, okay, to the health and well-being of the country. And I think that Trump looks at it the other way, that you can't be healthy unless you go out and earn money. And that's true capitalism about, again, keeping a healthy economy. And the economy from the Trump perspective is the most important part. And then by creating this healthy economy, you're going to create good health. So it's sort of the opposite of where Joe Biden is coming from. So you see the two issues and where they're coming from. So Biden is saying, okay, let's take care of the financial part of the goose. Okay? And then when we get the golden eggs, then we can buy our good health in some way. And that it's going to keep us healthy by having the ability to have those golden eggs. That makes sense?
That makes sense. They got to make sure they get it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can look at both sides and see where they're coming from. So I guess the main issue tonight, the American people deciding who wins, will it be from the perspective of health first? Do they prioritize their health first? Or they prioritize the money first and the capital and working? So certainly both sides are needed. I mean, you need your health to earn money, and then you need money for good health. So there's the difference.
Now, I know you do have to go soon, but I do want to ask you, we are going to have a lot of quite a few people on later today from third parties and minor parties. I want to know what do you think the sort of role these third parties are going to have tonight, and do you think it's worth voting for any of these individuals?
I don't think they're going to have much of a role because of the numbers. I think you're going to get such a high turnout that the numbers that they take away from the main players not going to be significant at all. And it's not even going to show up, I think, relatively speaking. So I don't think that's going to make a difference because of the high turnout. I mean, you have such passion in this election. Plus, you also have convenience. So where people couldn't physically get to the poll before, now the mail ballots come into play. And again, we have the technology so that people can vote from the comfort of their own home and they don't have to physically go to the polls anymore. So if you're not that healthy, you still have the ability to vote instead of just turning your back and saying, well, I can't make it, I'm not feeling well, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's coupled with the passion of this election along with the convenience of voting. So I think that makes a big difference, and you're going to see such a high turnout tonight. So what do you think? Good?
I think it's pretty good.
Okay. All right.
how it goes tonight. But you did make sure you go to the polls today, right, Dave?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got to cast your vote, no matter what it is. The only, again, the only, again, emphasis that I like to make is to really be informed before you cast that ballot. So, okay, got to run.
All right, Dave.
So
thank
really
you for coming
nice.
on. And you take care, Dave. I'll see you. Sure, I'll see you around. Probably see you tomorrow running around.
Okay, have a good night.
You too, Dave.
Okay, see ya.
That was lovely, wasn't it? I do see we have another person waiting in the waiting room. Just give me a moment. I'm just getting messages from another guest who looks like she's going to be on at 6:30. So we do want to wait for that. Toyin, I do see you. I will let you in. We do just have to wait a little bit. But I did send you that link, so I'll make sure you come in. And let's see. I just have to message one of our guests. All right. Well, everybody, that was Dave. I hope you enjoyed him. He's a cool guy. He was a professor. Well, he was a professor of mine at Bryant. I'm still at Bryant, so maybe have him again someday. Who knows? But a good, really good professor. I hope you guys learned something from that. It took something important away. He's definitely a pretty cool guy, right? So now we're just waiting for a little bit. Well, we still have 37 or so minutes until to the polls. To the first set of polls. I don't know how that's going to go. We don't even know if we're going to know today. So, we'll find out how it goes. We have plenty of time to figure this out. Things are going to start coming in soon, and then we'll start getting in all different reports and right now. But once the polls first set of polls close, this one we're really going to get into it. But again, the polls close at 7 for the states of Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. If you live in any of those states, go out now and vote. If you haven't voted already, go out and vote. Make sure you do. And if you haven't voted anywhere else yet, just make sure you go out and cast your vote. You still have time. It's the most important thing you can do as an American citizen is go out and vote. So I do hope you do. And no, I did not vote for Donald Trump. And as to a comment earlier that I saw about plot twist Paul St. Peter coming on, I don't know if that's much of a plot twist. Stay tuned, right? So I heard something. So how you doing, Daniel? I think you're the only one here at the moment. Let the guys know we're still going on. I know it's a little bit slow right now because nothing's really come out yet, but in less than an hour, we will have our first set of polls. So we still have plenty of guests to go. We already have 3. Oh my God, we already had 3 guests, and I think they were pretty cool. We had my buddy Bryce. We had Professor Paul Boisbert of Bryant University, as well as Professor David Silberto of Bryant University. As you can see, go Books, go Bulldogs. There was. I think they were pretty good. What did you guys think so far of the guests so far? You think they did pretty well? You think they're entertaining? I think so. I think they were excellent guests so far. At least I had fun. And we still have plenty of hours to go. We literally have at least till 2 a.m. I don't even know if the election. I don't think the election's going to be decided today. Maybe, depending on it, if it's a landslide, which I don't think it will be. So we'll see. Who is my favorite comedian? I haven't heard of Ryan George. Not gonna lie. Who was my favorite comedian? If we're going if we include ventriloquists, I say Jeff Dunham, but I don't know, like Gary Iglesias for stand up, like George Lopez. Oh, we have another guest coming in. Let's take a look. Just give me 1 second. All right, our next guest is the chair of the Green Party of the state of Michigan. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest, Robin Lorraine. Coming in through phone. All right, if I can get this right. Hi. Hello. See if this works first. You are muted. Ooh. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How we doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I just have to try one thing to see if this works.
I'm trying to get back to the YouTube channel. For some reason, it's not letting me get back. Let me see. Join event.
I know the link is still on the Facebook page. It should still be on there as well.
Okay, I'm back.
Awesome. All right. Well, first, thanks for coming on the show tonight for a few minutes. Spare the time. Try one thing to see if this works.
You know what? I wonder if you're going to
get back to the YouTube channel.
I think you're going to get feedback if I do that, so I'm going to turn that off.
Oh, you might. Yeah, I heard the.
Yeah. Okay, so
problem earlier. Just I had it muted, so I didn't hear myself. That might be a good idea.
okay, so I can't join by video because my broadwidth is terrible. I was doing another presentation earlier, and there was parts of it where I was really garbled and had a terrible sound, so that's why I have to call in.
All right. Well, we'll just get it right into it. First, now you are the chair of the Green Party from Michigan. So how do you think the election's going to go in Michigan tonight when polls are closed and everything's said and done?
Okay, well, my name's Robin Leah Lorraine. I don't know if you introduced me or not. I am the co-chair of the Green Party of Michigan along with Tom Mayer. I'm the self-identified female co-chair, and he's the self-identified male co-chair. And they're saying that they hired a lot of election workers and a lot of vote counters, and they are saying that we're going to have Michigan's results by 11 o'clock tonight. Now, whether or not that happens remains to be seen, so it'll be interesting. But they promise that every vote's going to be counted in Michigan. So we'll have to wait and see about that. But I'm also a candidate. I'm running for the Michigan State University Board of Trustees. And Tom Mayer, who's the other co-chair, he's running for the State Board of Education. So this is a very exciting night for me on many fronts. One being that we have 30 candidates running here in Michigan, the most of any state in the union. So that's very exciting for me. And then the fact that my good friend Tom and I are running too. So I'm anxious to see how we do.
Well, now you mentioned that you are running for office. How has this campaign treated you so far? This being very different with COVID. How has the campaign trail been?
Well, it's a lot different than when I ran for the House in the 68th district back in 2018. I actually went door to door, and I did door knocking, and I did a lot of public events. But this year we had to get very creative, and we did a lot of online forums. We did a lot of phone banking. Everything that we could possibly do to get the word and message out, we did. We actually came together and helped support all the other candidates like we'd never done before in Michigan. Everybody was sort of like individualist and did their own thing with their own candidates, but this year we came together, and there was a lot of online forums that were done, and that's how we had the campaign. We did do lit drops, but they were like door hangers. It wasn't that one-on-one kind of thing. Some of the candidates did do videos, but they do use social distancing. They'd have the mask on, and they'd be 6 feet apart from the people that they were talking to. So we were real creative this year. Did a lot of letters to the editor, op-eds, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I did see that there was a lot of work like marketing wise and like advertising for like from like I believe her name was Destiny Clayton, I believe her name is.
Yes. Destiny she wears many different hats in Michigan. She's running for county commissioner in Oakland County, which is one of our larger counties in Michigan. She also is our unelected, unofficial spokeswoman. Mm-hmm. She does a lot of that stuff on her own and with my blessing. And she's also our, we have in the Green Party, we have a thing called meetings manager. And so she plans our meetings and when our state gets together, and she plans meetings like that. So that kind of all goes in her field of what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to ask you is, what was it?
Oh, and I was going to add, if I could, Destiny is very new to our party. In fact, our party in Michigan's seen a huge influx of Bernie-crats who came over. When Bernie said that he wasn't going, when he started supporting Joe Biden, and he wasn't like leading the revolution, so to speak, and he was following in the footsteps of the Democratic Party, we've seen huge people come over to the Green Party of Michigan, and Destiny is a former Bernie-crat. So that's something that's unique this year to Michigan.
Well, definitely a lot of people that used to be that would vote for Bernie in 2016 are now coming on more of the Green Party side.
Right. And I can tell you a couple other candidates that were former Bernie-crats that came over, joined our party, and actually said they wanted to send the Democratic Party a message loud and clear, and they actually ran for office. Michael Malawi is running for the University of Michigan Board of Regents. He was a Bernie-crat. And like I said, Destiny was a Bernie-crat. Brandon Hugh is running for the Michigan State Board of Trustees. He was a Bernie-crat. So we have 3 Bernie-crat candidates who not only joined the Green Party, but decided to, become a candidate. And I think that's pretty awesome.
Yes, certainly is, with more movements and third parties and getting more out there to get more of a diversity in parties is definitely pretty big.
Well, not only that, when you think about the fact that, like, I'm running for the Michigan State University Board of Trustees, there's 2 seats open and 10 people are running for this. So 2 of them are Democrats, 2 of them are Republicans, and the other 6 are all from third parties. So this concerned the Democrats, so they sent Bernie Sanders in to endorse my opponent, who's running as a Democrat for Michigan State University. They don't want third parties to get any kind of an opening. And so, my opponent has Bernie Sanders stumping for him, but that's okay because Howie Hawkins, who's our nominee for the Green Party, he endorsed me. So, I feel that's a great thing. But, of course, the media didn't pick up on that as rampant as they picked up on Bernie supporting. The governor from Vermont is supporting a board of trustee of a university in Michigan. So that made quite a splash.
Mhm. You did mention Howie Hawkins. Now he is running for president tonight. How do you
Yes.
how do you expect for him to perform tonight?
I think in Michigan that Howie's going to do about 2% of the vote. That's where the polls are right now, if you can count on the polls.
Mhm.
I'm was really hoping that he would get up to 5%, and if people get out there and vote, he still may. But right now, the polls are saying 2%, and that will help Michigan stay on the ballot because our ballot access goes by how well Howie does tonight.
Mhm. Now, so that number of 2% is just currently for the state of Michigan, correct?
That's for Michigan, yes.
Now, overall, like throughout the 50 states and against all the candidates throughout the country, in that sense, how do you expect him to do? Do you think he'll do better than the 2% for Michigan, or how do you think overall he'll be doing?
Well, typically, it seems as if Green Party candidates go around 2%. Nader did 2.7 in the country. I think Jill did around 2. Now, with this big fear about Trump being reelected, I would be very, very happy if he got 2%. I mean, because so many people are vote shaming. They're trying to say, oh, if you vote for Howie, you're going to put Trump in office. And that's not true. That's not true. Research shows that Greens will not necessarily vote for a Democrat. They'll stay home. If there's not a Green candidate, so to call us the spoilers is silly. The spoilers are the Democrats and the Republicans who don't run candidates that appeal to the electorate that doesn't vote, the people that don't vote. And I always like to describe it as a pie. Half the pie doesn't vote. The other half of the pie is pretty much evenly divided between the Democrats and the Republicans, and then you have the sliver of the pie that do write-ins or vote third party. And to call us the spoilers when they're not even appealing to the 51% of the people that don't vote, that's not taking responsibility. And when I ran in the 68th district in 2018, when I would go and door knock, people would tell me I was the first candidate that's ever came to the door or listened to what they had to say. And I got a lot of first-time voters, and I did 2.3%. That was my first time ever running for office, and I wasn't a co-chair at the time. I wasn't that well known. I think that today, if I was to run for something like that, I'd probably do higher, but time will tell. But that's the thing, they're saying that the third parties are the spoilers, but we're not the spoilers. We don't get that high of a percentage. Now, maybe if the candidates are really close and, people vote for Green, that's going to take votes away, but that's not the voters' problem. That's the party's problem. They're supposed to be putting out candidates that appeal. When we're born, we don't sign, okay, you're going to vote Democrat for the rest of your life, or you're going to vote Republican. We're going to vote who we want to vote for. And so with all the vote shaming and all the fear about Trump being reelected, this has been a challenging year for Greens. I think it's been a challenging year for all third parties. But if I can make a prediction, I think that Biden's going to win. I think he's going to be a one-term president. And he is going to dissatisfy so many people with his lack of policies that people are going to flock to the third parties. And we're going to see huge, in the next presidential election, we're going to see huge Dem exits and Republican exits. That's my prediction. And I could be wrong, but we're getting our infrastructure ready in our state party because I see that coming.
Well, I definitely do think it would be good to have third parties and more parties in general involved in big elections like this, because it doesn't really give people much of a choice. Because let me ask you this: do you think that you have the Democrats and Republicans, but there are a lot of people kind of say they're just kind of the same thing. Would you agree with that sort of opinion that they are just kind of the same thing with Democrats and Republicans?
Exactly. I mean, they're not the exact same thing. One, they say have you heard the term the lesser of two evils voting?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're both, in my opinion, evil. They both support war. There's constant warring. The Democrats just came out and said that Biden said he doesn't like the new Green Deal. He just shot all the progressives in the Democratic Party who are following AOC and her gang of people. Not that new Green Deal that they're embracing is the real new Green Deal. Howie Hawkins was one of the authors of that Green New Deal, and that doesn't look anything like the original one. But, how many times has Biden said that he's not against fracking? Environmentally, they're terrible. And the Green Party, of course, were against fracking. And so, yeah, I think they're about the same. I mean, they may change a little bit on some issues, but they take huge donations from corporations. And when I was running in 2018, people told me all the time that they didn't believe that the two parties were representing their interest. They're basically, in my opinion, representing the people that give them the most money. So whether that be big pharma, or corporations, both parties do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's who they're working for. I don't believe they're working for the citizens on Main Street. Not at all.
It's just kind of a shame, really. You would think they would, right?
Well, they don't have to. That's just the thing. I kind of look at it as a bakery. The best loaves of bread go to the corporations, and they throw us a crumb every so often to try to keep us, feeling like we're being paid attention to. And it's not enough. Biden just came out and said, he's not for universal health care. It's almost like they're not even listening to the progressives because they feel like they have nowhere to go. And they do. They just have to get the courage to go there. And everyone keeps saying, well, a green or a third party person can't run. Well, yeah, or can't win. Well, yeah, they can. If the people that didn't vote all came out and voted for third parties, those third parties wouldn't be third parties anymore. They would become major parties. And then we'd have a poly-party system here, just like, in European countries where there's not a duopoly. And that's what we need. It's like monopoly. They have the monopoly of the political system here in this country, and people are so fearful to break it. And every single year you hear, well, this isn't the year to do that. Well, I'm 61 years old. I've been hearing this every year for every election year for the past 30 years. And what people are failing to see is that it's never going to be a good year. It's always going to get worse and worse until people get the courage to rise up and say, okay, we're not taking this anymore. Mm-hmm. We're going to show them that they just can't throw us crumbs, and they have to start thinking about us and not just their big corporate donors. And I don't know how bad, I'll tell you, I think our country, the people in our country, they have a hard bottom. They can go through so much and not demand change, and these people are working for us, and that's the thing that people have to realize and see. We're paying their salaries. They're our employees, and people don't look at it like that, and that's unfortunate because that's why we find ourselves where we are today, because people just are too afraid. Mm-hmm. And then I think there's a lot of other things that go into a lot of why people don't vote or why people vote for Democrats and Republicans too. I think there's a lot of other issues. Like if you've got, for instance, somebody who has to work 3 jobs to pay the rent and to make sure that they have enough money for medicine and that, they're probably too exhausted to be very involved in the political system. And so they just do the best they can. And I think, and that's what a lot of people told me when I was on the campaign trail. They said, we're just too tired to pay attention to this. And I said, yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
Wow. Well, I do know you are very busy tonight. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do just want to ask you one more question about your own campaign that you're running tonight. Last time we talked, you did mention that not only are you endorsed by the Green Party, but you're also endorsed by the Socialist Party. So what kind of impact does that have on we'll just say like the Michigan Green Party of bringing other parties together, and what does that show for the future of the party from now and later on in time?
I'm so glad you brought that up, Matthew, because what I am trying to do, and not everyone's on board with this, but if people really think about it, I'm not so much into labels. Like, yes, the Socialist Party of Michigan does consider me a candidate, but because they don't have ballot access, I'm going to be using the Green Party of Michigan, who I'm also a candidate for, their ballot access. So it's a dual nomination. It's also by the Socialist Party of the United States. They've endorsed 4 candidates dually like that with the Green Party. Howie Hawkins, Angela Walker, myself, and Rick Sourmilk, who's running for the it'd be the 101st district up in the UP. So what that does is it brings the left together. And so what I would like to see happen in Michigan, and we really need it, everyone left of Bernie needs to come together. And let's forget about the theory. Let's forget about the political theory, and let's forget about the labels and the names, and let's think about the issues that bring us all together. So universal health care, end to constant warring, free college tuition, student loan forgiveness, paying attention to the climate crisis. Because it's past climate change, it's climate crisis now. I mean, we have like fire tornadoes out west, so, things like that. And let's get past all those labels and bring our values together and unite. And that's what I'd like to see happen in Michigan. And one thing that I, as Robin Lorraine citizen next year, separate from the Green Party, I really want to get involved in ranked choice voting and get ranked choice voting here in Michigan, get that on the ballot for 2022? Yeah, 2022 or 2021, whatever we can do it, whichever year we can do it, because, you have to collect signatures and all that. And that's the thing that I would really like to see. And so, so some people are in favor of it. They think it's a great idea. And some people are Puritans. They want to stick, with their labels. And I just feel like we just have to throw those labels out, and we have to focus on our common goals, what we want to see happen for the citizens of Michigan. And we have people that are very, very poor right now. We have a lot of homeless people in Michigan. We have people who are, because of the pandemic, are at risk of losing their home. And then where do they go? We have a very high unemployment rate. And these are the things that we need to be focusing on, is how do we help these people? Because, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're not doing a good job. And so the left has to come together. And I even say, the Libertarians and the Greens have a lot in common. And I'm even trying to reach out to the Libertarian Party in Michigan and say, hey, let's join together and let's work on the things together that we have in common. And you know, a lot of people don't like that. They don't want that collaboration. But that's the only way we're going to make change, is if we meet people where they're at and bring them up and work alongside them. I really don't care who gets the credit. I just want to see, you know, things done. And I'm not into turf wars. I just want to see change. And that's the only way we're going to do it, is if we come together.
Well, hopefully changes in the future, and hopefully things can get better. But well, I do appreciate you coming on the show for a little while. I do appreciate it to talk about the election and how crazy it's going to be. But
Right. Well, my prediction is Biden's going to take Michigan, and then the Green Party of Michigan and the other third parties are going to have to really get ready, because people are not going to be happy, and they're going to, maybe this next election cycle will be the cycle where people vote their conscience and not their fears, and they hope for their dreams and not their fears. So we'll see, but I don't think it's going to be this election. Even though Howie is such a dynamic candidate, I mean, he has the answers. If people read his platform, the answers are there. But, you know, we'll see. I appreciate you letting me come on the show.
Oh, I appreciate it. And, well, he wasn't even on the ballot where I'm from, which...
oh, you're from North Carolina?
No, Rhode Island. He wasn't on the ballot.
Oh, yeah. Rhode Island, yeah. You're right, he wasn't. Could you write him in?
You could write him in, yeah. That was a possibility.
Yeah, because I remember we were doing a write-in campaign for states like North Dakota and Rhode Island, where he wasn't going to be on the ballot. Well, hopefully next time, you know, we had a 50-state strategy. We wanted to get all 50 states ballot access, but we're challenging, like Oklahoma, it's being challenged in court. I believe Nevada is. Some states knocked him off the ballot. He was on the ballot in Wisconsin, and the Democrats got together and knocked him off the ballot in Wisconsin. I believe they did it in Montana also. So, you know, the Democrats are fearful of us. They don't want us to grow. They don't want progressives to have a place to go. And so as long as that, you know, fear is there, we're going to always have an uphill ballot with ballot access, because all 50 states are different. How you get on the ballot in Michigan looks different than how you get on the ballot in Ohio or Wisconsin, and they're our neighbors. So it's very frustrating. And that's why, you know, we're supposed to be the beacon of democracy, and we're supposed to be light years ahead of all of the other countries. And in reality, we're not, because people can't vote for who they want to. And if people could vote for who they wanted to, I think that would help too. I think that would help more third parties get in. A lot of people wrote to me and asked me, you know, how come they can't vote for Howie Hawkins in South Dakota? And I said, well, because, you know, we couldn't get him on the ballot. And we tried. So hopefully next time we can. But 98%, I think it was 96% of the population can vote for Howie, so that's not too bad. I mean, through write-ins and things like that. So, but 100% would be ideal, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. But, well, we do wish you the best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
Hopefully it goes well for you. We'll see. But we're wishing you the best tonight, and for all your colleagues and Green Party candidates out in Michigan. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I appreciate it.
All right, and again, thank you for being on the show. We really do appreciate it. One of your colleagues, Eric Seigel, his name is Seigel. A little tough on pronouncing it, but he's supposed to be on later on in the night as well, so that'll be a treat.
Eric Seigel is good people. That's what we say in Michigan, good people.
Good people.
Yep, good
Yeah.
people. So you'll enjoy talking with him, I'm sure. He's very knowledgeable. He's been in the party longer than I have, and he's been a mentor to me. So I really appreciate Eric. I'm glad he decided to come on the show.
Yeah, it'll be good. But again, so thank you so much. Have a good, safe night, and hopefully we'll just get through this election.
Yep. Thank you. Talk to you again.
We'll talk again soon. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, there we go. Thought that was pretty good. That went well. Now we do have the polls are going to close in just a few minutes. Now just give me a moment. I see we don't really have anyone here at the moment, so I just received a phone call that may be from a guest. So just give me a moment as I take that phone call. Just all right, everybody. I'm back. How we doing? Now that had nothing to do with the guest. That was just a call from the doctors. All right. All right. Well, we got polls closing in 2 minutes. We're gonna get things are gonna start coming in. We're gonna start seeing results slowly. I still don't think we're gonna know who's the winner tonight, but we are gonna get to know a little bit as time goes on. Just messaging one of the guests. Yeah, we're getting closer. And once the first polls close, like I said, we're gonna get to know a lot more of what's going on. And there'll be more that we can inform you on. Right now, there's really not much to deal with. This was, like I said, this started early, just to make sure everything was functioning correctly, and we'll get right into it. All right, we are officially less than a minute away. Look at that. This is definitely going to be interesting no matter how you look at it. But how do we all think this is going to go with these first 6 states? All right, the polls are closing in 10 seconds in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. And they're now closed. All right, here's what we got so far. At the moment, Georgia is too early to call. Donald Trump is currently the projected winner of Indiana. Virginia is too early to call. Too early to call in Kentucky. Wow. South Carolina is too early to call. It's pretty easy to assume, and as well as Vermont, it's too early to call. Yeah, it's pretty obvious those are going to be too early to call to start. We're just getting started. But it looks like right now it's 11-0 Trump. But we have plenty of time. It's only one state, and it was obviously going to go to him anyway. John, what's up, buddy? How you doing? What's up, Dark Knight? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, dude, I shaved my mustache a while ago, man. I didn't want to look like a pedo anymore. I gotta find the link to this. One of my dear friends is going to be on shortly. At this hour, right now, the Democrats have 35 seats in the Senate, and the Republicans have 30. So we don't really know much, but the Democrats only need to gain 4 seats to gain the Senate. That's all they need tonight. Polls in Florida are still open. There's something for you. Am I supposed to be with people? Oh, people are going to be coming in throughout the night. Yeah. I even sent the link to some of my friends. We'll see if they come in and just hang out and shoot the shit. And then we'll also have some other people coming on. There will be some celebrities on, some of which you know, I'm sure. But it's definitely going to be fun tonight. We're already an hour and a half through. We still have a long time to go, at least another 7 hours to go. Woohoo! Dude, I hope I'm not shaving my head tonight. Although I really don't know if we're going to know the results by the time the election's over. I mean, the only state we have a result on so far, the 6 states polls have already closed. The only one we know is Indiana. But that one was obvious. It's always going to go, at least for now, to the Republicans. Oh, we got one of my dear friends from high school coming on. Let's see. Hello.
Sorry, I'm muted. Hi.
How you doing, Toyan?
Boring. All I do is school. As usual. I am a school person.
Well, thank you for coming on tonight, Toyan. We're having a blast so far. You're already our 5th
Are
guest.
you on YouTube? I didn't get. It's not showing, I don't think. Let me check.
No, this is one.
I'm subbed, so it should tell me if you're on YouTube. If you're live streaming.
We got 3 whole viewers.
Oh, you are live streaming. Yeah. Let me pull it up so now I can have you upload up twice now. Haha.
Well, just make sure you mute the video one because it's gonna like overlap.
Ew, my voice.
Welcome to the YouTube world. You still don't have the camera, then you'll probably be even more upset. If you're upset at your voice.
I'm not putting my camera on.
That's fair. Bryce had his camera on earlier, and he had his hair all messed up. He had his.
Dang it! I missed out. I wanted to meet all these people.
He was the first guest, and then I had a couple professors on, and then I just had Robin Lorraine, the running for office in Michigan for the Green and Socialist Party. Woo! And we do have plenty of more guests that are going to come on, but I've also just sent the link out to a bunch of my buddies, so including you. So just to have some fun, right? Kill some time, watch how the election's going. It's already 0.
How is it going? I haven't checked.
Trump has so far gained 1 state, but the polls have only closed in 6 states, and the only one that has gone to Trump so far is Indiana, which is one of the most likely Trump states anyway. It wasn't really up to a conversation. It was very obvious. So It's still pretty close. Right now, Mitch McConnell is beating his opponent McGrath by only 0.9% of the vote. 48.9% McConnell, 48% McGrath. So that's the Turtle Man might be voted out today. We'll see. What are we gonna do without all those memes, Toyin?
Remember all the memes when he got corona?
Who? Trump?
Trump.
Yeah, there were quite a few memes on that. Although I honestly don't
Some
know.
of them were bad.
Yeah.
They were not. Some of them were not very nice.
No.
Imagine if like he actually did die though. Imagine the memes if he had died.
That'd be bad. We don't
I
wish that
know.
on anybody here.
I
We
know.
promise.
I'm just saying. Imagine the memes though. Like I don't wish his death either. But imagine the jokes people would have made. It would have been bad.
It would have
But
been.
also funny.
I mean, it definitely would have been like all over the internet. The memes would have been out of control.
The internet.
The internet's a special place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's on the
So
call?
you
Well, Ash, we got our friend Toyin. Kayla, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the chat. You have the link. Feel free to come in later and cry with us if Donald Trump wins, or laugh if Joe wins. It's gonna be a really, really fun night. Toyin, who you rooting for?
I guess Biden. I don't really like Trump.
That's how a lot of people are going. Our last guest was
honestly, I would have preferred Bernie.
Bernie. Yeah, but then he kind of jumped ship and just endorsed Biden and did what he said. So, yeah, you're already crying, Kayla. So am I. He's already winning 11-0. It's only one state. It's all right. It was a very state. But yeah, our last guest that was just on was talking about how there were plenty of other options to vote for president.
Who was it?
We had Robin Lorraine, who is she is the chair of the Green Party from Michigan. She's also running as an endorsed candidate in Michigan by the Green Party and the Socialist Party. And so she was talking about how there's tons of different options, but when you come down to it, when I look at my TV screen, I see Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Yeah, because like those are the only ones who really have a chance anyway. Just like numbers wise.
Yeah, those are the ones that get the funding, they get the money, they get the support from all the
they get the ads,
corporations, and the PACs and the super PACs and all of that. But
Orange Citrus Golem, Lamo. You gotta laugh out of me for that one.
Biden. I like that one. Good job, Ash. But did you go out and vote today, Toyin?
I am actually not a registered voter, which is really embarrassing.
Toyin, how old are you?
17.
You're not 17.
Not 17. I'm 19. I can't count.
I was gonna say we graduated high school together. You're not.
I'm not 17. I don't know why I said I'm 17. I'm 19.
You're 19 years old. You gotta register to vote. It's the most important thing.
I know. I actually tried, but I don't have a driver's license or like an ID yet.
You can get a state ID. You don't need a license to get a state ID.
Yeah, I don't have that either, so I had to go get one, but I never got to.
Toyin, you live in Cranston. There's literally a DMV in Cranston.
Look, I took driver's ed and they still haven't given me my certificate, so it's so slow going here. You
don't get your certificate till you pass the written. Did you at least pass the written test, or did you even do the written test?
No, I did take the test.
And did you pass it?
Oh, I got 100.
Well, then you should have at least a permit, and that's good enough to vote.
Yeah, but he says there's riots. Yikes.
Oh,
so
yeah.
There might be riots. There probably will be.
They're
Probably
probably
either way it goes, there's gonna be some sort of riot, probably.
yeah. I this hurts my feelings. I think either way this election goes, there's definitely going to be people on the streets. I was watching the news this morning, and when I was at the diner at like 6 a.m. and I was watching it, and they were saying Providence Place Mall in downtown Providence boarded up there, all their stores already, in fear that either way it goes, there's going to be things getting burnt down and attacked. So
Yeah.
it's
Which
going
do
to
you
be.
think will inspire more riots?
I I think it depends on where you are. Like I think
Yeah,
if
that's a fair point, actually. What
like I think
about
if hmm?
what about for specificity? Let's say Rhode Island. Yeah, I heard the same thing, Bennett, that if Biden wins, people are gonna kill like a bunch of minorities.
Let's hope that does not happen. Please, for the love of
Yeah.
God, do not kill people. I don't. Does that really need to be said? Does it? Do we really have to live in a world where we have to tell you don't kill people? Don't
We
kill
do. We
people.
do unfortunately live in a world like that.
That is really sad, isn't it? You got to tell people don't. It pains me to have to actually say that, but if you're thinking of killing somebody, don't.
And that includes yourself, for everyone out there.
Just seek help if you need that. The suicide hotline and all that, but that's a totally different subject. But anyway, but like in Rhode Island, if Trump were to win, that would make more riots than Biden. But if you go down to say like I don't know Mississippi or Alabama, you'd probably get a bit more riots from right wing extremists. If
Supremacist.
white supremacists and right wing extremists if Joe Biden were to win. But
Yeah.
because they'll be like, oh no, Joe Biden won, a Democrat won. Oh no, a woman's the vice president. Oh, it's not a
A
white
black
man.
woman's the vice president.
A half Jamaican, half Indian woman is the vice president. Oh my God! So I
This
think
country's going to the dogs.
yeah, that's what they would say. So let's pray to God that no matter what happens tonight, it's peaceful. I know it's not gonna be,
Yeah.
but let's hope it is.
Relatively peaceful.
And Kayla, I do not remember what this country was like before riots and protests. I don't think we've had a country before riots and protests. Toyin, hasn't this country pretty much just always been not the best?
I mean, it seemed nice when I was like 10.
Right? Everyone.
But then things get messy. Messy. Yeah, Matt, you don't have a Discord.
America's
Why
great.
not?
Huh? Oh.
Someone put in the mentioned that you don't have a Discord.
No.
Why is that?
Sorry, we just buffered for a little bit. My internet was a little unstable. I think we're.
Matt, get a Discord. I have a Discord account. I don't use it a lot though.
All right, I think we're back. Are we good? Is everything good?
Yes,
All right.
I think so.
All right. Sorry, we just had a little internet misconnection, but I think everything's good now. Yeah, I don't have Discord anymore. I got rid of it a while ago.
I have one. I don't use it a lot.
Zachary! You fucking crackhead! How you doing, Zach? Welcome to the chat, buddy. Finn's fan 72. It's my buddy Zach from college. How you doing, buddy? And I don't know. We probably won't know the results till, I don't know, maybe Friday, maybe tomorrow. Probably not, because Pennsylvania's not even going to count their votes till the election's over.
Aren't they still getting like all the mail stuff?
Yeah, they're still counting mail-in ballots. So, like, I don't know when we're going to know about Pennsylvania. That's 20 votes.
It'll take 4 years.
Just going to be George Bush.
That's the way they're going to hack it. They're going to say it's going to take 4 years to do it.
Yeah. You just have, like, Trump starts suing the courts with Florida. It's going to happen in Florida too, isn't it? I guarantee it's going to end up like Florida all over again with George Bush. Great. This election is going to probably be one of the worst things that ever happened in U.S. history. It's not going to go smooth at all. Even when it's over, it's not going to go smooth at all. It's going to be in the courts for months, maybe even years. Oh. Matt, if you were a mail-in ballot, I'd be all in, buddy. Hey, I voted for myself this morning for what did I write myself in for? State rep. Wrote my name in. Bennett, take care, buddy. Hope you do good. Do good things. Only 2% of the vote is in so far for the Georgia Senate, and the Democrat is winning by almost 20%. Wow. Good for Georgia.
So, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's a very stressed night, especially for most people. I'm very stressed right now with this election, and we'll be stressed until the votes are counted and all said and done. How about you? How are you doing during this election night?
I did homework. I drew a picture.
Was it for class or was it just for fun?
It was for class, yeah. It's for the second trilogy in a series. It's called, at least the homework assignments, it's called Body in Translation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm working on a skeleton drinking wine from a head. Or is it wine, or is it a different drink? I don't know.
All right. What's your major again?
English, but I'm also minoring in art and classics.
I see.
Also, I'm learning, what's it called? Latin.
Well, you minoring in Latin, or you just taking a class on?
I'm learning Latin.
Huh. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a projected winner from the state of Vermont. It is Joe Biden, coming out of Vermont with 3 electoral votes.
Cool.
Go Vermont. Now it's 3-11.
Green
Donald
Mountain.
Trump. We still have 48 states to go. We have no clue who's going to win yet. Right now, we have 2 obvious states that are done and over with. So once we get the states like Florida and North Carolina and Texas, that's when it will get really, really serious. But I'm excited to see who's going to win Georgia. Toyin, who do you think is going to win Georgia? Our mic must be off.
This mic is off?
Oh, I thought your mic was off. Welcome
I
back.
just didn't say anything.
Oh, I was telling you, who do you think's going to win Georgia, Toyin?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Toyin, aren't you the most politically savvy person we know?
I think that might be you.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Just because I legit just sent the Zoom link to just a bunch of my buddies just to shoot the shit for the next, like, I'm doing this show for at least another 7 hours, so just trying to have some fun.
Here's a silly question. Do you play
What?
Among Us?
Do I play Among Us? I have not played it yet. I've been asked by many
It's
people.
not
to play.
bad. It's not bad. I think you
heard
should
it's
give it a
similar-
shot.
I heard it's similar to Town of Salem, and like
Yeah,
games like
I
Werewolf.
downloaded it because of Town of Salem.
Yeah, I've heard good about it.
It's
So I
like
might,
Town of Salem, but it's dumber and faster. And also like, cause like, but also like you know how like people in Town of Salem leave when they get bad rolls?
all the time.
people in Among Us leave when they don't get imposter. Because being a crewmate is really boring.
How boring can it be? It's part of the game. Wait, so there's only one
Yeah, but
good
all you
one?
really do is like do jobs, you know? And then you wait, and then basically you try to see if you can find the person who's bad. Then you're probably gonna get murdered. But yeah, you should give it a shot. Just like download it on your phone at least.
I might have to. I
It's
know a lot of
free.
people ask me
It's
to.
free for the phone, not for desktop, but it's free for the phone.
Respond to the chat. Hi Shri, how you doing, buddy? Let's see what the rest of the chat has so far. I haven't caught up on it. Matt, is your goal still to become president? I'd love to be president one day. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know why, but I keep getting, man, whatever. Trump's going to win Georgia, probably. Maybe. I don't know. It's looking pretty close. Only 3% of the votes are in, and it's way too early to call right now, but we'll know later. Daniel, please do not build a wall. That is not going to solve any issues at all and probably will just create more. Am I going to stream next week? I don't know.
Stream a game or something. Do something interactive.
See, I've just been really busy with uni. It's been
Oh, that's fair. Uni.
so busy. Our last day of classes is the 16th, and then we move on to exams that ends on the 22nd. Once exams are over, we're going to be back to like it's summer. We're going to be streaming every day. But until we get to that point, I don't know when I'll stream again. I've been very busy with projects. Like I just wrote like a 5-page paper on anti-Semitism today for it's due on Wednesday, tomorrow. So
What's the class?
oh, it's my religious studies class, but it's not really.
Oh yeah.
It's just a class on Judaism, but it's called religious studies. It's just Judaism studies.
I mean, that's important.
Oh, I like it. It's my favorite class. It's definitely my favorite class I've ever had at my college, which says a lot because it has nothing to do with any of my majors or minors or concentrations.
Maybe you want to take a different major, buddy. That's not good.
No, it's just been so good. Like I haven't had a religious class since high school when we had like Miss Aldridge. It's been very different, and we're learning all about the Old Testament. So there's that. They don't call it that though. They call it the Tanakh. I think that's how you say it. But yeah.
Yeah. When are you graduating?
Oh, I do graduate in 2022. Toya, we went to high school together. We're in the same class.
I know, but I'm asking because I'm graduating next semester.
Oh, you're graduating early. Congratulations.
Yeah, a whole year early because I had so much credits and like I even took like summer classes. So like I can't really like justify staying on longer.
Yeah, Liz did a lot of summer classes, but now she's graduating on time instead of early because she picked up a second major. She realized she hates accounting. So she's double majoring with, she adds psych onto it. So she's accounting and psych.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah?
That's not bad.
No, not too bad. Hey, Daniel, we got 9 people. What are you on? We got 9 whole audience members. How are we doing, everybody? We having fun? The next set of polls are closing in
some sort of game.
At 7:30, the next polls will close. What was that, Toya?
We should play some sort of game while we're all here.
No, this is more of a serious stream. This isn't a game stream. Next time.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, this is probably going to end up being a really stupid stream by the end of it, but we're trying to be professional for now, at least until, we know more about the election. We still have other, like, politicians coming on the show later, I just got a message from one of our guests. He should be on in the coming minutes soon. The chair of the Progressive Democrat Party of Rhode Island, Nate Carpenter, should be on soon. So we got plenty of people. We have more politicians. We got professors coming on still. We got celebrities. It's going to be fun.
How are you getting all these people?
Huh?
How are you getting all these people?
Emails, Twitter, phone calls, begging, knowing people. A lot of work. And also just sending the link to a bunch of my buddies like you and Bryce. Like I legit sent it to you two today, to both of you. So we've had two impromptu guests so far.
Oh wow, I'm a guest.
Okay,
Impressive.
you love the tie? It's nice, right? I got the tie, I got the jacket, I got the shirt. I'm looking spiffy. Look, I even got an I voted sticker. Look at me. Doing a lot of interacting with the chat. It's just like old times. All right, in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, we will have the polls closed in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home. Sorry, wrong thing. But yes, 3 more states will close in 3 minutes at 7:30. It's still currently 11-3 Trump, but we'll see how it goes. Florida is still currently being counted at the moment. 50% of the votes are in. It is still way too close to call. It's neck and neck between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Kayla, I don't think we're going to get any sort of runaway today, sadly. I don't think it's going to happen. Rhode Island won't close till 8. Dude,
I have to go do something really quick. I'll be back, all right?
Gotcha.
Also, I should probably start thinking about getting dinner. So I might go silent for a bit.
Oh, go ahead. You can come back on whenever you fancy it.
Yeah. I'll just mute myself for now. But I'll be back sometime soon.
Oh, did she already leave?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, I was gonna say if you want for now, you can just sign off, and then when you're good to come back on, you just use the link again.
All right. But I can just mute because it's not as if like my face is there, you know. So I'll just mute. I'll be back.
All right. All right. Let's go back to the chat. Yeah, Rhode Island's not going to close for like another 30 or so minutes. But Rhode Island's one of those guarantee or pretty much states that it will be going to Joe. That's not much of a question. But dude, we should totally be trending. Let's get trending. We got a whole 8 viewers. It is 50%, 58% of the votes are in Florida. Joe Biden just gained a very slim lead, 49.6% to 49.8. 49.5. My apologies. I don't do math. So it's close. It's going to be close all night, people. Are you going to get drunk and run around the house shirtless? No, I'm not running around my house shirtless. No, as much as I'm sure you wackos would love to see it. No. Did you say someone was going to be on soon? We're supposed to have another guest coming on soon. I just got a message from the chair of the Progressive Democrats of Rhode Island. He told me to send him the link so he could come on he said a little later on. So at some point later on, he'll be on. I'm assuming probably within the half hour, maybe. We'll see. But, yep, we're going to have – and we are going to have even more guests later on. We're still having other people from the Green Party. We're having libertarians on later. Some more Democrats out in places like Texas. We're going to have celebrities from the great state of California coming on later. It's going to be – still got plenty of guests to go. And if I send you the link – and if you fancy it, feel free to stop by. It's going to be a blast. All right, the polls are closed. West Virginia is too early to call. Out of the 3 states that have just closed, they're still too early to call. It is still 11-3 Donald Trump, leading by just the state of Indiana. Oh, we have a new update. Georgia is still too early to call. Joe Biden is leading 53.1% to Donald Trump's 45.8, with only 4% of the votes in. All right. All right, let's go back to the chat for a little bit. Have I seen the rap battle videos of Biden versus Trump? Yes. It's all right. It's not as good as Trump versus Hillary. If you haven't seen that one, give that one a watch. That one's entertaining. Do I still have all those people who are going to be on? Hey, Derek, how we doing, buddy? Yes, we've already had some of the guests on earlier. We've had David Siliberto. We've had Paul Boisbert. We've had Robin Lorraine. We've had some of my buddies that just came on because I sent them the link. And we do have other guests that will be on throughout the night. It's gonna be fun, like a real news show. Look at us. Elizabeth Moody, you know who that is. That's my girlfriend, dude. And hey, how you doing, babe? Florida is currently just flopping back and forth and back and forth. It's Florida. I don't think we're going to know to the very, very end of the polls being counted there. Hi,
Hello.
buddy. How you doing, Kayla?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm very stressed. How about you?
I'm also dying inside. Thank you for asking.
Oh, anytime. If it makes you feel any better, Donald Trump currently has the lead in Florida. Oh, he just lost it, and he just got it back. Florida's going to be fun today.
I've been watching Florida all day. It's a big clusterfuck, but what did we expect from Florida?
Yep. At the moment, 65% is in, and Biden's now winning 50.4% to Donald Trump's 49.7.
Yikes. I saw someone ask earlier, and I feel like we talked about this, but who do you think is actually going to win? I know you probably want Biden to win, but realistically, do you still think that?
Kayla, realistically, I think I'm probably gonna have to shave my head tonight. I'm enjoying my hair while I have it, but realistically, I think I'm gonna shave it. I voted for Joe. I'm hoping for Joe, but I don't know if we'll get Joe.
Okay. I'm a little bit.
In an ideal world, we get someone like Howie Hawkins, but I don't think it's gonna go well tonight. I bet you voted for Trump, right, Kayla?
Oh, I sure did.
Oh, you sure did,
all
right?
capital letters and all that.
Yeah, what would AWA do if you did that?
I'd have to renounce my religion. How did the interview with Siliberto go earlier, by the way? I missed it. I'm sad about it.
Oh, it went great. It's still on if you rewind later on and check it when this video is archived, you can see the interview with Dave. He went on for 20 minutes, but it was pretty good. And just to answer your question real quick, yes, I do have cats. I have one cat. But yeah, the interview with Dave did go. It went fun. I tried to keep a straight face on the whole time. It was very difficult.
I'm sure it was. He talked about the golden goose, I'm assuming?
He mentioned the goose and the golden eggs and how they have to try to get the goose. It's definitely, you could watch it and try not to laugh. It's not easy. But it was fun.
He can't see me, so I can laugh all I want to.
Yeah, with him looking at me, I was like, keep putting my hand on like my face, trying not to make it look like I was laughing, trying to be as professional as possible, which is very tough with Dave.
I'm surprised that you got all these people to come on for you. That's really cool.
I know, right? We just like 20 minutes ago, we had a socialist come on that's running in Michigan for the Green and Socialist parties. Later on, we got some other candidates coming on. We got celebrity people. We got more lovely Bryant professors.
By celebrity people, define.
We do have at the moment we got one of our lovely voice actors coming on from the Kingdom Hearts series, who most of my fan base knows who he is. He's also in plenty of those animes if you kids watch the animes. Seabass might like him. Man, who is Axel? And why? How does he know I'm supposed to be shaving my head if he wins?
You heard it through the grapevine.
Heard it through the grapevine. Do you know who that is, Kayla? I don't know who it is.
I have no idea. I don't even really know who most of these people are, unless it has their names next to it. But
I mean, Zach was here earlier, but he was
I
like
knew that was Zach. That was obvious.
Because I wanted him to come on the show and like go full like Zach Peretti on it, but he said he would get canceled by like a lot of people, so we said no.
All 9 people.
All 9 people. Marissa, welcome, Marissa. How you doing, buddy? Look at this. All the kids are coming on today.
We were supposed to watch The Bachelorette tonight, but it was canceled. So now we're gonna watch you.
I appreciate that I came second to The Bachelorette.
It's called priorities, Matt.
I guess it's better than nothing. It shocked me when John said he has to watch The Bachelorette. That's what shocked me more than anything else.
That's why I have to watch The Bachelorette. First of all.
Oh, you watch it because John wants to watch it.
I've never seen The Bachelorette before.
That really doesn't shock me. John seems like a Bachelorette guy.
A lot of people are in the closet about it.
Uh-huh.
But oops.
Let's see. I am the grapevine Matt. I honestly don't know who you are, man. If you're calling me Matt, I'm assuming I know you, but I really don't know who you are.
You can't click on anybody to like see.
I mean, I can look at their little profile picture, but that's about it. I can't really.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
Oh, is it anime?
It's something, but I never heard of. I don't have any friends named Axel. If I knew who the person was, I would give him the Zoom link, but I don't know who it is. Too bad we didn't have Rabbi Steve on the show.
That would have been so awesome.
Maybe we'll get Dave to come back. I think he went to bed though.
It's 7:30.
Yeah. We had Paul Boisvert on earlier. He said he had to go to bed. He came on at 6.
Ow. Is that our future?
That's going to be our future one day, Kayla. We're going to be like going to the diner at 6 a.m. and then going to bed at 5 p.m. after work. And that's how it's going to end up. All right. I don't know who the hell this is, so I'm not going to let this person. Who the hell trying to enter the waiting room named Daddy? That's got to be Seabass, right? At 100% has to be Seabass.
It's Shri.
Oh, it's Shri. If it's Shri, then
no, it's not. I'm just.
Oh, there's a guy coming in named Shri. So I don't know who this daddy guy is, but I'm not letting him in. But I'll let Shri in. If that's Shri. If it's somebody
it's
else.
It's not Shri. I was just kidding.
If I got the finger right here in case this isn't Shri, then I'm going to get rid of whoever this person is. Speak now, mysterious Shri, or you are removed.
Hello, Matt.
Shri, it is you.
It is me.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing lovely. I'm doing just spiffy. It's a great time. We
It
got
is a
so
great
many.
time.
We got so many elaborate guests on. We got you and Kayla. What's better than that?
We're elaborate.
How
Oh,
you
this
doing,
is
Kayla?
How are you?
I'm good.
well. I still don't know who this daddy person is, but I'm not gonna. I don't know who it is. Who? Seabass, do you know who this is? And also, hi Boots. Hi Booty. I think this should just become an e-board meeting.
Shri isn't on e-board.
He's honorary e-board.
Okay.
Dude, is anyone looking at this chat? It's just people from Bryant now. This is beautiful. Ooh, Biden's winning Ohio.
Nice.
71.9% to 28.1%, with only 1% of the votes in.
I'm so confused by this. Can you change your name in a chat?
Yeah. In the chat, no. It's your YouTube name.
Oh.
Who in the chat would Seabass be? I don't know if that's Seabass, so I'm not
I
gonna
thought Seabass was the Dark Knight person, even though I can't scroll
no.
up for some reason.
That's someone very different. That's one of our longtime friends, first time caller, longtime friend from California.
Oh. That's scary. They sounded the same.
Where's Shree go? No, Shree's still here, Boots, right, Shree?
I'm still here, Boots.
See? Come on, Boots.
Where's Boots at?
Come on, Boots. Join in on a call. It's just going to become a hub meeting right now. That's what this is. This is being seen by dozens of people. It's just a commuter meeting now. My home is the hub.
I'm really sad because I might not be there tomorrow for the social, and I'm upset because it's supposed to be a really awesome theme.
Oh, we're going to have Lunchables. We're going to have
Absolutely, we are.
hugs.
Fruit snacks, all the 10, the yards, all of them.
I sadly won't be there either. I have work. I'm a very busy man.
Wait, both of you are already going to be there tomorrow?
I'm gonna try to. I may or may not be sick. I got tested today, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Okay.
Marissa, Lunchables. That's me.
Right? Lunchables are exciting, isn't it?
That's the only thing I care about. I bought one today too, just because I wanted to cheat.
I have not had a Lunchable in a long, long time.
Matt, I had a question.
What?
So are you going to be shaving your own head, or is someone going to shave your head for you?
I haven't come to the conclusion on what happens if Trump wins, if I shave it or someone else. The clippers are primed and ready to go, but I'm hoping I don't have to use it.
Okay, that's fair.
But you think you probably will.
I probably will. I'm pretty much banking on Donald Trump winning tonight or in a couple of days. Because it's 2020. How much worse can it get?
Hmm?
It's 2020. It can't get any worse, right?
What?
Huh?
Nothing. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
This Axel guy, no one knows who you are, man. Just change your name to a normal name.
I think it's Seabass because he said, well, actually, they denied our request and told us that we had to resubmit it at 6 p.m. last night. Which is great.
Yeah,
Good to know.
Best.
Wait, who? That wasn't Shree, was it?
What?
Oh, that is Shree. Yang Gang 2020. Who else would that be? That's Derek.
I mean, it says his name on it, so. Derek, you should join the call. Tell us all about your
Everyone just
pessimism.
joined the call. It's going to be the hub.
Yeah.
Get Chelsea. Well, not We'll get Gabby Wiener.
You're the worst.
This is going to be on the internet forever.
Someone's gonna show her tomorrow.
It's a totally different one. It's from Michigan. You know, if this is Seabass, I really don't know how wise it is to let him be on the internet.
I think it is, but I also
No.
don't think it's a great idea to have him on here.
Yeah, Axel is Seabass. That has been confirmed.
Yes.
Yeah, how wise do you think it is to give Seabass a platform where he can say whatever he says in the hub on the internet? To a
He
whole
should have
10
no
people?
platform of any kind.
Oh, if you're looking at the chat, the other kids are scared by this Axel person. Definitely has to be Seabass then.
All right, Matt, I'm going to be exiting this call. I'm going to keep you on the background while I finish my paper.
All right, Shree. I finished the paper already. You got to get going, Shree.
Yep, I have to start.
All right. All right,
Good luck,
Shree.
Shree.
Have a good night, Shree.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy.
Bye, buddy. All right, I'm gonna gamble and just click on this and see what happens. Is that Seabass? Is it you, buddy?
Could be.
Okay, it's Seabass. All right. I was worried that it was gonna be somebody else.
Ouch, Kayla.
What happened?
No platform for me. Oh my god.
Who's Elizabeth Moody?
That's my girlfriend.
This is girlfriend.
Oh,
So I
I
messaged
don't think I've
her-
ever learned her name this whole time.
Her name is Liz.
Let her in. She wants to talk.
All right, let's see. We're just really killing time till we get actual guests on for now. So let's let her in.
Matt, remember when Spirit Halloween didn't give us a remote?
Yes, I remember that, and I got
So
the
I messaged them right on October 29th.
This is great.
And it's
election
now
coverage.
it's now November 3rd, and they're like, "Oh, did you get it resolved?" I'm like, "The fuck."
Uh-huh. All right, Elizabeth, you're in. What is your concern?
So Matt, what time are you shaving your head? I could come over with my buzzer if you want me to.
We don't even know what the results of the election are going to be today. We may not know till like Friday. So
Wait, seriously?
yeah, seriously, we may not know until like a few days.
Oh, it's
Most people are thinking maybe the end of the week.
I thought it was gonna be tomorrow morning.
Nope. No.
Oh,
Oh.
that's cool. You could see her on the Zoom.
Well, yeah, but now she hid her camera, so now we can't see her. But when she unhides her camera, we can see her like that.
You guys should be co-hosts.
She's too busy. She has rehearsal tonight. So originally Derek was going to be my co-host, but Derek has class.
Lame, being studious and stuff.
You know, look at him doing his work.
The nerve.
We got a message from
Matthew,
Derek.
what do
You
you think is the next best step for the Democratic Party moving forward if more voters show up to the polls this year and Trump still wins?
Well, it's called being screwed. Russia.
Fair.
It was Russia. I'll blame Facebook. Oh. Let's hope he doesn't. Let's hold hope. Let's believe a little bit. Hey, Joe Biden's winning in West Virginia right now, so there's some hope right there.
Or can I also see who's winning and where?
Right now I have MSNBC on. I'm flicking through the channels throughout the night. You could pretty much find the results anywhere, and I'll be saying them throughout the night too.
Wait, so is what's her name? Copeland. Is she coming?
She'll be here at 10 o'clock tonight.
Sweet
Professor Copeland will
fucking
be on.
Christ. Is your god coming as well?
Who?
Your god.
Oh, David Silberto.
Yes.
He was already on. You missed him, buddy. He
You
was
see-
on. He was like one of our first guests. He was on around like 6:15.
What?
He's already been here. Yeah, that's why I texted the group chat. I was like, he's gonna be on. Oh, Elizabeth. Yeah, that's why I told.
I have like a few minutes that I can hang out because I'm doing project stuff, but I didn't want to miss your thing.
All right. Well, they want to know why you left the Discord. Tell them why you left the Discord. Just tell them why you left the Discord, Elizabeth. Why? They need to know why, Elizabeth. Why? God damn it.
I just didn't want to be in it anymore.
There's groundbreaking news, everybody. There you go. Don't tell you that
So
we don't
Matt,
ever
why
deliver groundbreaking.
Biden Harris?
Huh?
So why Biden Harris?
What do you mean, why Biden Harris?
Why?
Why what?
Why vote for them?
Better than Trump. There's obviously better candidates than both of them. Hallie Hawkins.
Oh, what is this in the chat?
Hallie Hawkins wasn't even on the Rhode Island ballot, but it's whatever. Derek, what do you mean I didn't talk about specifics? I told you about it in like September. I gave you the links and everything. I just said stop by whenever.
So Matt, I have a question.
What?
Can I be the one that shaves your head if it happens?
You're not here.
I will show up for that.
You're going to drive all the way to the lovely, beautiful, amazing, spectacular, the greatest place that ever lived, Pawtucket, to do that. Brought to you. This stream is brought to you by Pawtucket. But anyway,
I mean, if anyone's gonna shave your head, it should be me, just because I'm the one that has to live with this decision.
I think
He's got
it's
a point.
Have fun.
Matt,
what?
what is it like if something overturns, you shave your eyebrows?
Oh, I said if the Senate stays Republican and the House is taken over by the Republicans, I'll throw the eyebrows in. But it's very solid that the House is going to be Democrats. So the eyebrows are sticking around. Don't you worry about that. Unless if some like hellspawn happens. Look, Elizabeth, yesterday Frankie was poking me and he was yelling bull sperm at me at work yesterday. So, excuse me.
Hey Matt, I actually have something like election related to add to the conversation if you want.
Oh, we're talking about elections on an election stream? Holy shit.
Oh,
We
by the
haven't talked
way,
about an election in like a solid hour.
my mom might be watching. I don't know.
Great.
I invited
right.
her to it.
Back to being answered. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I'm just letting you know if you want to say hi to her. No, I found out that you cannot see it. Okay. Well, the New York Times is updating this like interactive map like as the states are deciding. So if anyone is impatient like me and wants really fast updates, maybe if I hold it back.
I'll give you even better results than that. No, we can't see your phone, Elizabeth.
Well, now you can see some of it. See, it's a little map. They're updating it.
Uh-huh.
Just if anyone wants it.
Thank you.
Oh, Elizabeth, you have a question in the chat if you give it a look. Yes, we see the thingy.
Where is the question?
Oh, Marissa wants to know when Happily Ever After is going to be online anywhere. She never had time to watch it.
Oh, they are still all up on the Bryant Players Facebook page, all 3 nights. Although night 3, I believe there were some technical issues, so it shut down a couple of times. But nights 1 and 2 are like whole, I believe.
Groundbreaking news right there.
Also, let me plug the next show. November 13th, 14th, and 15th, we will be doing our one-act version of Little Women, the Bryant Players. It will not be on Facebook this time. It's going to be through a different streaming service, but still
Netflix.
tune in somehow. Not Netflix.
It's gonna be on
Don't believe
Netflix,
him.
everybody. Get a Netflix
Don't believe
account.
him. It's not Netflix.
Bye, buddy. Bye, Kayla. It's gonna be on Netflix. But if you don't have Netflix, it will be on for 7 days only on Hulu. So buy Hulu, okay?
No.
In 3 minutes, we will have a bunch of polls closing in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. In 3 minutes exactly. Exciting stuff. If you haven't voted already, go out and vote. You still have time if you live anywhere but the East Coast. Let's go back to the chat. Being a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian. I am a registered independent. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, yeah. Donald Trump is the projected winner of Kentucky, which, I mean, everyone knew that was going to happen, so.
I don't have much to add to the conversation. I just felt bad that I said I couldn't be here, so I decided I'd come for a bit.
See, this stream is all on patheticness. Woohoo! Being libertarian, Vermin Supreme. Dude, I invited him to come on the show. He didn't. He never. He replied to my tweet. He was like, "Send me the link," but he hasn't signed in yet. Maybe we'll get Vermin Supreme. Who knows? We'll see him with a boot on his head. That'd be great to have him on
Is that
the
the guy
show.
who wanted to give everyone horses?
Free unicorns.
Unicorns.
Dude, we all deserve a free unicorn. If you think you deserve a free unicorn, put F in the chat, okay? Because that just shows that this chat's dead.
I mean, there's 12 people watching, so it's pretty solid, you know.
That's I think that's like the most we've ever had. Holy crap.
You're doing things.
Can you put that link in the chat, Liz? That's a question from Derek, Elizabeth. Make sure you look at the chat.
The link. What link? I lost the.
Look at the group chat. Look at the live stream chat. Let's see, from Dawson.
Oh.
Am I liberal or conservative?
Let me email it to myself, and then I can put it in the YouTube chat.
Answer that question. Boots, send him a tweet. Get Vermin Supreme on the call. Let's push for Vermin. We'll get on. Oh, Elizabeth, they want a link to the map.
Yeah, I'm gonna email it to myself so it's on my computer, and then I will put it. I got it right now. I'll put it in the YouTube chat.
Is Paul coming? Well, Daniel, you're just gonna have to wait and see, aren't you? Maybe he is. Maybe he's not. He is.
All right, that's the link to the map that I'm looking at. It's it updates pretty fast.
We have 13 people watching. Look at that. That's special. Oh, we have an election alert. The polls on the East Coast, on the states I just listed earlier, are closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the polls are closed, ladies and gentlemen. In all those states I listed, I can't ramble that off again. I'm sorry. And now we have the projections coming up. Florida is currently too close to call with 82% of the votes in. Pennsylvania is now too early to call. I don't know when we're going to know Pennsylvania. New Hampshire is too close to call. New Jersey, Joe Biden is the projected winner of New Jersey. He is also the projected winner of Massachusetts. No shock to either of those. He's also the projected winner of Maryland. Again, not a shocker. Donald Trump is the projected winner of Oklahoma. Not a shocker at all. Joe Biden has won his state of Delaware. He's also won the District of Columbia. Hey, Billy, the customers and Knicks are looking for me. I'm not around. Nate didn't even remember that I wasn't working today.
He didn't.
No. Tennessee is too early to call. Missouri is too early to call. Alabama's too early to call. Oh, these are, look at that. Connecticut's too early to call. A lot of these, I mean, the polls just closed. Mississippi, too early to call. Maine is too early to call, but they do have a 4-split election vote. Don't forget about that. Rhode Island is too early to call, but we know how that one's going to go. I'll be shocked if it goes a different way. Ohio is too early to call, but Joe Biden is currently winning 59.7%. Do not forget that a Republican has not won the election without winning Ohio in a very long time. So the election is currently 44 electoral votes to Joe Biden and 26 to the incumbent Donald J. Trump. But there have not been any real shocker votes thus far. And Billy, are the customers really looking for me? Because I'm a little honored right there. Coming in droves to the polls in Delaware. But now that the polls are closed in Rhode Island, I'm going to be paying attention to the Nicholas Mattiello race. For those of you not from Rhode Island, he is the Speaker of the House for Rhode Island, and he has a very competitive race against the Republican Ms. Fung, the wife of Alan Fung. So that will be an interesting race. Elizabeth, you love Alan Fung, don't you?
I'm not entirely sure who that is.
Look at this. We're having an election stream with so many people that understand politics. Look at that.
By the way, the one downside to this map is that it's showing, like, if it's highlighted in red, that does not necessarily mean that they won it yet. That's just like what it looks like right now.
Liz, I'm finally back. Hi.
Hi, Toyin.
I just jumped in. Oh, I missed someone. Michaela Rabio. Who's that?
Oh, she's a buddy from college.
Ah.
Yeah, she's a buddy of mine from school. All right, let's see. They need the bingo numbers called. Russell, what is up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? You missing me and Nick's, Russell? You're probably coming there right now, and you're like, "Where is my beautiful runner? He's not here today." How you doing, buddy? You didn't send out an email, by the way, Russell. Shame on you. All right, Joe Biden is currently still winning Ohio right now at 39% in. He is winning 73% to 25.9%. And do not forget how important Ohio is to the elections. Elizabeth, how important is it to the elections?
Very.
Very. See what you learn here, everybody? You learn a lot of important things. Jesus Christ. Russell, I know you miss your fat-free mayo. I'm the only guy that gives you the fat-free mayo. Don't we all love the fat-free mayo? Elizabeth, do you love it when you get the fat-free mayo at Nick's?
It's disgusting.
Isn't it the best mayo in the world? Elizabeth, we have a contract with Heinz Mayo. Do not forget about that.
Oh, mayo. No, you guys
We
are
got
saying
us on the
fat
contract
mayo.
deal. We got to be nice.
Well, I like the regular mayo. That one's fine.
Talk any crap about their mayonnaise. We love fat-free mayo by Heinz. This has become more of a comedy act than anything. But how you doing, Toy? And welcome back. Fat-free mayo is just spoiled ketchup. What you mean, Russell? It is nothing like spoiled ketchup. Elizabeth, do you have an opinion on that? Is fat-free mayo just spoiled ketchup? Again, remember the sponsors.
I mean, they are equivalently just as bad.
Heinz, we don't mean that.
I mean that.
We're not sponsored by Heinz, by the way, if anyone actually thought we were. We're not.
I don't think anyone would think that.
We're just owned by Heinz. Hey, what's up, Justin? How you doing, buddy? Elizabeth, it's Justin from work. How you doing, bud? There is still only 91% of the votes in for Florida, and it is still too close to call. Ooh, Ed Markey is a projected winner from Massachusetts. What a shocker there. We're talking Senate, Elizabeth. We're talking the Senate.
Ah, I see.
The only mayo that's bad is Matt Free mayo. Oh, we have our next.
What are your thoughts on
guest.
barbecue sauce?
We do have our next guest. Toyin, I do ask that you either temporarily exit the chat or mute your mic. Elizabeth, either, you can either leave or,
I actually was gonna head out at 8:10 anyways because I got work to do, but I'll probably come back after rehearsal.
Sounds good. I gotta let our next guest in, but I'll see you later. See
All
you.
right,
All right.
I'll mute myself, and you can't see me anyway.
All right, just mute it so we'll have our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is the chair of the Progressive Democrat Committee in the state of Rhode Island. Hey, how we doing? You're muted.
Good, man. How are you? Thanks so much for having me.
Hey, thanks for being on. So, we'll just the first thing, you voted, right?
Of course I did. Yes. Most important part.
So, let's just start talking about some of the local Rhode Island races to start. I know this is all about the presidency and the Senate tonight, but let's just talk about some local things. What kind of effort have you guys put in so far to these campaigns and trying to get the progressives over the hump?
Yeah, so we've helped as much as we can. I mean, obviously in our state, the primaries are just as important as the generals, if not more, to be perfectly honest. With the pandemic, I have a baby on the way too. Normally I'm out knocking doors, and trying to figure out a life outside of that. But this year I was a little bit safer, more cautious, obviously, with coronavirus. We are supporting, good people that want to instill true democratic values here within our state. We're always have been a blue state, but we have a different representation on the national scale for sure, especially with some of the voter ID laws and the lack of action we've seen on climate, especially. So, we've done as much as we can here with the with the pandemic, but I think that, to be perfectly honest, there are other groups that worked a little bit harder than we did this year. We're working to raise some money for our project and try and support candidates as much as we can.
Now, arguably the most important race in our state tonight is the race between Mattiello and Fung, which is essentially a Republican versus a Republican, pretty much. What are your thoughts on that race, and what are you, I guess, hoping for that race? I guess, for lack of a better phrase.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, there's no doubt that, Speaker Mattiello is endorsed by Right to Life. He's also endorsed by the NRA and certainly has more right-leaning qualities as far as being a politician than he does to the left. The speaker in our state has way too much power. I think whoever it is that's next needs to sort of disarm themselves and allow for a more democratic society, here within our House of Representatives and what they do on Smith Hill. A lot of people don't know this, but, the speaker has the ability to either hold and study piece of legislation or allow for them to go for a vote. So he's a safeguard to anything that he doesn't like, he or she, likes to actually come to a vote. So, we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be an incredibly tight race. If I had to put, my money on one candidate or another, I'd say that it would be Fenton Fung, taking it just because of her tight, because of the past two races have been very tight. I believe in 2018, it was 85 votes that actually decided that election. And now, with the timing with the who was it? One of his campaign managers and being put on trial, and him testifying. I think it's going to go to Fung tonight. But we'll wait and see, and just hope that the next person kind of changes the way that we conduct laws here in our state. That's my hope.
Now, if Fung were to win, what do you think the odds would be of getting like a progressive Democrat into the speakership position?
I would say, it's not great, to be perfectly honest. It's all dependent on how active we want to be in calling on our local representatives to vote for someone that is progressive. There's some rumblings out there with a few people potentially running. I know, Liana Cesar is going to run one way or another. Representative Liana Cesar, excuse me. And she's great. I'm sure, Representative Joseph Sicarci will probably be running. It's all up in the air, but it's going to be moving very quickly. And whatever does happen, and it's important that we kind of get behind, our representatives, contact them, and ensure that we're putting someone up there that is at the very least much more of a Democrat than what we currently have right now. We'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely a
hope,
problem.
right?
What is it?
It's a hope. Yeah. We can get a Democrat.
I would say it's definitely a problem we have in our state when most of where I go to Bryant University in our state, the state senator for that area is definitely not a Democrat, but runs as a Democrat. It's very a lot of the Democrats, because I've been in the state house so many times, they're not really Democrats. But
sure, who's the senator? Is it Archambault or?
It's Archambault. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, with education comes action. I think to be perfectly honest, I was talking with my fiance about this the other day. This election, the presidential election, a lot of it is going to be based on college voters versus non-college voters. People that have the ability to work 8 hours a day and come home and do the research, as opposed to the far too many people that are working 2-3 jobs just to try and get by. And an election like this is just something in the background, as opposed to something like you or I might be able to focus on a little bit more. So I think educating our general public on this and pushing for college for everyone, free public college, which our elected officials have done a pretty good job on, would actually be really, really great stepping stones, I think, towards a larger goal, and that is having true Democrats here in our state.
Well, we'll hope. It's definitely a hope, but
yeah,
that's pretty much all we can do right now. But the biggest thing right now is the presidential election. That's what we're all just paying attention to right now. How do you think it's going to go?
Well, I mean, it's going to come down to 3 or 4 states, and hopefully, again, that's something that can change in our lifetime. To think that we're not going to be looking at Florida for the next couple hours would be an absolute lie, and it should be a collective effort. So I mean, I'm really hoping that Biden wins this. Biden was in no way my first choice, but there's no doubt that President Trump, just spews xenophobia, homophobia, racist, tendencies. We need someone that's based in science. We need someone that believes in climate change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change gave us 10 years to fully decarbonize. We need to be looking at that as opposed to thinking that it's a hoax, that we can actually fight coronavirus in other ways than, injecting bleach into our bodies. And it's just incredible. So, I mean, the fact that it's still close, so to speak. I know it's early, but I'm hoping that there's a real strong statement here for Joe Biden and also for our Senate. That's another big thing to look at. Georgia, has two big elections coming up with Ossoff, Susan Collins up in Maine. That's another huge one if Sarah Gideon can take her out. Jamie Harrison in South Carolina, and then Arizona with McSally too. So we'll see how it all goes. But I think with the projections and what we're seeing thus far, I like where things are going. But it's a moment to moment thing, and I hope people too are taking care of themselves tonight, because it can be a very anxiety provoking night. It's a thrilling night, but scary movies are not for everyone. And this is the next 4 years of our life. So if you're out there having anxiety, watching this type of thing, take a break, take a walk outside, put a movie on if you can, because it is a big deal, and it is out of our hands at this point too. So but fingers crossed for Joe.
One of the things I wanted to ask you was one of our guests that came on earlier. She was the current chair of the Green Party of Michigan, and she was talking about how people need to look at this more than two parties, and that progressives and progressive Democrats have a place to go besides the Democrats. And she believes that the Democrats on a national level have kind of shifted away from the more progressive values. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think, what are your thoughts on the different third parties that are coming out, like the Green Party and things like that?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a big environmentalist. That's my biggest thing. With climate justice and with the Green New Deal, we can knock out 3-4 birds with one stone, so to speak. And I love the idea of third parties if we can build momentum behind that. But I think that in this 10-year span that we have to fully decarbonize, we need to rally behind a good Democrat, hopefully. I really hope that AOC runs for president in 4 years. That's my hope, and I think that's what she's kind of hinted towards. I to be honest, have been having conversations with people where I think it would be better to have no parties. I think there's no sense for us to have these labels on each other and ostracize each other and look at someone across the way with the opposing flag in the back of their truck or a mask or a sticker or whatever, and just saying, I'm not going to talk to that person. I think that there's one race, and it's the human race, and we all need to get behind individuals that are going to really instill true change here. So I like the idea of a third party, but I don't think that it's possible with the guidelines put forth by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So, but I mean, there's just so much divisiveness with everything that's going on. So, whatever happens tonight, I really hope that we can tomorrow and next week and the month after we can have conversations with people from the other side of the aisle, because I think that 4 years ago and tonight are the result of us not communicating with each other. I think the divisiveness and just unwillingness to have any kind of ideas exchanged between one another is how we are either on the left or the right, as opposed to working together on common issues. So whatever happens tonight, if if you can, I know I like doing it is talking with people from the other side, because it's the only way that, in my opinion, that we can make real change right now. And we'll see about the third party, but I just don't think that we have enough time with global warming to do something like that right now. So, but sorry, long-winded answer, but it's easy to go down a rabbit hole with all of this stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, it like you said, it's definitely sad that you can't really. It's tough. It's tough to have conversations with people now if they're on the other side. It's people don't really want to hear someone else's opinion, because there isn't opinions anymore. It's I'm right, you're wrong, or vice versa.
Right. So one thing to go on that too is there's actually a poll that came out a few years ago, and it said that 67% of parents were afraid that their children were going to marry someone from the opposing party. 67%. So I mean, those are the.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask. What was the poll?
I'll have to find it online. I heard it somewhere, but I mean, those are, it's just incredible to think that, we have that much fear of marrying someone from an opposing party, when we're in the country. Those are numbers that are actually similar to ones in the 60s when, obviously, racism was at its highest point, when people were concerned about their son or daughter marrying someone that wasn't white, basically. So, it's incredible just the amount of divisiveness that we see and how we can't communicate with the other side. So it's something that needs to change over the next 4 years, in my opinion, for sure.
Absolutely, there definitely needs to be work on it. But I do appreciate you coming on to talk about this crazy night that's going on. Hopefully we'll just get through this riot-free, protest-free, and it's gonna be all right.
Yes,
that's all we can really hope for.
Yeah, if you're gonna go out and protest, just be peaceful. Let's keep it. Let's make sure that we all get through this together. And
let's hope that the Providence Place Mall didn't really need to board up their stores today.
Yeah.
Let's hope for that.
Sure, yeah. Well, people are upset, and it's I'm obviously a big supporter of Black Lives Matter. It's another thing. We need to communicate with these different parts of the state. People in South Providence, and some way have more of a streamlined way of getting ideas to one another, because what you or I go through and have a tough day is much different than someone in South Providence. So it's tough, but yeah, peaceful is everything. So nice transition. But hey, Matt, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Okay, take care. All right.
Have a good night. Be safe.
All right, you too, man.
See you. Bye. All right. Well, that was good, huh? All right, how we doing, everybody? We're back to the chat. We're back to checking out how things are. How are we doing? Let's get the cat excited. Oh. I'll give you a sec to go back to the chat. I'm going to get some snacks. Give me a sec. I could. All right, let's check the chat. Do you generally believe that profanity is more? That's actually kind of tough. I think it's a bit of I think it's pretty close. I don't really think I can come up with which one's worse than the other. They both pretty much. It's tough to have an opinion on either side anymore, right? I mean, at least that's how I see it. And what's my perspective being in college? I mean, during this election period, it's been all right. As it going closer to the election, it's been getting a bit, like sometimes when I'm walking in the Fisher, some of these kids I've never seen them before. They just look at me. I don't know why they're looking at me, and they just start yelling out Trump, Trump, Trump. I'm like, all right, cool, good for you, buddy. You got an opinion. I don't see why they're yelling at me, but for the most part, it's been all right. Some of the kids have just been a bit rowdy, but let's check the Zoom. Oh, Toyan's still here. How you doing, Toyan? If you can hear me. I don't even know if you're at the computer at this moment, but you are in the chat. All right, let's take a look at the election and how it's going. I never had these things before. I bought these edamame beans. I don't know what it is. I had it earlier. They're not bad. I think it's like a soybean or something. I know nothing about culture, but I'm assuming it is. Ballots are being delivered in Colorado and North Carolina. Look at that. Has there been any updates on damaged ballots? I haven't heard anything about damaged ballots yet. So I'm not really sure. I'm sure I'm sure like we'll hear something about it if it gets bad. But no, I actually don't know. Also, there are currently 39 Democratic senators to 34 Republicans. Hey, Toyan, welcome back. How you doing?
Let me see something. How was the discussion?
Oh, well, I think it went pretty well. What do you think?
I was doing homework, so I wasn't paying a lot of attention. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Do you not have homework today?
I got it all done pretty quick.
That's
I had
good.
like one essay to do, but I've been doing it days in advance to make sure I had plenty of time for this tonight.
Good boy.
Oh, what the hell?
I want to hear something wild.
What?
I'm not going to tell you because there's people listening, but let me type it in the chat.
Oh boy. Trump's currently leading in Rhode Island.
No.
If he wins Rhode Island, I'm gonna laugh my ass off and then cry about it. He's also Donald Trump is now the projected winner of Tennessee. Nothing unexpected about that. Biden's currently winning in North Carolina, but it's still too close to call.
So, what's your opinion on the Electoral College? I guess people have been talking about, does the election really matter if the Electoral College is just gonna like override us anyway?
I am not a supporter of the Electoral College. I think true democracy should be the people, right? The popular vote. The Electoral College is more of like states. My vote means less because I live in Rhode Island compared to like California. Like one vote, say if California is so close and that one guy voted and put one candidate or the other over, he just helped them win, 53 electoral votes if I'm correct? But in Rhode Island, if it's the same situation, oh, I got the candidate 4, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a supporter of it. How about you?
I don't think it's great either. Especially since it can just override the popular vote like that. Because that's why we have people saying like, Oh, electoral college doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if we vote or not, because electoral college is going to override us anyway. You know, that's
So we
probably
get
why a
rid
lot
of
of
the
people are
electoral college.
disillusioned.
Look, like, since 2000, the electoral college has failed us twice. The election's not supposed to fail the American people.
It was 5 times in total.
Yeah, it's not supposed to fail the American people. It's there. We're supposed to get who we want, right? Isn't that what the election's all about? We vote who we want to see win. Twice that's happened since 2000. We got George W. Bush when we should have got Al Gore, and we got W. We got at least we got memes from it, but we got him when we should have gotten Gore, and then we got Donald. We got him when we should have gotten Hillary Clinton. Huh?
Well, Doug.
I rather
Would you vote for Donald Duck for president?
He would have been better than Trump.
Absolutely, I would vote for him. No stop. He's not. He's a good and faithful dad to his nephews. He's veteran.
You mean a good and faithful uncle?
Yeah, but like he's like essentially the dad to his nephews. Essentially, he like raises them. He's a veteran.
He is.
He was not a Nazi. He was not a Nazi. People talk about how Disney made an episode where he was a Nazi, but he wasn't a Nazi because it was a bad dream he was having. He is against Nazis.
Yes, he is, and that's how everyone should be. We do not support Nazis. Nazis are bad.
Honestly, remember how some people say like, "What do you mean Nazism is just an opinion?" But
it's not an opinion. It's called you being an asshole, and you need some mental help.
Stop it. Get some help.
Seriously. Yeah, Al Gore, Derek. Woo! Woo!
Also, it's so weird that we have Nazis now, because like Nazis are like everyone's byword for a thing that's bad, you know? Like I thought like we could all agree Nazis are not good. But I guess not.
Yeah, I don't really think that's like an opinion. They're obviously not good.
Exactly, but some people think they are, I guess. Have you seen Inglourious Basterds by Quentin Tarantino?
I've heard of it. I have not seen it.
It's good. It's all about killing Nazis. It's about a bunch of Jewish Americans killing Nazis.
Oh boy.
And it's the entire movie is just basically about Jewish people killing Nazis. It's pretty great.
Alrighty then. The first set of polls have closed at 7:00, and we still have no idea who's going to win today. This is very spooky.
There might have been a lot of mail ballots.
Yeah, but like, it's just based on the states. Like, I'm just very anxious right now. I need to know who's going to win. How about you, people in the chat? Who do you think's going to win, and why is it Donald Trump? Also, so what did you guys think
Fan
of?
has an interesting question.
Huh? Oh, we already answered that question earlier.
Oh, sorry. What was your answer?
You're talking about the one in the group chat.
What was your answer?
I forgot what I gave. It was a long-winded answer.
I feel like judgmental probably depends, you know? Because, like, for example, like, if one side is saying we hate Black people, and the other side is saying we don't hate Black people, like, you can't really say, like, I'm judgmental of you for having that opinion that is so important. You know what I mean? That's more of, like, a decency thing, right?
Yeah, there's some opinions out there that are just
aren't opinions, you know? There's a difference between like, oh, I like vanilla ice cream, they like chocolate ice cream, and like I think women shouldn't be in politics, you know.
It's a very big line right there. Nikki Boots, You're very correct. No matter what happens, we bonded. .65% of the votes are in for North Carolina, and Joe Biden's winning 53.1% to Donald Trump's 45.8%. Woohoo. Joe Biden is still leading in Ohio, but it's way too close to call.
Matt, when are you gonna run for president?
Oh, 2036, right?
Nice, right when you're legal.
This is going to be
Why
such
do you
a fun.
think we have an age requirement for presidency?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's just like they wanted somebody. They're like, oh, you got to be a certain age to run for president, which doesn't really make sense. If people can run for like governor at the age of 18, it's just a state equivalent. I don't think you have to be 35 years old. But just because you're old doesn't mean you know anything. There's plenty of young people that are fit and equipped to be president. I really don't understand the reasons for that. It's beyond me.
What do you think about the new Supreme Court justice?
Ugh. How about that?
Did you hear that someone that she was on a case and someone said I got called the N-word at my workplace, and she was like, oh, well, that doesn't make it an unsafe place. Did you see that?
No, but I believe it.
Also, she has 2 adopted Black kids, which makes me kind of worried, low key.
Oh no, that is bad. Oh, our world's going to hell. Let's see how the election's going. 66% is in North Carolina. It's 50% to 45.9 with the lead with Joe. Oh, look at that. Mitch McConnell's the projected winner of Kentucky. Woohoo. Oh, brother. Yeah, I think that is very just sad with the Electoral College there. And throw Florida in there, and boom, you got like, what? That's 100 and like over 120 votes, right? If I'm doing the math right, that's just very like it's all that's not too far from being half of all the votes you need to be the president in 3 states. I hate the Electoral College, I really do. One day, vote me in, and we'll work to get rid of it, right? When I eventually run, which will be a thing, don't you guys worry. Florida is still too close to call. We're supposed to know Florida soon. Hopefully within the hour.
Florida.
Florida. Let's not reference Florida. Ooh, I really wonder if the Democrats are going to win the Senate. It's 39-34. If they get the Senate, that will still be pretty good. In 20 minutes, the polls will close in the following states. I just lost them. It's going to be closing in over 8 states. A lot of them on the middle of the country, not West Coast, but middle of the country wise. In North Carolina, the Democrat is beating the Republican incumbent by over 5% of the vote, but only 66% is in. Was that the sound I just thought it was?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, it looks like there's about 30,000 votes left in Tampa. Yeah, that will be a big area right there. JoJo, look at JoJo do his thing. But imagine if we had the Libertarian win. That would definitely be significant to the country. Not going to happen, obviously, but would be something, wouldn't it? Excuse me. I'm currently trying to check the Rhode Island election results. Oh God! It looks like Robert Lancia is currently winning over Jim Langevin in the state of Rhode Island. Wow! And it looks like there's still plenty to go, but it looks like Trump may be winning Rhode Island. I know.
Boo.
Up with water, down with air. What are you on about, Billy?
Someone wants to be a fish.
Huh.
Hey, did you know I've been writing some stories?
What is it?
I've been writing some stories.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Like what?
I'm in the creative writing class.
Oh, very
I wrote
nice.
a short story about fighting sea monsters. I also wrote a short story about these high school girls in the woods.
How did that go?
I liked both of them. I think they went over pretty well.
Nice. Oh, Derek, feel free to come in whenever you want. Feel free. And we didn't respond to what, dude? I don't know what you're talking about. Did you message me or something? I didn't get a message. All right, oh my God. And at the moment, Nicholas Mattiello is getting crushed by Barbara Ann Fenton Fung. Look at that. Cranston is going wild.
Wait, who's winning? Wait, what's going on in Cranston? Tell me again. I live in Cranston. So.
Nicholas Mattiello, the Speaker of the House for Rhode Island, is currently losing to Barbara Ann Fenton Fung. It looks like he may end up losing, which would be
Is that
huge.
Alan Fung's wife or something?
Huh?
Is that related? Is she related to Aaron Funk? To Ellen Funk?
She's his wife.
Yeah. Okay.
It looks like Trump may be winning Rhode Island, and that is absolutely
Tragic.
psycho. I don't even know how to think about that.
Because there's lots of rich white people here.
Yeah. Nah, I didn't get a message, dude.
Like, have you been to like some of these schools we have?
What schools? What do you mean?
Like URI is just mostly like white kids.
Nah, I've only been to Bryant. Steph, how you doing, buddy? Hey, bud. Yeah, it is Carvalho. Look at me.
It's Perry.
The one and only Matthew Perry Carvalho.
Perry the platypus.
You got 358. 358 what? Hi, buddy. Steph is a friend from work. If you get the reference, good. If you didn't get the reference, you don't watch Marvel movies.
I've seen 2 Marvel movies.
Which one? I know you've seen Black Panther. What was the other one you've seen?
And I saw Infinity War. I didn't see Endgame though.
You need to watch the Marvel movies, Brian. They're great.
Maybe. I thought about Chadwick Boseman.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. We would lose the black superhero Lamar. That's just our luck.
Rhode Island College is not better than Bryant. Bryant is great. And no, I don't know what 350. Oh, you're talking about 358, the video game. What, Toyan?
Well, my mom works at Rick, so it's automatically better.
Go to URI. Kosher. You go to URI.
My mom works at Rick, so I have to stand. Those are the rules.
I suppose.
I go to URI, but at least over Bryant.
Right now, North Carolina is too early to call. Wait, Billy, what SpongeBob reference are you talking about, bud? Oh, I guess it just clicked. Now that I reread it, it clicked. That's vintage. That's old SpongeBob. $25. I can't do the laugh like SpongeBob, but you understand.
You have any jokes?
You want to hear a joke? The election?
I knew you were gonna say something like that.
Up with order, down with air. I get it now, Billy. I get it. It clicked. Clicked.
Hey, since I'm a guest on your channel, you got any questions for me?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, Toyin? And please say why.
None, because the woodchuck is lazy.
That's right. This is a dumb question, but I didn't cross an 8. What time does the juicy bits start? What do you mean juicy bits? Like when the election really gets going? I don't know, probably within the hour. It's gonna be fun. Oh, this is gonna be awful. We have 12 people. Isn't that awesome? Thank you guys for tuning in so far. We still have plenty of time to go. We have a
You
lot
should
more to
stream a
do.
game.
Huh?
You should stream a game.
No, we're not doing any games. This is a serious stream. And Donald Trump is the
Sure.
projected winner of Arkansas. No shocker there.
Has Biden won any countries? And countries,
Yeah,
states.
yeah, he's won some states. He's won Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Mass, Vermont, Delaware, DC. And it is now currently
Rhode
51-48, Joe Biden.
Rhode Island. No.
I don't know about Rhode Island yet. Who is my friend? Are you talking about the person on the show right now, Steph? Because
Me?
hold on, just let's see what Steph says for a second first. Georgia is very close right now. I really don't know how that race is going to go, but it will definitely be important to this election. I know you're not talking about me, Steph. That one of my friends is on the show. You're talking about the person on the show? Are you talking about the people in the chat?
Is it the person who is not his camera isn't on?
I don't know. We'll see what Steph says.
Oh, can you guys even see my name? No, you can't. That's right.
Nope,
Oh.
I had it hide, so if you don't have your camera on, it won't show you at all. It's just your voice in the background. It makes it good so the screen's not all like messed up. Steph, the person on the show is
Toyin. Her name is Toyin.
It's a her. All right, first off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a she. I am a she, sorry. I am single, but I don't know.
That is kind of funny. We provide great content here, don't we? Woo! Currently, the Democrat is leading in the Senate special in Georgia. Woo!
Oh, really? I thought Georgia was like a really southern state.
It is.
I didn't know they're a conservative state.
Right now, Joe Biden is also winning right now in Georgia. Good job, Steph. You know, Toyin, I like how you're using the chat and you're also talking at the same time.
Multitasker, you know. I got those skills.
Dark, I do not know what you just walked into, bud. All right, at the moment, the Senate is 39 Democrats, 35 Republicans. It's a very stressful time, but hopefully should know the Senate like by the end of the night, or at least by the end of like all the polls going. Elijah, Dark Knight, do not talk about the witch. Oh my God. Toyin, I'm going to ask that you just tune on mute for a little bit. We just have a guest.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Donald Trump.
I'm muting.
Let's wait for him to come in. Oh, Mr. Trump, how you doing?
Yeah, 89% probability.
How you doing, Mr. Trump?
Ready to win.
You ready to win?
Yep.
You're currently losing at the moment.
Won't be lasting that long. We'll win.
Uh-huh. How you doing watching Fox News?
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I got my MSNBC on at the moment.
I figured as much.
Oh, I'm not a crazy liberal, Jake. I'm a very middle independent person.
Right. Well, I'm currently sitting here in my rocking chair wearing a flannel watching Fox News.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, also known as Jake Ray.
Are there people watching this?
Yeah, there's a chat right now. Zach is here, Derek, Shree, Kayla, just a bunch of people from the Commuter Hub, as well as some of my adoring public. Yeah, there's people watching this. You should see the chat. They all kind of exploded when you came in.
Oh, hello, everybody.
3 minutes. The polls are going to be closing in Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. In 3 minutes and 15 seconds. How do you think you're going to do, Mr. Trump?
Well, I don't know, but
I really didn't think you were going to tune on to this. This is great.
Right, I tuned on to just watch. All of a sudden, I'm on live. Whatever this is.
I sent you the Zoom link, not the you. Did you think this was the link to the YouTube? You really are old. You know that?
He's gonna win Florida.
I don't know. It's still close. He looks like he's gonna win Rhode Island.
I know that would be fantastic.
No, it wouldn't be fantastic. That would be awful.
No, it'd be fantastic if he won Rhode Island.
But a few more counties to follow in here. These are largely rural, right along the Ohio River. So I would expect now.
He has to win Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Texas, and Ohio.
I don't know. I think Joe looks like he might be winning Ohio.
He is right now, but that's because only like 50% of the vote is in.
Yeah, 50% is pretty solid if you're already winning by that point.
Long way to go.
Right now, he's winning. He's winning Texas right now too.
I know, but still a long way to go there.
I thought you already called it in, said that you guys are winning.
Right now.
No, we're not winning Texas right now, but there's a long way to go.
Oh, I do thank you for at least not having your Trump hat on at the moment.
Stretches well into the north here.
Sitting right over there.
We got a lot of votes to tap.
You don't need
Along
to
with my 4x6 Trump poster in the background that you can't see.
No one needs to see that. Oh, he's winning Kansas right now. Holy shit.
The Cap County is not going red. I can tell you.
You're losing Kansas, Mr. Trump.
Just east of the city.
Long way to go. Where are you right now?
I'm in my lovely home in the beautiful, amazing, fantastic city of Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Well, you still believe that, huh?
Yeah, you're just in Cumberland. There's nothing special about Cumberland.
As
Pawtucket's the best city around.
Right.
Pawtucket's very special. We got the Paw Sox.
You have the Paw Sox?
Yeah.
Well, you might want to check on that.
Oh, they're going. We got the car store.
That's now torn down and is now serving donuts and coffee.
We got Memorial Hospital.
That's about it.
You know that shut down too.
You're going to pass a lot of tumbleweeds to get there.
And this includes a number of states and a number of possible calls balance of power potentially in the U.S. Senate. Remember,
Doug Jones is currently winning in Alabama.
Controls the U.S. Senate, which is a major question.
Yep, we know Mitch McConnell has secured his seat.
Election alert. The polls are closing in 10 seconds.
Jack Weed running Rhode Island.
Mattiello's losing.
Langevin's losing too.
Yeah, he's losing bad.
He's an asshole. I hope he gets out of there.
He's my cousin, so I'm rooting for him. Joe Biden, the projected winner of New York, obviously.
Just closed in 14 states across the country. Several.
Mitch McConnell has won his seat in Senate.
Texas is too early to call.
Cicilline's winning. He's an asshole.
Although the president spent the last 8 months.
He's actually a big
It's
asshole.
too early to call.
The what?
Minnesota is too early to call. Arizona, too early to call.
To announce on the Grand Canyon stage.
Colorado, too early to call. Homeland of Sri Kantaravati.
Democrats have been trying
Indiana,
to turn Texas
too
loose
early to call.
cycles. A win by Joe Biden tonight.
He's down by 1 point in Texas.
The Trump campaign thinks
Kansas is too early to call. Nebraska, too early to call.
Important role in President
Mexico, too early to call.
Clinton back in 2016.
North Dakota, too early to call.
Up for grabs at this hour, which Democrats.
South Dakota, too early to call.
At this moment, according to the Fox News.
Wyoming, too early to call.
Check the winners in Wisconsin, where pre-election polls favored Joe Biden, although it should be remembered that they incorrectly showed Clinton winning 4 years ago.
Mr. Trump, your television is on very loud.
And candidate Trump in 2016. And
Right. Well, like I said, I don't expect to be live on this show.
Well, you click the Zoom link, you know.
Right. How else was I supposed to watch this?
On you, it's on YouTube.
Right.
You know
I
what
don't know
YouTube is?
No, I don't know how to get there.
You missed Dave, by the way.
I told you to tell me when he was on.
I told you he was going to be on at 6. He came on at 6:15.
How long did you stay for?
He was on for like a good 20 minutes. If you go on YouTube and you rewatch this video, you can skip to like 15 minutes and watch them.
Wyoming.
Go through the archives.
That sounds fantastic.
The story is the same in North Dakota, where the president comes out on top. And unsurprisingly, Trump also wins South Dakota.
In New York,
Yeah, Minnesota's going to be interesting.
That Joe Biden will cruise to an easy victory over President Trump in a place that he used to call his hometown. He calls Florida home now. Biden will also win the state of Colorado, according to our decision desk there, but too early to project a winner in New Mexico, where Biden enjoyed strong support in pre-election polling.
All right, let's turn now to the Senate races, where polls have just closed. The first state, Colorado, where our decision desk can now project that Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, the former governor there, will oust Republican Senator Cory Gardner in the first Senate flip of the night. Remember, Democrats need 4 net, or 3 and the White House to take over control. This is 1 net in the Democrats' column. Another closely watched Senate race.
See you later.
Special election in Arizona.
Hey, have a great night.
This is a strong challenge from Democrats.
See you next time.
I'll see you.
Again, it's too early to call that.
May the best man win.
You're just saying this while trying to figure out how to turn off Zoom, aren't you?
Goodbye.
You figured it out. That was my buddy from college. And here comes another buddy from college. Derek.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, Derek?
Dude, there's a big lag between the Zoom and your stream.
I know. It's like a 20-second delay.
Oh, is that like kind of like that TV thing? Just in case, nothing bad happens like that?
More or less, yeah. In case something stupid happens. How you doing, Derek? How was your night class?
Dude, it was so tiring. It was bio. Ooh, Trump won Nebraska, Wyoming, and South Dakota as Biden wins New York, New Mexico.
They're not official yet, but pretty much. I mean, those states are obvious.
Yeah, I mean, what's your thoughts about Rhode Island right now?
Dude, I'm so confused.
Dude, I was hearing I've talked to a couple millennials around Rhode Island. They're saying there's definitely going to be a shift in Rhode Island voting. So many millennials aren't surprised by this.
I don't know, I'm a little surprised, but
Well, yeah, because you're a Democrat.
I am not. I am a registered independent. Oh, no problem, Steph. The stream's going to go on till like 2 a.m. at least. So if you feel like tuning in a few hours, by all means, it's going to be going on forever. Ugh. How did you finish your paper on anti-Semitism, Derek?
Oh, of course. I wrote about medical experiments in the Holocaust. Yeah, that's the word.
Nice. I wrote about
You got it.
anti-Semitic acts in the last like 5 years. Hmm? No, you're not
So
going to get a
now
brown.
I'm here. Now I got the face cam on. I hope everyone in the stream likes my Al Gore picture.
I was about to say that Al Gore.
Yeah, I was rocking this during my night class.
Oh, it was. Oh, when you said you had to get out of your night class and then cook something, I was like, you're going to drive all the way from Bryant. And then, but then I just remembered all the classes were canceled today. But I had to be on
Yeah.
campus today.
Yeah, one of my teachers was just like, "Oh, go on campus." I was like, "Yeah, no chance."
One of mine, the big thing was we had to interview somebody. So he was like, oh, we're going to do it on campus. We're like, okay.
Oh, that sucks. Would you interview one of the rabbis?
No, it was for class. I interviewed my boss at Nick's.
Who? What's his name?
No, his name is Nathan. Ooh, Joe Biden is leading in Ohio.
Yeah, he's got a pretty decent sized lead in Ohio right now. 8%, 7.3% actually.
A Republican has not won the election without winning Ohio in a long, long time.
Yeah, no, but then we can bring up the stat of the LSU Auburn game, and the result of that has determined the election.
I don't think a football game is going to determine the election, Derek. I'm sorry.
Well, every time LSU wins, it's a Republican. Right, actually, no, wait, hold on. I'm probably false on that. Let me just check.
You try to bring in some groundbreaking news, it doesn't work. Ramiro? No, Ramiro's not my boss, Shri.
That's who I was thinking of. Thank you, Shri.
Ramiro's not my boss.
Yeah, see, it's every time Auburn wins, a Republican president wins. Every time LSU wins, a Democrat wins.
Well, who won?
Auburn spanked LSU.
All right, well, that means nothing.
Dude, I wonder what the odds were of Trump winning Rhode Island. That would have been a nice little payout.
Dude, I can't believe it. Oh, we have updates on races. Donald Trump is the projected winner of South Dakota. That was pretty
Wow.
obvious. No?
Yeah, definitely, especially because someone said that about 3 minutes ago.
I wonder who that was.
Yeah, me too.
That's NBC. What, you think I'm watching Fox News? Like, I can't believe Jake showed up.
Bro, that was hilarious. I'm just here in my rocking chair.
He literally thought it was the link to the video, like the YouTube video. That's what he thought it was. I asked him, does he know how to use YouTube? He was like, no.
It's a great experience to have a Trump supporter on. I want to get the best of both worlds here, not just Biden supporters.
Oh, we've had all sorts of supporters. We even had Green Party supporters.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty mad that I missed that. Not gonna lie.
Well, the video, the whole stream is going to be archived. You can feel free to look back on it.
Yeah, I probably won't, but
I mean, that's
we'll
fair.
keep that in mind.
I won't either. AMB1177 Ramiro is the man. I don't know who you are, but no comment. Where are you now, Derek?
Well, what does it show now?
I can't tell where that is.
It was just a conference room that I found on Google.
Oh, I thought it was somewhere on it.
Actually, hold on. That might be a good idea. So when's our next guest coming on? Anytime soon?
I know by the latest we'll at least have one at 10. Some of the other guests are kind of just when they have the time.
Yeah, I know they probably didn't get the link, like the co-host didn't either.
I gave you the link.
I did not get a link.
You did. I sent you the link.
Oh, here we go. That's a nice background for tonight. It's only fitting.
You're not the president, buddy.
Well, what's tonight?
The election. Does that mean you're
All right,
All right, Derek, I'm giving you a great job right now. You ready?
What?
You ready, Derek?
Yeah.
You're going to be in charge. I'm going to go take a pee.
All right. So let's read chat. See what chat's got going on. Daniel's back. That's fun. Got a chocolate bar by Dark Knight. Fun times. Steph says she can't stay up too late. That's tough. Yeah, Zach, NC is going to be down to the wire. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Yeah, it looks like Biden got like a 3.1 lead right now. 77% in. Looks like Trump's getting a lead on Florida with 93%. He's up by 3% there. And he's also closing in on Texas. That's getting real tight. It's 49.6 to 49. Biden's his favorite. Hey, do you play KH? I don't know what that is, so I don't think I would play it. So that's tough. Person, who is that? Huh. Well, if you guys have any questions, just drop them in the chat. We'll definitely get to them. Love answering questions. I know Matt breezed by a couple of them, but we'll see. Yeah, it looks like Trump still got the lead in Rhode Island, though. Only 33% of votes are in, so you never know how that's going to change. Biden up Kansas right now with 39% are in. I'm doing good, Dark Knight. How are you doing tonight? Daniel, I have not seen that Biden versus Trump rap battle. Not gonna lie. We got Matt back.
Hello.
Great to see you. I was handling the stream nice, telling them to ask questions whenever they want. So I know you were breezing by questions earlier that Zach was asking. He was asking some pretty in-depth questions.
I answered them, but to the best of my ability.
I wouldn't say you answered them. I'd say like a teacher called on you and you didn't know what else to say.
I gave my best.
Now, California polls are done. Great call there, Dark Knight. But it says that they do close at 11 p.m. Eastern time, and it is only 9:15. So that's a tough call right there.
We have plenty more to go.
See, Matt, Steph wanted to ask you a question, but she doesn't remember now. That's tough.
She said she was going to ask me a question, but you know what I was going to ask? Steph, I don't know what you were going to ask. So please ask your question.
And the Zach with the nice SpongeBob reference in there.
The machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Exactly.
Spilled milk right there.
Oh yeah, I gotta change my background. Forgot about that. Just for you, Matt.
What?
Pull out a nice background right here.
Oh yeah?
Yep. There we go.
Nice. That's nice.
I guess a white shirt wasn't the way to go though. It keeps cutting in and out.
Go Books, go Bulldogs.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
Well, Derek. Someone's got an admirer.
That's tough. Wait, so who is Dark Knight of Justice?
He's one of our longtime subscribers from California.
Oh, okay, that's pretty dope. Where's Bass? Bass still in here or no?
He was here earlier, but he left. Oh, I haven't seen too many of our commuter friends lately. I mean, Zach's around. I think some of them just have it in the background. I assume. I think they just have it on. They have it like in the background. Some of my Nick's Place co-workers have come in.
Yeah, let's see. We got Hat is Derek and Matt's favorite Pokemon. Random, I know, but I just wondering. Matt, what's your favorite Pokemon? Let's just give the people what they want.
My favorite Pokemon is Squirtle.
There you go, Daniel. Question of the day right there.
There you go. You learn something new every day. This is such election-based knowledge. And Steph, you worked with me for 4 years. 4 years. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's gross.
We got projections coming out. That's the real news right here. Colorado, the home of Sri Kathavati, is projected to be won by Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah?
Not much of a shocker. Colorado was a lean blue state.
Still pretty early, but yeah, it does look like Biden has a significant lead on this.
What, in general?
Colorado.
Oh, just Colorado. I mean, yeah, you had a pretty solid lead on Colorado. I mean, Colorado is a pretty blue state.
Yeah, but so is Rhode Island, and look at that.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah, I'm going to keep bringing that up.
Yeah, that's nice, Derek. We even had the guy in charge of progressive Democrats on earlier.
Yeah, was that the dude Nate from Rhode Island?
Yes, he's the chair of the Progressive Democrats of Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's tough. Wasn't too fond, but you know, it happens.
The Squirtle Squad. Dude, I would totally be the leader of the Squirtle Squad. Shut up. I'm the
Oh,
best.
we got a lot of chat, and he doesn't pretend. Okay, oh, they're just talking amongst themselves.
Oh yeah, a lot of the time the chat just kind of goes into their own thing. Welcome to YouTube.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't know. This is my first stream. Gonna put it nice on the resume. Well, nice touch.
Was on YouTube.
Just like I'm gonna put Archway right there, right under Archway.
Oh, it's almost as prestigious as Archway.
So who's the third in our chat, by the way?
Oh, that's the. She's also in the chat. It's Alua Toyin. Oh, it's just Toyin, but she's in there, but she comes in and out when every now and then.
Oof,
I'm here.
Right, so
Hi.
we have. Oh, hi. How are you doing?
I'm good. Just chilling in the chat.
Nice. All right.
And trying to do Latin homework.
Yeah.
Hanging out with my brother.
All right. So we got a couple questions in the chat. What's my favorite pastime?
Yeah, they're gonna ask you very in-depth questions, Derek. Just so you know.
I'd probably say baseball. Baseball's America's pastime, so we're gonna have to go with that. And Derek, who do you think will win the election, all bias aside? So I can't be biased on this question because I hate both candidates, to be honest. I'm a big Andrew Yang guy.
Yang gang.
Exactly, Yang Gang 2020. But I feel like we're can you swear on YouTube?
I'm not gonna condemn you if you do.
All right.
I think you can because I don't think Matt's monetized.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, so I lost my train of thought. But yeah, so I think we're screwed either way. And no matter what happens, like if Trump wins, probably be like a civil war that breaks out for absolutely no reason. And then if Biden wins, we'll probably have a bunch of like just random white dudes come out of nowhere with shotguns and just start killing people for no reason.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
We'll hope, but we got a realist talking here, so you never know.
That's a fair point.
Obviously, you don't hope any of that happens, but sometimes you just got to take it as it is and just be like that sometimes.
Well, let's see. Biden still has a lead in Ohio. 59% of the votes are in. I have no idea who's going to win tonight.
Is that we got? Yeah, Biden's up by right now 4% in Ohio with 58% in. Trump and Biden are tied now in Texas with 66% in.
Oh boy!
And Trump's definitely gaining that lead in Florida with up 3% with 91 in.
Let's see, Matt. Remember that time we called Disney customer service? I remember that. Oh, we have results coming in. Donald Trump is a projected winner of North Dakota. No shocker there.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually not gonna lie. It was pretty close.
Dude, look at that, Derek. You got fans.
Hey, and what can I say? My people follow me wherever I go.
Well, people love you, Derek. Look at that. Three.
What's that? Oh. Okay. Oh, that's tough. I get the reference, Dark Knight. But yeah, let's see. North Carolina looks like Biden's got like a
God
1.6 lead right there.
We just got the best guest about to come in. You ready for this, Derek?
Oh,
he
yeah?
said he wasn't gonna be here, but now he's.
Is this Zach? Is it Zach?
Just watch.
Yeah, I knew it. I sent him the link.
You sent him the link? He said he didn't want, but now he's on.
Well, yeah, because someone needs to give some energy to this chat because someone doesn't know how to answer questions, right?
I answer questions fine.
Hello, everyone. How are you
Good.
guys doing?
What's going on?
What's going on? Hold on, I haven't used Zoom since second semester, so I gotta get my backgrounds all squared
Are you
up.
a longtime fan, first time caller?
Yes, of course. I watched your I supported you in your Kingdom Hearts days in here. I popped in every once and again, so it's good to
but it is
make
tough to
actual impression on the channel here. You're doing well, Matt.
I'm doing great, Zach. How are things?
Things are okay. Things are okay. Things are going. It's 2020, baby.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Matt, but as a fan of the channel, it is tough to follow your quiplash because half the time you have like a huge delay on, so it doesn't work.
It's only like a 10-second delay.
Bro, do you know it's 2020? People want results fast and right away.
You know we're not gonna know what the election is for like days.
Derek, what's your favorite video game? I'd probably have to say Rocket League. Been on the Rocket League grind lately.
Yeah.
But my controller did break, so I have to get a new one. RB just popped out one day and it hasn't been the same since.
All right, hold on. I'm going through my million things on here.
You got to get the election template.
Now, if only we can get Shree back.
Shree has to write his paper because he's a procrastinator.
I'll just do a.
You know what
I'll just do a class. Class here. Let me get it up here.
You know, Derek, he could have did his paper yesterday, but no.
And
Oh, yeah.
I use Grammarly to check all that stuff because, not the fondest of the grammar. And sent it off to my sister to go reread it. Be ready by tomorrow morning.
I'm sure Rabbi would be proud.
Hey,
You could be watching.
hey, probably not.
Probably
Oh
not.
yeah, so Steph plays Dead by Daylight. I dabbled in Dead by Daylight, nothing crazy.
See, Derek, you're a perfect match. I'll
Oh,
give you your
yeah?
phone number.
All right, boys, 1 second. I don't know where my phone is. All right, here we go. All right.
All right. Still tied at in Texas with the 70% in right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, Minnesota and NC I think they're gonna be very tight. I think they're gonna be very tight.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is gonna be fun.
Trump wins, you'd have to eat Cheerios in a cup with no milk. I feel like that, if you like Cheerios, I feel like that'd be fine.
Oh, Derek, it's just an ongoing gag from the channel since like January. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't really eat Cheerios. Sup, Shree? See, you just joined.
Welcome back, Shree.
I heard that Matt wanted me to come back, so I decided to give him a visit.
So how far along are you with your paper?
I'm about at 3 pages.
That's not bad.
All right, I'll put Glove World up. I'll stick with the SpongeBob.
I had my SpongeBob background up there, and it just kind of. I was just like, I gotta make it appropriate for the stream, even though Matt doesn't even have a background. He's got a bunch of old hats.
I'm just kind of like laying down in my bed with the laptop on my leg, so I'll try to like not.
Oh, Don, come from Alabama.
I'll try to be as still as possible. Promise.
I feel like all 10 viewers aren't going to judge you. So.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, we had 13 at one point.
Yeah, we did.
I know.
And then you came on, Derek.
Yeah, and I'm a man of the people. I was reading chat when you were gone. Now there's 9.
Yeah.
They'll be back in greater numbers.
Yeah, the night is still young.
Oh yeah, I heard. I think Texas is.
Texas.
The Texas like mail ballots have until 5 p.m. tomorrow to arrive. So there's not going to be a lot of. There's going to be a couple exceptions where we really,
Dude, I have a feeling it's not going to be for at least 2 weeks that we don't know the actual results. Not going to lie.
Yeah, that might. Yeah, I'm not like we've never really gone through this before, so I can't really speak to if that's a kind of an over prediction or an under. So my thoughts were it was probably going to be within this week, but we don't know. Because I'm used to because I followed the last couple elections very closely, and they usually round up about 12:30, 1 a.m. right around there is when you kind of, even when it's tight, you have your idea by around then.
Yeah.
So it's a whole new ball game. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Dark Knight asking our predictions of Texas. I really think this isn't really a prediction, but I think Trump really needs to win it just to.
Oh yeah.
He really needs Texas.
Right. I think at the end of the day, we're going to see Texas going red. I think that kind of your two biggest givens are Cali going blue and Texas going red. This is interesting, though. I'm not going to count out that 72% of the, vote is already processed, and Trump's still down a little bit there, but
yeah,
definitely.
He did close the gap a little bit earlier, but right now it's back up to Biden, not by much, but still anything is, as long as he wins by 0.1, that's all that matters.
Yep. No, what's interesting is Florida. I've been keeping my eye on Florida lately. You see Trump's been kind of maintaining that like 300, slightly over 300,000, vote lead. But it is Florida, so that's only about 1 or 2%. And some of the counties for the votes that come in there, that like the whole top left is usually like red. So like some of the votes will just come in like droves, depending on what county they're bringing in. So we could see a big swing to go blue. We're not sure what, at least in like the sites that I see. Oh, actually, if you click on the
you can click it and then it will show like the in-depth.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't even know that. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
See, I knew top left was red just from last year because Florida was like nuts last year.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I think that's going to be an interesting one too. You know, definitely leaning on Trump's side now, but Florida can kind of flip flop towards the end.
Right.
Ooh, John Hickenlooper has won the Senate seat in Colorado, in Shreeland.
Go Broncos.
Where did Derek go?
I don't know.
Oh well. Oh, Susan Collins is winning in Maine.
Did you say Suzanne Collins?
Yeah, Susan Collins, the Republican from
Like
Maine.
what's Suzanne Collins? The Hunger Games or some shit?
Never heard of it.
Suzanne Collins is the Hunger Games, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
You've never heard of Hunger Games, Matt?
Got some culture in here. I like it.
I've never been the most cultured person.
Yeah, I know you're from Pawtucket.
You've never heard of it? I don't watch it. I've never watched it or read it, but you don't know what it is?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's like a movie or something.
It's a series.
She said read.
Movie. I think the basic plot line is that there's like a bunch of districts and they all have to fight for like food rations. So it's a battle royale. And then I think the rest is like overtaking the dystopian government. I haven't actually seen or read it.
Yeah, I watched like the first two. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I'm not a huge reader.
Donald Trump has won South Carolina.
Is that official or
Is that
Estimate?
official?
Projected winner.
Oh,
Yeah. See, yeah. Let's not have fake news on this podcast today, Matt.
This ain't fake news. This isn't a podcast. This is live news coverage. This is real news.
So Zach, what would you say the bigger news is today? The election outcome or Isaiah Ford being traded for a 6th rounder?
Listen, I thought 7th rounder.
No, it is 6th.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting. They do have depth at wide receiver, but I'm gonna say the biggest thing to happen today, aside, not even counting any of those, is let's look at Rhode Island.
Oh yeah.
Even more widening the gap, and I'm not gonna be that guy because
oh wow.
it is only 34% of the votes. But I will say I was taking a peek when it was around 15-18%, and it was a little bit less of a gap than it is now. So I'm just an observation. Very interesting.
Dude, Trump's kind of dominating every district here that they have spread out for us.
Right. I'm no, and it's funny too because obviously you guys know, like I spend 95% of my days of my life in Rhode Island, but I live in Mass. So if we hover over Mass, 200,000 to Biden and only 72,000 to Trump. That's kind of what I thought how it was going to look for both Connecticut and Rhode Island. Like I was kind of not even paying attention to those because it was kind of as much of a given to me as Cali was to be blue or Texas was to be red or so on and so forth. Very surprising. Even if big if Trump were to win Rhode Island, that would be insane. I'm pretty sure that Biden will end up being the one to win Rhode Island, but just the fact that a third of the state is in and Trump is up by about 20,000 votes is crazy. Yeah. We're from Rhode Island. A third is, probably half the people, so.
Yeah, well, I want to know when was the last time that Rhode Island actually was red? Matt, do you know this?
Crazy.
Give me 1 second. I got my handy dandy president book.
Oh, there you go. There's a really good website too. I think it's called like first to 270.com or something. But basically, look up.
Oh yeah, yep.
If you look up a state and then you just look up electoral college results history, it'll be like.
Actually, it was 1984.
Wow. Okay. A little Orwell. The
It
Orwell.
was Reagan.
Yep.
Reagan's re-election.
He won every state but Mississippi.
That was Reagan's re-election?
Every state except Minnesota, excuse me. Yeah.
Very, very interesting seeing that the last time Rhode Island went red was Reagan's re-election. And here we have Donald Trump's reelection, and Rhode Island's currently up. That's very interesting. That kind of gives you the that similar vibe to when Trump kind of first came onto the scene 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
There was a heavy connection to the, with the Republicans and their connection with him to kind of that Reagan vibe. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
we do have a question from the chat.
Ooh, oh yeah, I can't. There's all that lag, so like I don't even check.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the election, so I just felt like it would be a nice
go for
little
it.
squeeze in here.
Yep.
It says, Derek, do you like the Marvel Cinematic Universe? And so, what is your favorite movie in the MCU? And so, I would probably have to say, that's a tough one. I'd probably have to say Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
I respect that.
Over all of them, really, Guardians of the Galaxy too.
I forgot.
I know Mr. Carvalho and Mr. Carvalho and I have very, very, very similar views to this type of question here.
Do we?
We are both very big Tobey Maguire fans. So
Well, he's technically not in the MCU.
I'm the biggest Tobey Maguire.
it was on MCU. It was about MCU. Oh damn.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, with Sony.
Still.
Wait, so Shri, what would you say your MCU is if you're roasting Guardians of the Galaxy?
See, it was a good movie, but out of all the Avengers movies, if I have to say the best movie, I wouldn't have picked Guardians of the Galaxy.
What would you say then?
Someone in the chat just said Civil War. Bet.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a movie.
Yeah, talking about the Civil War movie.
Yeah.
Well,
talking about the best MCU movies. He said Civil War.
Yeah, all right. I didn't know if you were talking about like the actual stuff.
Who said that? Who said Civil War?
All right, so Shri, what would you say?
Oh, okay.
I say Infinity War definitely is up there. Is definitely up there. But to say the perfectly top movie in my opinion, I don't know, man. It's gonna have to be a thinker, but
exactly.
I don't think it's Guardians of the Galaxy.
Also, I want to point out very interesting that because Maddie, I've been watching the stream ever since maybe 20 minutes in, before I had the before I called in, but Georgia, 43% of the votes in, and Donald Trump has a little over 330,000 more votes than Biden, which I think just is kind of telling to people, where I think it was around maybe 20% earlier on in the stream when Biden also had like a pretty decent lead. So
right, yeah,
that just speaks to the volumes that we shouldn't take anything. Nobody take anything too seriously until it maybe gets to the last 80 or 90%. But it definitely is interesting to see where a couple of these states are going with the earlier on, like we were looking at, especially like Rhode Island and Virginia. We also see Trump ahead in right now, but once again, only 43%. But North Carolina is one of those that are kind of closing in now. We have 80% in, and
right, yeah,
that's getting tighter and tighter. And like I said, I think that's going to be the closest state in terms of percentage. We might even see like go down to the 10ths here. So I'm very interested in that one, because that does have 15 electoral votes. So it's a pretty sizable one. And I do want to say NC probably goes, don't quote me on it, but I think it goes red more times than not, probably about 80% if you take the last maybe 20 to 30 years. So that would be a big win for Biden if he were to hold on to that lead there. Definitely.
I will answer that for you right now with my handy dandy book.
Yes, sir.
Well, last time I went blue was the first Obama.
Yep.
And then, let's see, Trump won it, Mitt Romney won it, Bush won it the second time, Bush won it the first time.
There you go. There's that 80%, baby.
Robert Dole won it against Clinton.
Bob Dole? Shri?
George W. Bush won it.
No, he doesn't get it.
No, Shri's here. He just isn't saying.
No, he's hiding. That was a good Shri joke. He wasn't here, though. Yeah.
Another thing to keep an eye on right now is Pennsylvania is starting to get those counts in right now. They're at about 19%, and Biden, I know it's only 19%. Biden has a 13-point lead right now, and that's definitely a
Yeah.
state we want to keep an eye on for this election.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And we do see. I've been looking at Ohio a lot.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up also.
Yeah, getting pretty close. Getting pretty close.
Yeah, for you all that's watching right there, Biden is 49.5, and then Trump is 49.2 with 64% in right now.
Right. Yeah. And we see Biden getting off to a very quick start in New York. 20% of the votes in, and he is up by
Yeah,
40
great amount there.
47 points. 73% of the vote there. 1.2 mil to 430,000.
Yeah, that's not a surprise at all, especially because Trump didn't even win it with the first election, so it wasn't not a surprise at all that New York's going big blue.
Yep, absolutely. And NYC, I don't know how many people. I don't know the population of New York City,
Very
but,
big
compared to the rest of the state. But especially what they had to go, go through this pandemic, where they were really one of the first ones to really get hit hard.
Yeah.
That might sway them a little bit, as well as to kind of just in general what went on in that state. Whether it's to one person's fault or not their fault. How much percent of Trump's faults the virus has to do with will vary. Between everyone you talk to, but there's definitely going to be some swing there in regards to going a little bit more blue.
Right, yeah, I'm actually really surprised. I thought Northern New York this time definitely would have went a little bit, at least more type of red.
Yeah.
There's a few counties here and there that are red, but like
right.
Biden's just absolutely dominating right now.
Yeah.
Trump does have Staten Island though.
We just have someone who entered into the Zoom call. His name is Paul.
Cool.
Know who exactly this is, unless it's the guest that came earlier, but I don't think it's him. We're going to admit him. We'll see.
Come on down.
There's
You get a-
many.
The more the merrier.
See who it is. Oh.
How's it going?
How you
Mr. Paul
doing?
St. Peter, how are you doing today, sir? You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
There's the unmute. Okay.
How are you doing, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Paul St. Peter, who has been a part of your childhood since 90s, 2000s, and plenty of different animes, video games, the voice of Zemnis, as well as many other people. Thank you for coming in and being on the show.
I apologize to all of you who've been following me all these years and have been somehow damaged. Okay. Let me apologize right now.
Pleasure.
If anything went wrong and it was my fault, I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, just the first question we want to ask is, did you make sure and go out to the polls today, or did you vote through the mail?
I voted by mail a couple of weeks back.
Awesome. So let's just get your initial thoughts right now. Just generally, who do you think is going to win this election so far, based on the results we have here at a few hours into the election?
I think it's going to be very close. I'm thinking, based on a couple of possible swing states, and the results we'll get tomorrow from bigger places like California, for instance, I think it'll be Biden, but very close.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get my dog on the stream. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's zapping in and out.
Okay, here. It's actually a pen. Okay, you can write with it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first, and I was.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the kind of pen I would buy when I went to the Renaissance Fair, and I love pirate stuff, so I thought, let me grab a bunch of those, and like everything else I like, they quit making it. So
oh wow!
I wish I'd bought every one they had when I first saw them, because now they're gone.
Where did you get the pen?
The Renaissance Fair out in Irwindale.
Cool.
Nice.
I go there to address. Go ahead, Mister.
Oh no, you're good. Go. You can finish your thought.
Well, I go there every year. We didn't have it this year because of the pandemic, but I go there every year dressed as a pirate and bring pistols and cutlass and dagger and drink rum and buy pirate stuff and say "arr" all day to everybody and tell bad pirate jokes. Does you know why we pirates be so mean and rotten? No reason. We just are.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Maybe we'll have to pop down there when we're able to after these crazy times, huh?
Yeah, if we can actually
what we
get
can
back
do.
to where, if we can get back to where we're doing that and not worry about social distancing, and I'll be ready to hoist more than a few, I can tell you.
Yeah, back to the good old days. Let's hope we can get there.
Amen to that.
Yep. I'm still questioning. I haven't really asked a lot of people, but it's always like an inner thought to me. When, if and when, hopefully it's not an if, in the future, but when a vaccine comes around, I'm still questioning myself as to when I would deem it kind of like safe to get. I haven't met a lot of people that would say they'd be like the first in line, because they're still kind of testing a bunch of. I still wonder. There's that like internal monologue where I'm like, at what point am I gonna,
Oh, that's exactly what concerns me. Sort of like when people say, well, how about volunteering for one of these groups, and you can have the vaccine or the placebo. How about that? Well, imagine if I got the vaccine and it killed me, because they're testing it, and that they have to do it. I'm sorry, that's the way it works. We don't get to just make it and say, hey, it'll be perfect. Everybody line up. We got to find all this crap out. I don't want to be the guy who doesn't take the placebo and does die because I had a reaction that they didn't know about. I don't want them to find out about it because I'm dead. But yeah, the same question in my mind, and I asked myself, how many weeks and months would I wait, and how many results would I listen for, and what would I be listening for? For some people, just allergic reaction. For other people, it didn't work. So I have to really admit that I'm the same way. It wouldn't be right away, I can promise you. I'd have to wait for a lot of results, especially in my age group. It's a different animal.
Oh yeah. Yep. But yeah, I'm even even being a young guy, I'm right there with you. Where I definitely wouldn't be in that early wave of going. So definitely going to be an interesting time. Like I said, hopefully we can get there. I'm thinking with modern medicine and stuff, we'll be able to at some point. But I don't think anyone's really the vaccine talk has been going on for about since the beginning. It's been being heavily talked about for probably about 3 months now, I'd say. But kind of reminds us of back to those times when we said, hey, maybe we'll get a little bit of summer left and this can go away. So we remember those times too. So
Oh, sure. I was one of those people.
Yeah, me as well.
One of my fellow actors, John Allen, is a fellow voice actor of mine. He sheltered at my place for 2 months at the beginning of the pandemic, and he said, well, what are you thinking in terms of as a time? I said, well, I'm thinking maybe September, expecting things to calm down, and I don't mean go away, but be better. And of course, it's only gotten worse. And as far as the vaccine goes, everywhere in the world that they've tried to fast track it, they've failed. This, unfortunately, is one of those things that, scientifically speaking, it takes a certain amount of time. It's sort of like if you're going from age 16 to age 20, you can't say, can I go to 20 right now? It still takes 4 years, and however long or short the process will be, I mean, they are really concentrating a lot of effort and time on it. So the chances of an actual breakthrough are fairly good. But most people in the scientific community will say that this is not the first time they've tried to make things go fast. It took them a long time to come up with a polio vaccine. There were things like smallpox, measles, and things like that were with us for a long, long, long time. They had a breakthrough when they were dealing with these things suddenly, but that was it. It was a breakthrough after laborious work. And even with today, not only as fast as they can find results, but as fast as they could actually manufacture something. They could do it rather quickly if it was an effective vaccine. I don't see that happening really quickly. When I hear them say 2021 and by 2022, I hope it's not that long. But I have to trust the scientists in that regard because, ultimately, I don't want to trust somebody who says, no, you'll be fine. And you're healthy, and I am. As they talk about old people, there are the young old and the old, and I'm considered one of the young old. But that doesn't mean the virus would come along and go, hey, you're young old, I'm not going to touch you.
Exactly.
Sad but true.
Right. No, I'm very interested, when the vaccines start rolling out, whenever that is. I'm going to be very interested with the kind of social dilemma that goes on between the, those who are not very fond, we'll just say are not very fond of any vaccine whatsoever, because there was already some, social commentary and thoughts on that before any of this even happened. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be very interested in when that time comes around, because I'm sure that's going to be a very big deal. So
Sure, the anti-vax, I know too much about history. I'm too well read and I'm too educated. I think back to the times when I was a kid and polio was still a problem. Okay, and I was thinking about this the other day. Whenever you wanted to scare somebody, if there's a puddle of water nearby, you'd say, "That's polio water," and they'd get all, "Oh no, you get polio." So things like that have been taken care of and they're gone. But again, it wasn't like polio showed up in 1959 and then in 1961 they got rid of it. Okay, these are things that have been around with us for a long time. I don't know why everyone thinks there's going to be some sort of exception with this one. We are going to handle it faster, and I want to be optimistic about it because, my God, I want to get back out and do all the stuff that I do. I was telling my doctor in a phone interview, I've had really, really terrific results with my exercise regimen and my dieting. My doctor looked at my workup and said, "Oh, this is fantastic, amazing." And I was telling her, I said, "You know what? I want to go out to a happy hour. I want to have a bunch of beers and eat a bunch of hot wings and God knows what else. I want to do that. I want to be able to go out and do that." And she says, "Well, I know what you mean." She goes, "Maybe by the next time we talk, we'll have better news." Well, 4 months later, my results were even better and better, but we're still not back to hot wings and beer.
Yep, for sure.
Well,
Matt, what's going on in the with the election here? Any states
Well,
kind of changing up or percentages
nothing's
getting
really
higher?
changed so far. We have in a few minutes, we'll have some more polls closing, but at the moment, it's still 89-72 Joe. Nothing's really transpired yet, but I'm assuming soon we'll probably get hopefully we'll get something soon on like Georgia and Florida. Looks like Donald Trump is currently winning Texas 50.3% to Joe's 48.3%, but it's still only 76% in and too close to call. But we'll keep you posted when more come in. But just to get a little bit away from the election for a little bit, Mr. St. Peter, you have a new game coming out just next week, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memories. We just wanted to ask you, what kind of work did you put into the game that's going to be coming out this week for the rhythm game?
Well, if I'm in it, they didn't tell me because I did not come out and do anything. There's something you can do in the gaming community as the owners of the property. You can take something from a game and put it into another one. And so if they lifted anything and I haven't gotten any notification about it, and they're supposed to say something. But by doing a lift, they essentially would be giving me a session fee for not even working. But you have to keep in mind, and I don't want to be a spoiler, Kingdom Hearts 3, they said, Nomura-san said that it was wrapping up a large part of the storyline. And so when I, as Xemnas, went away, There's not supposed to be a coming back. So Melody of Memory, like I say, if they drew anything from the games and put those in there, they'd have every right to do that, but they'd also have to pay me and tell me I'm in it, because I'd love to be able to tell you guys, yeah, great, it's coming out next week, and listen for the part where,
The only question, there was a one of the commercials that came out with, it showed one of the clips from, it was like imitating the fight from Kingdom Hearts 2 in the final battle. That was the only reason why I was asking, because it was in the commercial. I don't know if that was scrapped or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes they throw stuff like that together based on existing files. If it was something that I had done and they used the sound, if they just used the picture, no, they have a right to the picture. They do not have a right to my voice, though. Yes, it's a buyout when we do the job. There are no residuals attached to it later. But if they use my work again in a game, they are required to pay me, I believe the figure is now 125%. They do that so that they don't keep recycling the same stuff over and over and putting them in new games, but not hiring us. There's a very good reason for why we do that as a union. First of all, if they're going to use my work, they should pay me, plain and simple. Okay. But the other thing is, we don't want you guys, the fans, to keep seeing the same recycled crap over and over again. The idea of charging them more than the normal rate is for them to actually create new work, bring me in for new work. I know in 3, there were parts where in the script where Richard Epcar's lines were there, and they do what's called a pull when they take it from one property and put it to another one. I called Richard up and I said, now I saw some of your material is being pulled. Make sure you sort of stay on top of that, because if you don't actually come in and work, then they just have to pay you for the pull itself. Now, say for instance, if I go in and I work on a game that I've done before, I'm going to get my normal fee. They can also pull material from a previous game. That's a good thing too, because imagine if there were 15 cues they wanted to pull and I had to do all 15 cues again. No. Okay. Especially if it's fight reactions, or if I'm just saying, indeed, they don't need me to do that again. They can just take indeed from all the other times I've done it in the game, So there are subtleties involved there. Again, if they've put me in Melody of Memories, I'd sure like to hear about it. My agent would be the first one to hear, and then I would be notified through her. But I'm glad it's coming out. I say KH forever, man. Rock on.
Zach, are you buying the game?
Oh yeah, you know it. Matthew knows I bought Kingdom Hearts 3. We both actually bought it at the same time. We both went to GameStop day one, and we picked it up. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
He's still stuck on Toy Story.
Yeah.
I kept hearing from people.
I've been busy. I've been busy. The senior year to the full time work, and I've still yet found time to use the PS4 lately. But I grew up on Kingdom Hearts, so 1 and 2, so definitely awesome to talk.
Yeah. The problem with real life is that it gets in the way of gaming, Or like when my friends and I would do an RPG, and my friend used to say, okay, back to the real world of fantasy, because we would end up talking about, business or God knows whatever, gossiping about things. And he says, okay, let's get back to the real world of fantasy. So, oh yes, let me string my bow and put the shield over my back, and we can go running, go fight something,
Oh yeah. And even aside from the Kingdom Hearts series, I'm even more impressed with your the amazing catalog of TV series that you've been a part of. I'm just looking here. I mean, Samurai Champloo, Monster, Hunter x Hunter, Naruto Shippuden. I mean, just incredible. Just everything that I see on here is just like, wow, I've seen that. Oh, that's an awesome show. How different, even Redline, one of the best movies. What is different between being a voice actor for anime and for video games, and which one do you which one do you kind of find yourself more in? Which one do you prefer or like better?
Well, they're very much apples and oranges. To answer the question about the difference, that sort of thing, the demands are different upon you. Okay. Today I went in to do a live action. Okay, this is something that I think will be on Netflix or HBO. I can't remember which, but it's called Tough Money. And we're voicing it from Romanian into English. And so the whole, that's dubbing. When you go from a foreign language to English, you're dubbing into English. That was lip sync. You're looking at a human being whose mouth is making movements. And first of all, they try to write in English sounds that will match the Romanian. Okay. It's not so difficult with Romanian is what is called an Italic language. It's the same base as Italian, French, and Spanish. So you can kind of play with it. One of my lines ended with the word gloom, and the same word in Romanian, it finishes with hmm. So when you do that, you can say gloom, and his mouth will close on an M, and it's great, you know. It's not the same with Japanese. It's not the same with a lot of other languages that I have dubbed. So you are called upon to, first of all, try to do the lip sync naturally, but also sometimes creatively to work with the director and the engineer and sometimes the client if they're on the line. I will suggest words or change lines as I'm doing them without telling them. And then I'll tell them, oh, I fixed this and that. And then they watch it and go, oh, thank you. So there you're called upon to do different things, and the requirements of making it work in dubbing and looping, for that matter. Looping is replacing your own language, okay, in a film. So when you go in for a game, on the other hand, you are given your lines of dialogue and your reactions, your battle language, all the stuff that you're going to do without interacting with anyone. And so they will explain to you, all right, in this thing, you just walked onto the battlefield from a cave, you know, that's the situation, right? Okay, and you stepped out and you bellowed at the top of your lungs, bring me mine enemies, or something like that. And then everybody turned and looked at you. Okay, so they've given you that scene. Now go, do your lines of dialogue, do your everything, you know. And then it's one after another. And, you know, I've seen you before, I'll defeat you again, that kind of thing. And then you move on to the next one. They might have you do 3 takes, 3 different ways, so that when the client in France or Germany or Japan or, you know, wherever, lately a lot of Korean, when they hear it, they'll have choices. Maybe they like the second reading you did, even though the director said I like the third one better. That's for them to deal with. Okay, what they did was give me the opportunity to try it 3 different ways. And sometimes you just connect better on one delivery than another. But it's not a dialogue scene. Like what I was doing today, I could hear the other actor, and they haven't dubbed him yet, so he was speaking Romanian, and I was answering back in English. But I'm listening, and I'm hearing his timing on his line, and then I have to say my line with what he's saying in mind, because I see the translation in front of me on the script, and they explain to me the scene, what's going on there. So the demands there are different because I am, in a way, acting with another person, or at least with their voice, and reacting off of what they're doing. And acting is reacting. Games ask a lot more of you vocally. If you go in for a 3-hour session and you have tons and tons and tons of cues, and then they say, all right, we have 2 pages of reactions, battle, pain, and death. Okay. So you're probably a little vocally tired right now anyway. So you're going to go into and all this other stuff. And so you can end up really being vocally fatigued. Now, luckily for things like Kingdom Hearts, until 3, they were doing this with every version. They would take my fight reacts from the first game I did, which was Kingdom Hearts 2. They kept all that stuff because, you know, when Xemnas gets hit by a club and goes, I'm not going to say, differently in 3, am I? You know, so they're going to keep that. They wanted fresh files though, because, you know, this has been approximately 15 years. So with the technology being different, with the sound being different, they want to go ahead and sort of update these things, which, you know, is understandable. It just makes the session a little bit harder for me. But that's the big difference, I would say, between the two. The demands that are put upon you are very different for both of them. I like gaming in one way because I'm able to play around with different readings. In a sense, when you're looking at a character on the screen and you're lip syncing him, you can't go over the top. You know, you have to play to picture. So that is where, in a sense, you're limited. On the other hand, that gives you a chance as an actor to play more with the interaction between yourself and the other actor or actors. Whereas in a game, they're giving you the scene, but you have to imagine who you're talking to. You have to see them in your mind, you know. So if I'm challenging another warrior, I have to get that warrior's face, his armor. Is he blood-stained? Is he already wounded? That sort of thing. I put all that stuff together in my head and then do my delivery. And then they like it or they don't. They shoot it down or say, yeah, more, you know. So in that particular case, I can be more creative. But again, it's limited there too, because I'm not interacting with 1, 2, 5, 10 other people. It's just me, and I have to take their word for it that the description they're giving me is how I'm reacting. It's going to be correct that way.
Well, Mr. St. Peter, we definitely appreciate you being on the show, but I do want to ask you just one more question before you go. What would you say Zemnis's current thoughts are on this election and his thoughts on Joe and Donald tonight? The fans would love to know.
If I could meet Joe Biden now, I would shake his hand and say, good luck. If I could meet Donald Trump right now, I would say, get thee gone. Now, that was a little bit of artistic license, because I don't think I've ever said thee or thou or thine as Zemnis. It only occurs to me now that it feels like I should have said it. You know, I should have had, you know, the fault is thine. That would be, you know, Zemnis would kind of work that way, but it doesn't fit with the writing, does it? You know, imagine Goofy saying, "Gosh, that's thous and yours." You know, gosh, Mickey. So, you know, that wouldn't fit that kind of thing. So trying to do that sort of speech across the board wouldn't work. Now, the only time I would think that would work is if they were going to use that kind of mode, that style of language, to differentiate Organization 13 from everyone else. That is the way sometimes, like in Bleach, for instance, when you look at the characters. Do you guys know Bleach?
Yep.
When you look at the characters in the Soul Society, and their stories, their storylines are all very Japanese. Okay, their spells sound Japanese, but the other ones that come in, the blunts, I think they're called, their storyline and their spells are all German. So it's kind of cool the way they differentiate the different groups or styles or types of people. I like that a lot as a linguist. That always impresses me greatly. I don't see a Kingdom Hearts though of making it kind of, you know, medieval or classical, and then, like I say, you know, having Donald Duck stand up and, you know, speak like he's doing Shakespeare. I don't think that would work.
All right. Well, Mr. St. Peter, I really do appreciate every time you come on the YouTube channel and come do interviews like this with us. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. Hopefully we can figure out however this election is going to go and get a good night's sleep. But,
yes. Out here on the West Coast, we don't really get to find out anything for sure until tomorrow. So.
Well, hopefully we find out before next week, right? But
yeah, right. Hopefully it won't go to that.
Well, again, thank you so much for being here, and hopefully we can do something like this again soon.
Yes, gentlemen, let's do this. Let's go ahead and do us little bit of Zoom, talk more about shows and characters and all the other wonderful stuff.
Absolutely. It was
Gentlemen,
an absolute pleasure.
take care.
Thanks
Have a
for
good
coming
night.
on.
Adieu.
Wow.
Look at that. A nice little side segment.
Yeah.
for us.
So with that being said, let's dive into the election a little bit.
Yes, absolutely.
289, 72.
Well, yeah. So, but I mean, their percentages are increasing. With Florida as at 94% counted right now, and Trump's up about 3% there.
Right.
And
Trump's
then
stretching that out a little bit bigger, that lead. That was about 300,000. Now it's nearing 400.
Mhm. And then North Carolina, Trump's up by 0.4 with 88% in right now. So that's definitely a little bit of a swing right there.
Yeah.
Trump's still up in Rhode Island right now, surprisingly. And then with Texas, 78%, and Trump has about 3% there as well. So a lot can happen. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, and I'm sure there's many people still standing in lines. And it is their right to still be counted if they are staying in line.
Absolutely.
And
And then we see Ohio.
yeah, I was just going to mention that
Wow.
one too.
Look at that.
Big swing there.
Yeah.
Trump was down by a lot, but it is those counters that I feel like a lot of Biden supporters were like mail-in ballots. Not a lot of them went outside to go vote today, and I think that's where the late swings are really going to be beneficial for Trump in these elections.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, that was a nice little side segment for about 25, 30 minutes. Now we can talk with our little a little more updated numbers, talking every like 5 seconds about a state going up 1%.
Yep.
Definitely nice seeing Florida, Florida go from 92 to 94. Texas was at about 61. Now it's at about 78. Arizona's all the way up to 72. That one's being sneaky over there.
Yeah, they jumped like crazy. They were at like nothing when we started that last segment.
Yeah.
Wait, Matt, didn't you say someone was joining at like 10 o'clock?
Someone, one of my other guests, a politician, was supposed to join at 10, but she said 10-ish. So
Wait, is she East Coast or does she think 10 is?
Oh no, East Coast.
Yeah. Do we get a little preview of that? Who she is and what
She's,
state or anything?
From Rhode Island.
Shocker.
Democrat.
Oh, Shree's here.
Oh, Shree's still here?
Yeah, you didn't just hear his phone go off.
Phone.
I'm here.
How's that paper coming? We need a Shree update.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only Shree update.
The paper is going.
Nice.
Beautiful. Good to hear. Good to hear. And on a side note, we also see Pennsylvania only 25%, but we do see Trump ahead in that one. I'm not sure if I was getting Ohio and Pennsylvania mixed up, but I thought Biden was ahead a bit on Pennsylvania earlier on as well. Still obviously very early, but
Yeah,
that one's going to be a back and forth as well.
I think the last time that was checked, it was only about I think it was around 13%, and Biden did have a significant lead back then. But even Ohio, Biden was up like 10 points with I think it was only about 50%, and now it's all the way up to 72, and Trump's still climbing right now.
Yeah.
And same thing goes with Georgia. I know it's very early, 52% only counted, and Trump's up by 12% there.
Right. That North Carolina is still staying tight. Like you said, it's within about 25K, 88% in. So definitely going to be a good one to watch down the stretch. And then Biden's taken a pretty sizable lead, I'd say, in terms of the total population over there in Arizona, with about a 10-point advantage on Trump right now.
Yeah. Total votes, though, Trump's up by about 2 million right now.
Wow.
So, Matt, I know you did touch about your views about the electoral college and all that. How do you want to dive a little bit deeper into that, seeing that Trump is up by 2 million votes right now, and he is down by, 33 electorals?
I don't care either way. I think the electoral college should be abolished, whether
Right.
Trump wins or not. The electoral college just shouldn't exist. It should be each person's vote that matters, not how many people live in a state, because like my vote matters less that I live in Rhode Island. If I live in California, if I was at one deciding vote, there's 55 electoral votes right there. If I decided if I'm the one deciding vote in Rhode Island, wow, 4 electoral votes. Whoa.
Right, yeah, definitely. And Zach made up
Joe
a good.
Biden is the projected winner of New Mexico. He is currently leading with 55% to 43.1% with 50% of the polls in.
Right, yeah. And I know Zach brought up a good point earlier with like saying California and Texas account for like 34% of the 270 that you need to win, but only like 22% of our population. Like that's unbelievable. I'm surprised like it's 2020, and especially after what happened with the last election, I'm surprised we haven't gotten rid of the Electoral College.
Absolutely.
Biden is currently winning by 9% in Arizona with 73% of the votes in.
So I understand that we're talking about the major players right now, Biden and Trump, but are we going to ignore Harry Hawkins and Joe Jorgensen?
Oh, we talked about them earlier, and we're still waiting for Libertarian Dave, who's supposed to be on at some point today. The one and only biggest libertarian around.
Isn't Greg a big libertarian?
He's a cool moose, that guy.
That guy right there, that's a cool moose.
Let's see. Wow, I'm surprised Virginia only 54% of the total votes reported in there, surrounded by Kentucky with 84, West Virginia has 72, Tennessee 93, and North Carolina 88. So that's in that little pocket there, that 13 electoral vote state there in Virginia, where just over half. The map's given it to Biden. However, Trump has about a 7-point lead there, but still a ways to go right there.
We've been talking about the Democrats and Republicans and all the third parties, but does anyone recognize the great candidate of Mark?
And no.
Mark for president. Gonna be pretty cool, guys. We're gonna do great things.
Oh yeah, if Mark was the president, everything would be right. It would be it. Right, Tree?
Oh, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind.
I mean, I wrote him in for this may be some tampering here, but I did write him in for Bryant's president last year. Maybe if there was a little more participation in that regard, maybe he could have taken a couple steps up to this point from there.
Wait, what did you write him in as? Did you just say Mark, or do you actually know his last name?
I said Mark the custodian at Bello. No, not Bello. I'm dumb.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Interesting. Does Mark have a last name, or is it just
it's
Brian?
French.
He just
I
belongs
don't
to
remember what it is, but it is French.
You've told me it too. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah. Yep. I know. I've heard through the grapevine that you can find him on Facebook if you have a good eye.
Does he post vigorously?
I hope so. Look at this little roadie. Still only 35% of the votes reported.
Ooh,
but we do have to take into account what time did Rhode Island close out at? 8? Was that 8? So there's definitely still some people probably shuffling in line there. I'm not sure. I'd like to know how many spots are open to vote in Rhode Island in total. That'd be an interesting number.
I do want to say for any Rhode Islanders here, Nicholas Mattiello is still losing to Barbara Ann Fenton Fung by all over 30% of the vote. Oh, we have another guest that just came in. Let's let him in. Are we ready, everybody?
Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
There's so many people now.
All right.
Alrighty.
got a week.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Great, great. Good evening.
You're on mute. Still on mute. Still muted.
Should be around the bottom left probably. If you click that with the little red line slashing through. Yep.
There
There we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
How's it going, guys?
How you
How
doing?
you doing?
Not bad, not bad. I'm hanging in there. Glad to hear that that Nick Mattiello is going down. That's exciting.
Yep, he's losing to the Republican of Fung right at the moment, but we'll see how it goes. Plenty of votes to be counted in Rhode Island.
Right.
Definitely.
We were just talking about, how inversely to Fung, the Republican Donald Trump is still, it's only 35% of the vote. He's got, about an 8.5 point lead in Rhode Island, which we find kind of funny. It's probably not going to stay that way. There's still about 2/3 left of the vote there, but just a little funny tidbit, to see there. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's not going to change the balance in the state house at all, is it?
I mean, could. Probably not.
Probably not. Most likely not, but.
Well, one thing we do want to ask you is how we're already a few hours in the election. As a member of the Green Party in Michigan, what are your thoughts on how Howie Hawkins has performed thus far?
To be honest, I'd say it's a little disappointing, but not entirely unexpected. We knew this was going to be a tough year, given the urgency that most people have, except on the really far left, like verging into people who don't think that voting matters for anything. The urgency for a lot of people to get Trump out. The people who in 2016 went for Jill Stein, even people who went for Stein in 2012. I think a lot of those folks, and even some fairly diehard Greens, decided that this year they would kind of hold their noses and vote for Biden. And so I wasn't surprised to see what's going on so far. A little bit disappointed. I thought maybe he could get overall a little bit closer to what Stein got, the 1% that Stein got in 2016. I didn't think he would top that. Certainly not by any measurable margin. So a little disappointed, but not surprised. Overall, I think he ran about as good a campaign as he could under the circumstances. The legal pushback that we got this year in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, in a couple other places, kind of put some roadblocks in there as well. But even if everything had broken right as far as we're concerned, we knew it was going to be a tough year. So yeah, a little disappointed, not surprised. I think we've got some pretty good. I'm interested to see. I haven't actually checked the latest. I'm looking over here on my phone to see if I can get what the latest word is on the Maine Senate race, because that's really what as far as the Green Party is concerned, that's the thing I've been following. The Green Party, we go into presidential campaigns knowing that the odds of us winning are, you can't say zero because we live in a quantum universe where literally everything is theoretically possible. But we're a long shot, to put it mildly. So that's not a reasonable expectation. And you can't campaign like that, but we know that that's the case. But we usually have some targets. The trying to get 5% nationally, which is also a stretch, but that's a win for us. Making sure that we hold on to ballot access in the states that we currently have it, and that varies. In Rhode Island, it takes 5% of the vote in a state in the top of the ticket race. In Michigan, it's a complicated formula. It takes 1% to get a ballot line. It takes 5% to qualify to have a primary. So that's pretty easy. Other places, it varies. The range is from, I think there are a couple of states where you need to get like 0.5% to hold on to ballot access. Some southern states, it's 10 or 15%, which is just kind of ridiculous.
Wow.
I think Alabama has like a 15% vote share margin to qualify as a ballot qualified party. But those are the kinds of target, if we end the day with more state ballot lines than we started, then that's progress. If we get a decent percentage of our down ballot races, that's kind of what we're focused on. So I don't think I think we might break even with the state ballot access. I'm hoping. Our fingers crossed for that. We're not worried about it for, like I said, not worried about it for Michigan. But there are a handful of states that are in the balance. But that main Senate race with ranked choice voting, that was kind of where we had some hopes of at least making some kind of difference. And I haven't seen the latest on that yet. But that's kind of what I'm interested in.
Right.
Mostly that's, I think, where we can have, we can point to something and say, hey, look what we did this year.
Well, one thing I want to ask you is, you had a big hand back in the beginning with the Rhode Island Green Party. Now, what are your thoughts on them not really even allowing Howie Hawkins on the actual ballot and just having him as, you have to write him in if you want to vote for him?
I was very disappointed about that. I was also a little bit disappointed to see that the Hawkins campaign wasn't able to do enough petitioning to get on, because that's historically what the Rhode Island Green Party has done. Is we've gone out and gotten petition signature, with the exception, I think in 2000 with Nader, who did really well. In 2002, we had our candidate for governor top 5%. So we had official ballot status for a while, about a decade or so ago, a decade and a half. But since then, we've had the Green Party nominee has been on the ballot in Rhode Island every election since then, because we've gone out and gathered petition signatures. So this year with COVID-19, that was tough. And so I think the party wasn't sure that how much of that they'd be able to do effectively. But also I think there was a lot of concern about Biden. I think the spoiler issue got to some people. But I was disappointed, because that's kind of been, especially for the central figures in the party, that kind of argument seems like has never really flown. I mean, you don't stick around in the Green Party for a long time. You don't get to be in the leadership in the party if you take the spoiler argument too seriously. And so I was disappointed about that, and I was disappointed that the Hawkins campaign wasn't able to do the even if the party organization wasn't, that the campaign should have, I think, stepped up a little bit to get the petitioning to get on the ballot. So that was very disappointing.
Now, currently being from Michigan, how do you think that election, the race in Michigan, is going to go for the race for president tonight?
I don't think we'll know tonight. I think Biden will win. I think the margin is probably going to be in the neighborhood of about 1%. I don't think it's going to be much bigger than that. It might be less. It won't be as close as it was 4 years ago. It won't be, you can count the number of votes on one hand, basically. But it'll be close. But I don't think we'll know until tomorrow. I think there's just too many. It's going to be decided by absentee votes. Michigan's got about 7.5 million registered voters in the state. We have same day registration, so you can't really kind of put a nail on it because who knows how many people will show up today and register on the spot. But coming into the election, about 7.5 million registered voters. We had something like 4 million absentee ballot requests. So that's more than half of the registered voting population. And if the numbers hold up, it looks something like 3.5 million people actually turned in absentee ballots. And I know they're counting them. They're already obviously starting to count them. We had court decided that the local election officials could start opening them and just counting the raw number of ballots and so on. Not actually tabulating the votes, but could actually pre-process some of the ballots before today, so that'll help. But we're not going to have a solid, given how close this race is going to be, we're not going to have a solid number probably till sometime tomorrow morning. But I think it's going to go for Biden. I think it's going to go narrowly, but we'll see. Makes it exciting. Makes me good thing I have plenty to drink.
Yeah, and then staying on the topic of the narrow margins of victory, we've been paying especially close attention to Virginia so far and North Carolina. Virginia's only 55% of the reporting has come in for Virginia, but almost about 92% has come in for North Carolina. And in NC, we see less than 1% difference there between Trump and Biden. And then in regards to the Senate race, which you were touching upon earlier, there's also about a 1% difference there between Tillis and Cunningham. And then up in Virginia, Trump has a little bit of a lead so far, but like we were saying earlier throughout the show, we're not going to take anything too serious until it gets to those 90% areas.
Yeah.
But we see a very tight race in the Senate there as well. So a couple of very interesting states in this election for sure, especially for early analysis. So
yeah, no, it's I'm looking forward to it. It looks as a Green, I don't hold out a whole lot of hope. I think a lot of the Senate races that are on the margins, you're not talking about really far left progressive type. You're not getting a bunch of Elizabeth Warrens, let alone Bernie Sanders's, who are going to end up being in the Senate. So we're not going to see a huge shift in terms of actual actual policy, but just a change in tenor. And I think there's a pretty good chance that the Democrats will come out on top. The thing that kind of amuses me that I'm kind of interested in is that I think both Georgia Senate races are going to end up going to runoffs. I know Purdue's ahead at the moment in the main seat race. I know the special election race, there's so many people running that there's literally no chance that anybody's going to come out of that with a majority. But I think the presence of the Libertarian in the Purdue Ossoff race is just enough of a monkey wrench, I think, to make it difficult for either candidate to actually come out with the majority. So I think I would be amused. I would be entertained by both of those going to runoffs, and to see how that changes the dynamic. If we come out of tonight, it's 49-49, and they've got these two races still up in the air, or if it's 50-48 Republican going into January and the day after Inauguration Day, I think the runoffs are scheduled for the 5th and inauguration day is on the 3rd. So you'll have like the Republicans will control the Senate for 2 days. And then you have these runoffs and who knows what happens. So as an observer of politics, it certainly adds an extra twist to the evening.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep, for sure. Definitely going to keep a close eye, as that goes on and transpires there.
All right.
No, there is. I do want to thank you for being here. I do just want to ask you one more question before you go. A little bit unrelated from the current election, but the three of us here, 2 of us are current Bryant students. We have 1 alum. You mentioned yourself you used to teach at Bryant back in the day. Just wanted to ask you, what was your time like over there?
I think he's talking to someone.
I think so too.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
I noticed.
Put me on pause, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, take your
gee,
time.
Did they fucking hear me talking to you?
Yo, put him on mute. Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
What just happened?
I don't know, but that was great. Best part of the interview.
That was great.
Wait, so he used to teach at Bryant?
Yeah, you see to Brian. I wanted to ask him about it, but
really? Oh, that's cool.
I mean, we will eventually. I feel like he's got something to handle right now, so
yeah, when he comes back, we'll ask him.
yeah. Yeah, so getting back to, wow, Utah's already up to 59% over there. Looks like Trump has a 13-point lead. Nothing crazy there, but
Yeah, Utah went from like 18 to 59, and Arizona went from like 74 to 75.
yeah.
Utah usually goes Republican. Oh, there he comes.
I think we got to get.
He's really sorry his pussy whipped.
I think we got to get Jake back in here later. That would
I
be
think
cool.
he's asleep right now, guys.
Yeah, Jake's
Oh,
probably
Jake
asleep.
is? No way.
I'm back.
We'll see if we. Oh, hey.
How you doing? Well, we did just want to wrap it up. I just wanted to ask you one. We let you go.
Sure thing.
It's not related to the election, but the 2 of us here are current Bryant students. The other is an alum. You
Excellent.
mentioned you used to teach at Bryant back in the day, so just
I
wanted
did.
to ask you that. What was your experience back at, I believe, with Bryant College back then? I think.
I was there when we. I was there when it switched from college to university.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, that's
Oh,
awesome.
fucking God.
Yeah, because we've got a couple of
Fucking asshole.
friends who their parents were actually going to Bryant when it switched from Bryant College to Bryant University. So that's very cool that they, very well may have had you as a professor. That's awesome.
Cool. Well,
Great.
thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for coming. Really
Have
appreciate
fun.
it.
Have fun the rest of the way. Take care and I'll see you down the road.
Yeah,
Have a good one.
It was a pleasure. You like that? You like that cool? You like that keeping the cool? Like that keeping the cool middle of the answer?
I
Like
feel
that?
bad for that guy.
Yeah, that was tough.
Dude, his wife
All
is
right. We wish him our thoughts and prayers.
We
I
do.
know, she really screamed he's whipped.
Yeah, that's tough.
Hey, you know what happens to the best of us, but
I wonder what was going on.
That may have set a mood. I need to redo my virtual background now. That just changed the tides. Holy schmoly. I need the SpongeBob chair for that. I need to relax for a second.
Did we have a moment to get Shree's thoughts on that? Shree, you got an update?
great.
Shree.
He
Nothing.
probably just fell asleep.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pennsylvania's only up to 32%. Last time we checked, they're only about 26. Ohio's still chugging around that 74%. And it's really slow moving right now. Texas is all the way up to 81%, definitely. leading the pack of strength right now, and North Carolina's taking its time, and
I'm
definitely
still
start.
smiling over that. I'm
I
like
know.
still. I'm trying to get it out. I was like trying to keep cool during it. I'm still.
I know. Matt put his hand over his face. You'd think the host would be a little bit more professional.
That's not really my character. The fans love it when I'm just a fun guy.
No, I kind of green
I
party.
felt,
Am I right?
I felt. Yep.
But yeah. So right now we got 131 for Biden, 108 for Trump, 299 remain.
Right, and then in Michigan, speaking on Michigan, Trump currently has an 11-point lead, only a third in there as well, though. I'm trying to see what areas haven't been completely polled here, but that'll be a fun little one to watch as it goes on as well.
Yeah, definitely, and Minnesota as well.
Oh yeah.
Minnesota, Biden has a significant 23-point lead, only 37% in, but we'll see how that ends up. Oh, North Carolina actually bumped up all the way to 93%, and they're literally Trump's up by 1.1%.
Wow.
So gaining a little bit of a lead there, which would be huge for his candidacy.
Right.
The main, so let's just to check up on the third party candidates here, and
yeah,
and to say that so let's see, Joe Jorgensen has about 1.1% of the votes, and that's about 950,000, which, I mean, hey, that's not bad for a third party getting in that 1% where they like to see it. And then Howie Hawkins with the 0.2% with 200,000 votes. Still early, plenty of time. Let's see how far away they can get in there.
Absolutely. Another one that I haven't really, for some reason, I haven't really put much thought into until I just noticed it. But Wisconsin is going to be I think it's going to be just as tight as NC. It's going to be very interesting because, if we look back on a little bit of history, in 2000, the Democrats won by 0.2%. And in 2004, the Democrats won by 0.4%. And even as far back as soon as 4 years ago, Trump actually took Wisconsin with a 0.8% lead. So that's definitely a state that has been in tight contention throughout the past few nominations. And that's going to be a fun one to track there, caught in between Minnesota and Michigan there.
Yeah, all these left right now, I mean, there's going to be so many close races. Like, even I was reading chat a little bit earlier, and we were talking about how Maine, that's going to be coming down to the wire, and almost literally everything is going to come down to the wire. And we won't even figure out tonight, because there's going to be plenty of people still waiting in line to be able to cast their votes.
Almost all the polls are closed except on the West Coast.
Yeah, but if you're still in line, they have to allow you to vote.
Right.
So I think that's one thing that about election day that should change is it should be like a national holiday. Like there should literally be no work, so these people have time to go and vote.
I agree.
There's no reason for it to be one day, not to be able to have a holiday. Like, especially with something this significant in our country.
Exactly. You work during it, and then for at least a very small percentage, but some people in the country, if the vote, the results don't go your way, you might be out of a job.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I find it kind of funny how there's no day off for that. Obviously that's more like very, very specific job.
Right. You also have to think of the people who are going to be working until like 7 p.m. tonight, and then they're not going to get home until around like 11, depending what time.
Joe Biden is the projected winner of Illinois.
Yeah.
No surprise there.
Obama's
only
governing
51
rounds.
Yeah. Only 51% there, but yeah, he does definitely have a significant lead, almost 20% there.
Yeah.
Dick Durbin is the projected winner of the Senate.
Shout out to Alaska, polls closing at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I'll be here for it.
I got work tomorrow. I got to wake up at 7, but I stay strong as long as I can. As long as I can tonight, I'll try to stay in there for a little bit longer.
Well, we're still waiting for a few more guests throughout the night.
Oh yeah, we have plenty of more guests lined up, right, Matt?
There are a few more. It's getting into the wee hours. We've already had like over 10 guests.
Really?
Yeah, you weren't here for all. Huh?
Would everyone come here early?
Yeah, a lot of them came in earlier because a lot of them are on the East Coast.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like they don't want to be up at this time. But the show's been going on for over 5 hours.
Yeah, definitely. Chat. Don't forget to ask us questions. Anything you want to know.
Well, they just bless me. They just asked the question: is anyone getting drunk tonight? So, Derek, you can take that one.
I saw that, and I think that's a no for tonight. But
yeah, it's gonna have to be a no for me.
What about you, Matt?
Just because of work,
No
though.
for
Just
me,
because
dog.
And we also
I'm
have.
on
Do we have
camera.
Kanye West coming tonight? I think that's also a no.
Oh, well, how do you know that? I could have got Kanye.
Because I know you, and you probably don't even know who he is.
He's an actor, right?
Sure.
Doesn't he do doesn't he do films? He did a film, right?
No.
No, I'm pretty sure he did a film with his wife, right?
He's in that South Park episode.
Going over your head.
True.
Porn, Derek. Porn.
Are you talking about Hobbit?
I think D-Spell's got Ray J on the mind right now or something. I don't know what's going on upstairs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The name is D-Spell.
Yep. I would be
Yeah, it's
interested
kinda
in
dead. I'm the only one
Kanye's.
chatting.
I would be interested in Kanye's reach in Illinois, coming from Chi-Town over there. Wonder what's. I'm pretty sure born and raised.
I did post this on my Instagram, so maybe we'll get a few floaters here and there.
Some of your boys. Zach, did you know that 1 in every 5 people is one of Derek's boys? They're also the ones that don't suggest Colgate.
I saw you had to throw me under the bus too. You told that guy I barely played Kingdom Hearts 3. How dare you? You're a fiend. That was blooded.
That's the one and only Paul St. Peter. That guy's a saint.
All right, then we have William McClellan in the chat. He said John said your mom said to park the car in the garage.
Fuck you, John. Tell him to go fuck himself, Billy.
There you go. That's your answer.
Demonetized.
But the guy that 10 minutes ago, someone talked about pussy whip. I'm pretty sure we can't get any more demonetized than we are now.
I do. That was.
We should have moved this over to just talking on Twitch.
Would have been the move.
Yeah. Now we're seeing a couple of percentages going up here in the north. Iowa, Wisconsin in the 40s now. Texas, 80s.
As those percentages are increasing, our viewership is going down. Fun fact.
Down to Ocho. It's not bad. Pretty good retention for 4 hours. There was 13. It was a strong 12 or 13 for at least a 2 hour span. That was pretty impressive. We'll take that.
Then all our Bryant friends got bored and left. And Tree fell asleep.
Yep. On stream.
And then chat saying what? Oh, it's Daniel's
I see that our guest has exited.
Hey.
Were you there?
No, I went to eat dinner.
Bro, you missed out on a good one.
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
His wife started yelling at him.
Why?
When this stream is over, it's gonna be archived on YouTube on my channel. Just
if they allow it, dude. It was a solid 5 minutes of this guy we were asking him questions and he had to his wife started yelling at him. Feel bad for him, but you know.
I feel bad for him too, man.
What was she yelling about? What he was saying, or just other stuff?
We don't know.
Oh.
Tree, what are your thoughts on On Florida here, huh?
It's real close, huh? I haven't actually checked how it is right now.
Trump's up by like 3.5. Texas, Trump's getting quite the lead. Like,
Okay, is my thing lagging or is it still 91% votes only calculated?
refresh your thing. Sometimes it takes a minute.
What is it on your end? Because it still says 91 on my end.
94.
Oh shit. What is Google doing?
And we have Joe Jurgensen as 1.1%.
Woo! Yeah, I don't know what's up with Google, but it still says 91%. All right, whatever.
Oh, you're on Google?
Yeah.
Zach, can you do the OK Google?
Okay, Google.
Shut up. My other phone turned on.
Nah, but Shri, we're using the New York Times one.
Yeah.
New York Times.
Yeah, a lot more up to date. I'm surprised it's taken New Hampshire quite a bit of time right now. They're only at 38%, and they started about a while ago, and they're taking their sweet time and the live free or die state.
It'll take its time.
Hey, I mean, can you say?
What can you say?
You know.
I find New Hampshire's fascinating to me because you always have, usually it's always, Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Mass.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking throughout the night, not right now for Rhode Island, but usually those four are strongholds, especially Mass.
Yeah, and even Vermont too, you can bring it in there.
Right, and Vermont when you're talking about going, pretty much a sure lock in for blue. New Hampshire is one of those weird ones though. In 2016, it did go blue, and it's gone blue for the last four elections, but just like barely. Last time 2016, Democrats won by 0.4%. And obviously that was probably a little bit of a Trump effect there where people really weren't, it was just the Trump effect. There's really nothing else to say. And, with politics, 2016 was just a crazy year. Can't really compare it to any other year prior. So I'm very interested to see what the people have to say in 2020 in New Hampshire. I still think Joe is going to win that state, but I'm very interested in what that result's going to be.
You know what I'm interested in?
What?
I'm interested to see how much today's result or like predicted result will vary in a week. Like with all the mail-in and stuff.
Yeah, no, that's a good point because we were talking about earlier, in Texas. I just keep saying that damn one because that's the only one I get the notification for, really. But like Texas, their mail ballots have until 5 p.m. tomorrow to arrive. That's not even counted, just arrive. So I definitely think, some of us and some of our guests have brought up maybe 2-week process, 1-week process. Some people have thought a few days, but I definitely think it's going to be around a week.
Yeah, even here, I'm looking at Ohio, and they have ballots have until November 13th to even arrive.
Oh wow!
So that's 10 days after the election.
Oh, yeah, huh? That's crazy. Yep.
So especially at Ohio, that's definitely going to be a very significant state in this election. And then we have Utah, November 10th to November 17th. They have.
All right. No, it's definitely and that's one of the things that has really surprised me about this election and how it's been handled in particular. It just the times that the ballots have to come in, I find very interesting. I'm very surprised that it's not just one unified time. I don't know. It's just such a different feel. Obviously, this is at least I'm no historian, but I would venture to say this is the first time that this probably hasn't been wrapped up, in one night since probably the damn late 1800s, like or something. So before they
even
had, it's just crazy how it's going to be stretched out like this, and I can only imagine, socially, not just social media, but just news as a whole, what's going to be going on, and what the word is gonna be like out there for the next week or two. It's gonna be
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Even just go off like the little bit of subject of like the presidential election. New Jersey just legalized marijuana.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, look at that. The Northeast is trickling down from Mass to Jersey there. Yep.
Oh, Derek, what were your thoughts on when today on the ballot with getting rid of Providence plantations?
I see. Like, I don't see a significance of why our state name was even that. I don't see like a purpose of, oh, Rhode Island has the longest name. Like, no, I think it's stupid, and it brings up debate of unnecessary conflict, and just might as well get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not I wasn't born in Rhode Island, so I literally didn't even know about that until it was really brought up as a big thing.
Right. Yeah.
Lately. But I mean, to Derek's point, if it's going to cause such a divide and such a, just so much banter, I guess, just socially especially like between the two parties, and just, I just feel like, if it's gotten rid of, people can. One thing that I've really found interesting is like some of the older generations, and like people like a generation older than us. I'd be interested in having, asking someone, maybe one of the people that we just had on, maybe if another guest comes on later on into the show, I'd like to ask them their perspective, because I think that it'd be very different, just kind of growing up in Rhode Island, that type of legacy mindset aspect. I feel like the older generations will definitely take less of a liking to it, but yeah, definitely a very interesting result there.
Yeah, and one thing I just saw, so Rhode Island this year had 156,000 mail-in votes, and so right, those are probably bulk Biden supporters, and Biden right now is already climbing on Trump. He's gaining on him in Rhode Island, and none of those mail-in ballots have even been counted right now. So it looks like, and you have to think of that for a lot of other states as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy how, like, even if like you have to always have that in mind about, oh, the mail-in ballots.
Right.
It looks like the Georgia second race will be a runoff. What do you know?
And for our viewers out there that don't know exactly what a runoff is, do you want to dive deep into that, Matt?
You can, Derek. I'm going to go actually take a tinkle.
All right. Well, with that being said, let's look back at the polls.
Yep. Back to the Senate race.
It's like North Carolina got up to 94%, and Trump is just increasing his lead there with 1.3%.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see that. NC up to 94. Yeah, yep. Florida and NC 94. Arizona's still stuck at that 75 over there. They're kind of in a rut there, but Pennsylvania's creeping up. Still Ohio 84. But
yeah, and Dark Knight asked a good question in the chat. He said, if Trump wins Florida and Texas, is it game over? Or do you think Biden still has a chance with California? So I think for Trump to even be in contention right now, he needs to win both Texas and Florida, regardless. Like, I think it would have been game over if Biden would have won even one of those states. And right now, we're not going to know those results for a little bit of time.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'd like to see the history on Texas. Has Texas ever gone blue? I'd like to know that, because I feel like Texas is that. I don't know. That's always just been on my mindset, that it always goes red. Like I was saying, just like Cali always seems to go blue. But yeah, Florida's always the interesting one for, the Republican Party, because I feel like say I believe Texas, yeah, Texas has 38 electoral votes, right?
Right.
California has 55. So there are been a lot of times in history when, a Democratic candidate will win California and lose Florida, and they still have a pretty decent shot, and they can still end up very feasibly winning the race in its entirety. The Republicans usually kind of depend upon that Texas-Florida combo, because that 38 and that 29 make 67 altogether, whereas just that one California hit gives the Dems 55. So usually, Florida is such a big state for the Republican candidate, because realistically, if they don't get Texas and Florida,
I do
90
just wanna,
times out of 100, you're not gonna, you're not gonna get there unless you probably take, all of, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. If you take like all those, but it's like such a huge blow if if the red loses Florida. Definitely.
Matt, what do you want to say?
we have our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is the current chair of the Portsmouth School Committee in Rhode Island,
Do they have a name?
Emily Copeland.
Awesome.
How's it going?
How are you?
How we doing? You muted.
Oh, I think you're on mute. There you go.
There we go. How are you doing?
Good doing?
Doing great, doing great.
Good.
Doing well.
Yep.
Going to be a long night, I think.
Oh yeah, probably
It's
a
gonna be
long week, huh?
Yeah, going to be a long couple weeks, I feel like, not just a long night.
Oh, I don't think it's going to be well, I mean, we'll have to see on that. I think, what's really impressive to me is when you think about the record numbers of votes being cast, I mean, all around the country, and that everybody is just working so hard to get all of those mail-in and those early voting ballots. I mean, have you guys been hitting the refresh key on the Secretary of State's, right?
Yeah.
So we're waiting for that, and that's going to be a really big announcement. But they should have the vast majority of votes counted then by tonight at 11. I mean, you still have the ones that were in the drop boxes today, but those are going to be pretty small numbers. So unless a race is really, really close, I think we're going to know at least the statewide issues today. So, or tonight, maybe. But
Yeah, I was just looking into it. Rhode Island actually had 136,000 mail-in ballots this year.
right.
So, and none of them have even been counted yet.
Well, no,
So-
they've actually now they're pretty much running them through the machines right now.
Yeah,
and-
they're starting to do it now, but
Yeah,
like
and
I'm saying,
I've been kind of checking in. I think Channel 12 had a reporter there, and they were talking about how they were being counted, and
right, yeah, exactly.
they might even be releasing the results at 11. So
Yeah,
Well-
it looks like Biden just did take over Rhode Island.
Oh,
Or
did
he's
they-
about to be.
Yeah, we
Well,
were
I
looking
think-
at that. We were kind of laughing at that number earlier, going, "Oh my goodness!" It's like we knew it was only like 20% of the total, 30% of the total, but when it was creeping to about like 38-40% of the total, and Trump was still up like 12,000 or so, we were like, "Hey, what's going on here? This is weird." But
well, I
now
think
it's
this
kind
is
of
actually, I think this is something you're seeing all over the country, right? And that is, the Democratic Party did a really big push to get people to vote early, to vote by mail because of the pandemic. And so, it's been pretty clear that a lot of the early voting has been favoring Democrats across the country. But a lot of the election day turnout voting, and you see this in Rhode Island, right? If you just look at the local races and the presidential race, that's been favoring the Republicans. So that's kind of an interesting development this election.
Well, we do want to congratulate you on your victory tonight.
Thank you.
How would you say this campaign is different for you so far from since COVID started compared to
Well, I think one of the
campaigns in the
biggest
past?
one of the biggest differences has been in campaigning. People aren't really happy to see people coming knocking on doors, and going up and shaking hands and doing sort of all the normal things you do during a campaign, I think what we've seen candidates doing is a lot more, mailers, some virtual Zoom meetings, letters to the editors have been, pretty widespread. But I think the biggest thing with COVID is it's totally turned campaigning upside down. And then, of course, looking at the votes, you don't really know the total votes because you have all these outstanding mail-in votes yet. So, and early votes, but we'll hopefully be getting those soon. So.
Exactly. Yeah, we were just touching upon a little bit earlier how, we're all either 21 or 22 here, and it's the first time in our lives, obviously, that an election hasn't kind of finished up its resulting around 12:30, 1 a.m. So this is definitely a very interesting time for us as well. Kind of crazy.
Right. Well, I mean, it isn't, however, totally unusual. I mean, if you think back to the Gore presidential election, right? I mean, that actually went to the courts, right? With Florida being kind of the deciding factor. The talk was hanging chads, and they were having to inspect all of these different mail ballots. So I mean, we tend to think of elections as being a one-day thing, but they really do tend to, it's the media and kind of the poll watchers which tend to project, but you actually have to get all the ballots counted. So that's a good thing.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. But no, COVID, I think, I think if anything, going back to Matt's question, which was a really good one, is, COVID, I think, has really changed the way we interact a lot. I mean, just think about Zoom. We're also now comfortable with it. It's just kind of become a routine thing. My 90-year-old father now is Zooming and has a headset and webcam. And he didn't have that a year and a half ago. But I think one of the things that's really accelerating, or probably in my view going to accelerate, is this idea that, the idea of an election day is now probably going to be more like an election month, I mean, people were taking advantage of early voting at the last election, and I don't think people are going to want to go back to saying, you mean I can only vote on one day? That's not convenient for me. I teach on Tuesdays, right? I want to vote on a Friday or something. So I think that's going to be a longer term shift of this too.
Well, one thing I want to ask you about is in Rhode Island, probably the biggest local race that has been going on tonight was Nicholas Mattiello versus
Cranston. I thought you were going to say that, right?
And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that and how much of an impact that's pretty much going to have on our state going forward, and who you think is going to end up being the Speaker of the House next year. Right.
Well, first of all, I would say, we really do need to wait until all the votes are counted, right? There is a sizable lead built up, but I think, it would make sense just to wait until you see all the ballots coming in and what the actual numbers look like. But anytime, a senior politician is ousted, that obviously would result in a shakeup and a jockeying for positions of power within the House leadership. So, that would be a pretty big deal. I know Mattiello came under some fire 2 years ago. There was a coalition that didn't necessarily support his election to Speaker within the Democrats. But yeah, I mean, this would mean it would no longer be an option. Right now, Cranston, though, Cranston leans heavily Republican. I mean, this shouldn't be too much of a shocker for people. I mean, Mattiello is a conservative Democrat, and I think you have to be to win in a district like Cranston, right? So, plus I think she's got good name recognition, and he's been under fire for some ethics violations and the lawsuits and all that. So, her timing was also pretty good. Again, though, I think we really do have to wait to see, what the final vote tally is. But it is looking pretty good for her at this point. And I think AP has actually called it in her favor already, even though they haven't gotten all those other ballots in yet.
Well, so I just want to get your thoughts. So you said that it's going to be more like maybe like an election month. It could take a long time with elections. Do you think we are going to know anything about this particular one anytime soon? You think it's going to be like a week or two, or maybe
So
even
I think for the Rhode Island elections, we're going to know these within I would say by Tuesday, right? Everyone, what's today? Today's Tuesday. I mean, I really do think, the fact that they're going to release these numbers at 11, unless races are really, really close, and by that I mean, 20 to 30, 40 votes, they're probably going to have a pretty good idea, because the number of same-day drop-offs aren't all that high, right? So my guess is they're going to call the presidential and all the big races on that. It may, some of the local elections, because those can be decided. In my town of Portsmouth, we've had past elections that have been decided by 1 or 2 votes. So, they may hold off on calling all of those. But I think like local and state, we're going to know very quickly. I think the presidential election, it's really going to come down to, how close it is. And depending on how close it is, what are the legal challenges, right? But it's early. I mean, I think, when you look at the percentage of votes that have been counted, like in some of the states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, they couldn't even start opening the early ballots and the mail-in ballots until today. So they're not probably going to have all those counted until, maybe early next week. I mean, by the time they open them, they certify them, they put them through the machines, that might be a couple of day process. So if it comes down to those 3 states, we may be hanging here for a couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we were actually just talking about, how close North Carolina is kind of coming down to the wire. We're seeing about 95% of those estimated votes have been reported. And, to your point, the closer that, these really close swing states get, they're definitely going to take their time to, count all the votes in, especially if they, have other states behind them who haven't even finished as well. But yeah, all night we've been talking about how close, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and interested in Wisconsin as well. That was a very, very close state 4 years ago as well. So those are definitely our central
I mean,
focus there.
it looks now as if, there was some talk about Texas and Georgia. It looks like those 2 are still leaning Republican. They're Trump's probably going to be holding on to those. North Carolina, it's now leaning Trump. So, if he manages to hold on, that would be maintaining the states which he won 4 years ago. I think the challenge for the Democrats is, are they going to be able to flip, some key states? And that would be Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, maybe Arizona. Who knows if there's 1 or 2 others in there, but they've got to peel away enough votes to change the electoral college map. And again, I think you're right. We may just not know for a couple of days. Now, in 2016, it wasn't until like 2:30 or 3 in the morning until they kind of finally called it, right?
Yeah.
So, it seems late on the East Coast, but polls are just closing in California, so kind of early out there too.
All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Professor, I do want to thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. It's very appreciated, and hopefully we'll just get through this.
Yeah. Well, good job, guys. Keep an eye on all the polls. Have you been refreshing the Rhode Island? Have they posted the results yet or not yet?
Most of them, but not all of them yet.
Okay, well, I want to go check on that. So good luck. Have a good viewing party, and we'll see what happens in about a couple hours. I might check if I'm up at 2:30. I'll check and see if you guys are still on. Are you gonna stay all night?
Possibly.
Could
Maybe I got work. I graduated last year. I got work at got to get up at like 6:30, so I'll probably won't be here.
Yeah,
I hope I'm not
probably
here,
not.
or else I won't get up tomorrow. So
That's true. All right. Well, thank you much. Thank you for having me. Great
Thank
job,
you for coming
Matt.
on.
See you guys later.
Have a good
Bye.
one.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, time for our next guest.
Wait, hold on. I'm
Ooh.
probably gonna pop off.
Are you hopping off, Zach?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna
Great.
wind down. I'll be
All right.
maybe I'll be in the chat or something.
All
Sounds
right,
good. Our viewership went down a bit, so
Yeah. All right, boys. All right,
have a good
everybody.
night.
all right, GG's.
Easy.
All right, Derek, you ready for our next guest?
Yeah, you got to carry the conversation though. I don't know what to say to these people.
That's fine. We got Libertarian Dave coming on.
Oh yeah.
Just gotta wait a little bit. How we doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah,
Oh, it's going. Definitely going.
Yeah, I'm in hour 21 of a 24-hour election day stream.
Oh wow.
And I thought 5 hours was a lot.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, me and my buddy here, we decided to go for the marathon.
Marathon.
That's awesome.
It's been a lot of fun. So we've been all over the place today.
Well, for those of you watching that may not know, Libertarian Dave is the chair of the El Paso County Libertarian Party in Texas.
Yes, sir.
So we'll just start with, I just want to say, how has this 24-hour stream treated you so far?
We're here. We're awake. We actually had a couple of power naps here and there, maybe an hour a piece of sleep. So just to kind of keep it going, especially like before interviews or whatever, we would try to get a little power nap in. But yeah, it's been good. My audience has kind of been asking for it for a while, so
they came through too.
so yeah. So we would just kind of put this thing on, kind of the highlight the end of the election cycle tonight. So.
Well, one thing I want to ask you is, how do you think? What are your thoughts on JoJo's performance today?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything on Joe's performance today, so it would be nice if I would see what kind of numbers she's putting out. But none of the channels I'm tracking are even talking about her. It's kind of been the story this election cycle. The obvious silence of the libertarian voice has never been more obvious than it was this year. I mean, very little airtime. She's just got a couple of plugs on Fox News that I've seen, and even here, counting the numbers, we don't even see a third party candidate listed. We don't even see an other. I mean, they're not even showing. At least you would think they would show the others. At least bulk all the third parties into one group. But nope, all they're showing is Biden and Trump. I mean, they are pushing the narrative that there are only two parties in this country, like I've never seen before.
Yeah, some of our earlier guests that came on that are members of third parties also echo that same sort of sentiment, that there's they're only letting two parties exist pretty much, and that no one else really gets their own say.
It's quite motivating though, because we have instilled that fear in them, and I'm sorry, but your days are numbered, Democrats and Republicans, because you can't stop an idea whose time has come, and every single year we're growing, and people are waking up to the corruption and the horror that really is the two-party system in the U.S. So Nobody is holding these two parties accountable. That's why we just keep getting worse and worse candidates every election cycle. I mean, you got Biden, a career politician, Trump, a corrupt businessman, and then you have Joe Jorgensen, who's a PhD in industrial psychology, a lecturer at Clemson University, an intellectual, an articulate and compassionate candidate who gets ignored. It's ridiculous. And I'm not saying that out of anger. I'm saying that out of pride. That I think that's the reason we got silenced. Was because of who she was. It was easy to put Gary Johnson in front of the camera. He's kind of lackadaisical, and but with Joe, she was coming at him. So
Mhm. Now, down in Texas, it's still rather close. I mean, Trump looks like he's starting to take a bit of an advantage on it. But how do you think Texas is going to vote by the end of the night?
Oh, it'll be. I would never doubt Texas going red. They always try to say, "Oh, it's a swing state, flip state, or whatever." That's just kind of to try to guarantee that their base will get out there and vote and stuff. But yeah, the Democrats Texas and Idaho. I think might probably be the last two states to ever flip blue. Just like New York and California, the last two states that'll probably ever flip red.
Mhm.
Which is if like libertarians, if we could get a hold of California or New York, we would flip a whole election on its head, man. The amount of electoral votes that they got.
Yeah, that would be something if that ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, we literally with New York or California, we could upset the whole election by stopping both of them from getting 270.
Right. Yeah.
And that's like the ultimate goal for a third party is to stop the Republicans and Democrats from getting 270 to get past the post. We stop them from getting past the post, and now no, we just stirred the pot. So
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
Hmm. Well, I mean, it's certainly going to be interesting. Who do you think is going to be able to take it by the end of it between Biden and Trump so far? With Biden's currently winning 192 to 114, but it looks like Trump may be able to get an advantage by the end of the night.
yeah, I think I'm actually kind of surprised it's this close. But I think Trump will probably pull it out in the end. I just don't think the Democrats, and it's kind of interesting because the Democrats didn't really come out with a really strong candidate. They didn't come out with a really strong vice presidential candidate, and they haven't really campaigned all that strong. Biden had some decent showings in the debates, but whether that actually flipped anybody's mind or not, I don't know. I think it's pretty set in stone. Like the Democrats are going to vote Democrat, the Republicans are going to vote Republican. So I think we're really all fighting over is the few undecided or haven't voted before people. So this is what it seems like. It's like it always kind of looks the same every election. So.
Well, it's definitely going to be an interesting night. Hopefully we find out soon. Do you think we're going to find out by the end of the week, or do you think it might take a bit longer?
I think it'll be by the end of the week. I think I'm thinking we'll have a pretty good idea by the end of tonight. We probably won't be able to lock it in until by the end of the week, maybe by Friday. Even Spike Cohen was saying that this evening it might not be 2 or 3 days before you find out who the actual winner is. I'll tell you, the Libertarian Party has plans moving forward, even between now and 2022. Moving forward into 2021 is we got governor races coming up in 2021, and we're already head down and keep charging, man. So.
Yeah, and with one of our guests earlier, who's the chair of the Green Party from Michigan, she believed that by 2024 there was going to be a huge sweep of third parties on the Democrats and Republicans. I don't know what your opinion is on that.
By 2024, that that will take the third parties will take their spots, or
that third parties will start to gain more of like a traction, and she believed that they would be able to get through the 5% and gain
oh
some
yeah,
sort of momentum.
I'm hoping that Joe gets the 5%. So I think she's got a good chance of getting that 5%. I think well, I think they might be onto something, because I honestly believe that this next, if Trump does win, the next 4 years aren't going to be as uh, Republican-esque as the last 4 years, because we know Trump has a history of being a Democrat, and I think now if he wins this reelection, the next 4 years he won't have to pander to his base of evangelicals, to his all of his other bases of Republicans, and he'll kind of just be able to do what he intended to do to begin with, and I think he has a based on his ego, I think it's a good chance that he can upset a lot of Republicans within the party and drive them right over to libertarians. So there's already a lot of Republicans that are jumping ship over to the Libertarian Party already. This election cycle, I think we actually had more Democrats jump to the Libertarian Party because of the horrible candidates that the Democrats put forward. So like when Kamala Harris was announced as the VP, our uptick in volunteers jumped 10% just from Democrats. So we had a 10% gain in volunteers for the LP just from the Democrat side. So we're gaining momentum, no matter how they try to silence us.
Gotta keep hope, right?
Yeah. Well, I honestly believe, man, I think the Libertarian Party is the only peaceful solution to the direction that this country keeps going. We're like, voting Libertarian is the only peaceful solution. Because otherwise it's just going to keep getting uglier and uglier, and eventually it's going to end violently. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. You wave at.
No, I was just someone said that they're looking at the string. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I do just want to thank you guys for being here today. Hopefully you guys can get through the next 3 hours and get some sleep.
Oh yeah, we'll make it.
But hey, thanks again for being on the show. Good luck with the rest of your live stream, and we'll get through this election. We'll be all right.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for the time, and any other time I can help you out, man.
Man. Good luck.
Have a good
one. Bye.
All right, and just to update our libertarian folks that are watching, Joe Jurgensen is at 1.2% now of the total vote, and has a total of about 1.2 million votes, and it is definitely on the rise.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, just in the time that we were talking to him, it rose about 500,000. So
that was him. That was 100%
How are
him.
you gentlemen doing?
Oh,
Let's
hey,
see.
Steve's still here.
I'm here.
How's your paper going? Give us an update.
Paper is going pretty well. Wow, California really is counting their votes really quick, huh?
Bro, it's blue.
I know it is blue, but already 45%.
Wow, it's 45% already. Holy crap.
Yeah, like Florida
Dude,
is still at 94.
Dude, same thing with Oregon. Oregon's already at 53, and Washington's already at 82%.
Yeah, all those three states, all three of them.
Dude, and it looks like North Carolina, Trump's pulling ahead by a good 2.4%. Of Texas, he's definitely has a lead of literally 5%.
Yeah,
Florida, he has a big lead right now of like 3.5%. But Ohio is definitely, he's the bigger the gap it's getting. He's up 8% right now in Ohio with 86% of the votes counted.
Yeah, and I don't like the estimate that they gave at the top 209, 118. That's really like.
Yeah, I wish they didn't count that until like it was official.
Yeah.
Like they counted Rhode Island Democrat, and Biden just officially took the lead.
Oh, did he finally?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah, he has the lead of Rhode Island right now.
What's that?
I said he has the lead of Rhode Island for the moment.
Yeah. Matt, you're still shaking your head, right? That's still on?
It's still on, and it looks like it's gonna happen.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Like so-
Donald Trump's gonna be winning tonight.
Dude, but then looks like we have some libertarian Dave Love in the chat.
Do we?
1177.
Whoever
About how
that is loves Libertarian Dave. Go subscribe to him on YouTube.
And she says she loves Copeland as well.
I don't know who this person is. Do you know who it is?
Who knows?
Who?
And then Zach made his correction of the statistics that he put in the chat earlier.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's five
even
libertarian
Dave, huh?
total. Because I was listening to the news earlier and I forgot perfectly what they said, but I didn't listen in all the way. But they were saying that if it is a tie, it can be a tie at 269 electoral votes.
Nice.
Yeah. I
There's
mean,
no
I
way
wonder if there will ever be a day in America that a third party candidate is able to
what?
is able to like steal a seat.
I mean, they've stolen electoral votes.
Yeah, but like it's very rare.
Also had a libertarian congressman.
Like, what if they ever like consistently were able to win over a state?
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon, if ever.
Probably won't, because our country is so focused on bipartisan. It's even taking third parties off certain ballots in Democratic states. And
Yeah, you can't vote for Howie Hawkins in Rhode Island. No. That's bad.
Dude.
Oh, and you guys would like to know my paper has come to a pretty much end.
Pretty much ain't enough, Street. You got to finish it all the way.
I'm on the 5th page. I increased the size of the periods to 14. And
Ooh.
we're looking at 4 3/4 pages right now.
Oh my God, my New York Times thing ended. Oh,
What?
wait, no, it didn't. My free trial.
Oh.
Derek, oh yeah, you don't know, but I'm doing the paper on the same topic you are.
Are you really?
Yeah, I went to him. I talked about it. He was just like, "What about why don't you try?" Because I was talking to him about something else. I forgot. Remember, I told you we thought that was a good idea too. I
Yeah.
forgot what it exactly was.
Why
but,
didn't we write it? Why didn't we write it together?
You already wrote it, and I didn't want to mess up with you.
Did you write about the code thing?
What?
The number it code?
No.
All right.
What number code?
No, the numeric trials.
Oh, I don't know what those are.
Nuremberg trials.
Numeric trials? I don't know what those are.
No, Nuremberg trials.
No, but before you get a stroke, the trials I wrote about were 3 different categories of medical experiments. One was racial experimentation. The other was
Did you just use the? I have that same source.
yeah, racial experimentation, war injury related experiments, and pharmaceutical testing.
Yep, I also included those in mine.
But that's my entire paper.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude, I talk about like how the experiments were worthless, and then I go into like the trials of like what happened to certain doctors and stuff like that.
Oh. Well, I am at 5 pages, so I'm good.
I was able to finish it like earlier today before the stream.
Yeah, so did I. Iowa 69%, pretty tight race.
How many words you guys got?
Words?
Mhm.
1,551.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 1264. I still need to add stuff to my conclusion, but I don't know what to add.
Conclusions are the worst.
I think about like 2,000 something.
The fuck?
Gee, I got like 8 pages.
I think the max is 5 spell. Matt.
I have a really long works cited page.
Oh, that doesn't count.
To me, it does.
It looks like Biden a 9-point lead in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Eh?
Yeah, I don't think I can add any more to this paper right now. I'm too burnt.
Yeah, looks like chat's dying out. We still have 6 viewers. If you guys have any questions or anything you want to have us discuss or anything like that, please let us know. Just write it in the chat.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have just gone to bed. I can't blame them.
It is 11:35.
Facts. I'm still nursing my coffee just to stay awake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little snoozing.
It's done a number on my back.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Got arthritis.
So do I.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this paper tomorrow. Fuck it.
Shree, are we hanging out in the hub after class tomorrow?
I don't know.
Dude, if we're even like allowed to drive on campus.
Why wouldn't we?
Because there's gonna be riots. Civil war is gonna take place.
Oh, brother.
There's no way.
Dude, I guarantee there's gonna be a civil war somewhere.
Somewhere, probably.
Well, I think
viewers increased.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Fins fan 72 gonna log off. Good night, boys. Thanks, Zach. Good night.
Night, Zach.
Good show. Inspired me from my slug state to come on and stayed for like 3 hours. Lol. Good stuff.
I'm surprised he stayed for so long.
Yeah, I invited him the other day, and he was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna come on."
Yeah, maybe you didn't give him the link either.
Derek, I gave you the link, but
No,
no,
you
I
didn't.
told him if he wanted to come on, and he was like,
Where'd you give me the link?
I sent it to you like months ago. I had the link. I sent it to you in August.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Nope.
I 100% did.
So, how many
Matt, you sent
candidates
me the link today, but I don't remember how. Oh, you sent it in the text. Okay.
What's up?
No, you
How many
sent me the link too. Oh, never mind. Go ahead, Derek.
How many any more guests that we were expecting?
No, that was all of them.
Really?
Yeah. Well, you missed like a few of them beforehand, but
yeah,
we had quite a few guests on throughout the night. I think it was pretty successful.
How long was I on? I was on for a good amount of time, but I was like not participating as much.
I mean, you've been on.
Yeah.
So, when are you shaving your head?
Results are officially in, whenever that may be. If they're not in by, I mean, if it takes like next week, we'll have to wait next week. Wait until the bitter end.
Can we do it at school?
I'd rather do it at school than at home. Drexen, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Hi, Don. Only Nick's Place coworkers are coming in now.
Nice.
Getting out of their shifts.
They're still there. They just closed. They're still there.
I could go for some Nick's Place right now.
Really? That really what you want? That's not what you want. You know it's not what you want. It's not quality. I mean, we have the best food around. Just ask Chelsea. Dude, I legit thought she was like gonna crash yesterday. But she just forgot her backpack.
I'm beat too. I'm probably gonna go to bed in a bit.
Word. But Shri, New Jersey did legalize marijuana.
I heard. That should be an interesting thing.
Matt, how are the Rhode Island elections going?
Oh, let's check.
When do you think Rhode Island is going to legalize marijuana? It's going to be soon.
Isn't it already like
Jim Langevin has? It looks like he has lost his seat.
Wow.
Huh? He has lost to Robert Lancia, the Republican candidate. Oh, I met that. I interviewed that guy. Nice guy.
Should have got him on the show.
I thought I didn't even think he was going to stand a chance. So I was like, eh.
Matt, how did you swing Paul onto the show?
Huh?
How did you get Paul onto the show?
You mean Paul St. Peter?
Yeah.
I know the guy.
How?
I've interviewed him before, and now I chat with him every now and then.
Oh.
You don't even know who he is. You don't play Kingdom Hearts.
I don't, but
Yeah, I had no idea who that guy was.
That guy
looks like Jack Reed. I mean, John Reed one.
Jack Reed. It's Jack Reed.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but then Google said John.
No. Jack Reed. He won his race.
Sadly.
Oh, welcome back, Elijah.
Who?
Dark Knight of Justice. That's his name. Let's see.
Wow, it looks like people are rejecting. 44% have been reported, and people are voting to reject the name change.
Yeah, that's what I figured would happen.
53% to 47.
Reject what, Derek?
The name change.
To change the name of Rhode Island.
To what?
Rhode Island.
You're not wrong. Really not.
Rhode Island's official state name is Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, and people want to remove Providence Plantations because it's stupid, and it shouldn't be like. I don't know. I think it's just retarded. Nope. It's just bad.
Well, we're fine. That's it.
Who are we gonna get to get him, Shree?
Matt, it's been a good run, buddy. You had this channel for about 5 years now.
Been a strong 7 years.
7 years. It's been a good run.
Hey, we're getting canceled again.
You got canceled before?
On Reddit.
Oh, well, now it's time for YouTube.
First Reddit, now YouTube. At least I can enjoy my hair while I still have it.
Dude, look at that. Consistent 7 viewers. We got 14 likes on the video.
Hey, one of them was mine.
One of them was mine.
One of them was mine.
One of them was Zach's. There's 4. And then I'm pretty sure Kayla and Haley liked it too, so that's 6.
Haley was here?
Yeah,
Haley was in here for a while.
You fucking crackhead!
And then Dark Knight just asked, do you think YouTube would take this down?
Nah, we'll be fine. I used to swear bad in my other videos, and they're still there.
Yeah, no one's really going to go and freaking report it.
Unless if they take it down because Shri.
Wow. Looks like that Florida and North Carolina are probably stalling right here, probably because of mail-in ballots, not going to lie.
Is Florida still at 94%?
Yep.
Why? What are they doing?
Pennsylvania is up to, wow, Trump has a 14-point lead in Pennsylvania at 50%.
How's California doing? Is it done yet? Is it done?
California's done.
52%. It's 69.2 to 29.
Wait, so there's like 1% for like libertarians or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna check if Joe Jurgensen votes went up at all.
Probably.
Yeah, 1.3.
Oh,
look at that!
Look at that! She's gaining momentum.
Howie Hawkins, 250,000.
That was how much he had like an hour ago.
That's a big ouch. That's a really big ouch.
So what happened to Jill?
Oh, what, Jill Stein?
Yeah.
Oh, they've been done with her. She's done.
Wasn't she in the last election?
Yeah. So is Gary Johnson. He's gone too. They're both done and over with. They're old news. You know, by the way it looks right now, it looks like Joe Biden is going to win all of Hillary's states, and that's it.
Yeah. Because Dark Knight just said his mom said that Trump won Florida.
Well,
So
Florida's not
let's
done
we
yet.
got some insider trading. And I don't know what's up with that. So I'm still seeing 94%. Texas up to 87%, and Trump has a 6-point lead.
Yeah, they're not flipping tech. It looks like in North Carolina too.
Yeah, he's up decent amount there. What's really going to kill Biden is losing Pennsylvania and Ohio.
Yeah, he needed to win at least one of those.
That and at least Michigan or Wisconsin.
Doesn't look like he's going to get any of those. Looks like the only state he may get that Hillary didn't get was Arizona.
Seems like Bernie Sanders should have been the Republican. I meant the Democratic candidate. He probably would have won.
He could have.
He had a better chance than Biden.
Yeah. Like, ugh.
Matt Dark Knight wants to know if you can order pizza.
Why am I going to order a pizza for you guys? I'm not even with you guys. I don't even have a pizza.
I think he means for yourself.
You should order one for yourself so you can survive for the next couple of weeks while the Civil War is going on.
He said, Matt, can you order a pizza for us?
Yeah, for like us.
The royal us.
I mean, I will find a pizza right about now.
So, like, realistically, what is like a good percentage for that third party candidate?
But, well,
anything above 1%, really, right?
I mean, last election, Gary Johnson, who was the Libertarian, received 4,488,912 votes. So,
Jill Stein's about a fourth of the way there.
Well, Jill Stein did 1,457,038 in 2016.
Well, Joe Jurgensen's at 1.3 right now.
Yeah.
What was Johnson? Was Johnson a Libertarian?
Yep. He was a Libertarian.
Damn Democrats.
Damn
All right, guys. On that note, I am going to log off for tonight. So
watch TikTok.
All right, are we gonna see you tomorrow?
Yep, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Derek, are you gonna stay on until 1:30 or like 12:30?
Probably stay on for a little bit longer.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, I'll talk to you.
Shalom.
Don't forget tomorrow we have the Lunchables event. So
the what?
Oh, the commuter social. I sent the email out yesterday.
Do we have anything?
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
Lunchables.
Lunchables, hugs, Capri Suns.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
That was Chelsea's idea.
I call it pizza Lunchable because it's the only vegetarian one.
Maybe I'll have one of the nacho ones.
Oh yeah, I forgot the nacho ones. Well, I've only had half of a pizza Lunchable in my entire life.
I see the nacho ones every day for lunch at Hendricken.
Wait, at Hendricken, that's high school.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Something's not right.
Ow.
Where did Matt go?
I don't know. Probably went to the bathroom.
I just had to tend to my fish.
There you go.
George is up to. All right, Tree.
Good night.
All right, I'll talk to you tonight. Like we got George is up to 74%.
Yeah, it ain't looking good. Even though he's winning by a lot, it ain't looking good.
Hey, you never know with those Democrats and their mail-in ballots.
Maybe that's how he'll win Pennsylvania.
They're gonna have to do something.
Mm-hmm. Rachel Maddow's still in a good mood. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Yeah, the mail-in ballots.
I just want to know soon. I hope we know soon. I don't want to wait like a month.
Dude, we've been waiting 3 hours on North Carolina.
Yeah. Well, no, it's been we've been waiting like 4 hours.
Oh wow, yeah, actually.
Yeah, it's been forever. What's up?
Dark Knight said Matt is sweating. He'll be bald.
I don't want to be bald, man. Come on, Joe. You can do it. Believe in yourself.
Joe Jurgensen?
Sure, either one. I don't care.
You should have made a bet on the over-under on her votes.
I wonder what the over-under is on her. It would probably like 4 million or something, I would think, because that's how many Gary Johnson got.
This was estimated that she would capture 4% of votes.
What?
This was estimated that she would get 4% of votes.
And she does what, like 1.3? You said?
Yeah, but then now it's coming out with anything fighting for 1%, and her getting above 1% would be a major.
I guess.
And right now, with the total votes, Biden's winning by like 2 million.
What, the popular vote?
Yeah. So it's probably going to end up being the same thing as Clinton, and he'll win the popular vote, but lose the electoral college.
That would be funny. If Trump wins both terms by just the electoral college.
If that happens again, especially with the Republican Senate, the Republicans are going to push so hard to get rid of the electoral college.
Why would the Republicans push for that?
I mean, Democrats.
Well, I don't know if the Dems are going to get the Senate. I don't think they will.
I thought you said they were going to.
I don't know. Right now it's 43-43. They might get it, but I don't know. They did get Congress though, but they were going to get that anyway.
Let's see what we got here in chat. Dude, Dark Knight and Daniel have been just leading the charge.
Yeah, that's usually how it is. These are our diehards.
See, Steph hasn't talked since that crazy guy was on.
Well, she's probably asleep by now. It is midnight, and she's a Rhode Islander. East Providence High School. Trump's winning 91% in Nevada.
Jesus.
But only like 500 votes are in.
Oh yeah, not even 400.
Yeah.
3,402. Oh, Florida's up to 96%.
Oh boy.
Down to 4 viewers, Matt.
Yeah, it usually goes down in the end. Everyone's going to bed.
And one of those viewers is me.
Yep. One of them is. It's probably just me, you, Daniel, and Dark Knight. That's about it.
Oh yeah, I'll give it a like on my other YouTube channel.
Oh wow. Look at that, we'll get 15.
You have 14. I think someone unliked it.
Think so.
Oh, now it's 15.
Oh, hey, we got 6 people. Look at that.
Well, technically, 2 of them were me.
Oh. Good viewers.
Yeah, that definitely was a yawn. Not gonna lie.
We're all absolutely tired. It's midnight. And I pulled an all-nighter, so.
The old water bottle's running out of water.
Huh?
I said the old water bottle's running out of water.
Yeah, running out of steam.
Can't make steam with no water.
Oh, look at you, the science concentration.
Should be a scientist.
You're not a scientist?
Should be probably be the biggest regret in my life. Not kidding.
So much better than marketing. All right, Donald Trump has won Ohio.
Officially?
Well, projected.
I'm surprised he's not projected to win like Florida and Texas now.
Yeah.
Because Ohio's only in at 88%.
Yeah. Well, he's up like 53.2 to 45.3.
Yeah, that is huge.
It would take like a miracle for him to come back in Ohio.
You know, it would take Al Gore.
Or Joe Jorgensen. Dude, I wonder how much the world is going to go into chaos if Trump wins.
Yeah, that'll definitely do it. I don't think the world so much as just America.
Yeah, the United States is going to go into an absolute chaos. They still say George is too early to call.
I know, that's kind of crazy.
No, Elijah, we do not have the smartest people in the world, just the dumbest. Dude, I can't believe Trump is like kicking ass in Pennsylvania.
Are you really?
Huh?
I'm not really surprised at all.
Maybe the mail-in ballots will change that because Pennsylvania's weird with those mail-in ballots this year.
True, but I still don't think it matters.
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania will be a big state. That is 20 electoral votes.
What's Rhode Island looking like? Pretty sure.
Pretty close.
Yeah, it's close, but only 2,000 votes separate the difference. But Biden has a nice 0.7% of a lead.
Oh, boy. This guy is still saying he thinks Georgia is up for grabs. Georgia's all done.
Yeah, I just think he's saying that just for his benefit.
Up, and other projections coming up. Up, Hawaii, it's too early to call.
Yeah, did it even start voting yet?
They just closed. Yeah, they've been voting. They just
Well, yeah,
closed.
I mean, you said too close to call. I mean, like, have they even started counting?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not.
They still haven't given Trump Ohio on this.
He's got Ohio.
I mean, he has Ohio, Pennsylvania. He pretty much won.
Yeah, Trump won, which is sad, but oh well.
I mean, what's the sad part is of the candidate that we had run against him.
Could have picked a better one.
Yeah, the dude that's gonna probably be dead in 4 years.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what the Democratic Party is gonna do with the next election.
Yang gang.
I wish, but there's no chance.
No.
They'll probably have Harris run. That'd probably be even worse.
Nah, I don't know if they'd have Harris run.
They can't. She's an idiot.
Maybe Buttigieg again.
Yeah. That honestly wouldn't be a bad call at all.
He should have won to begin with.
Probably. If Bernie's still alive.
No, Bernie's done. Bernie will never be the president.
Hey, you think that, and then boom, Joe Jurgensen.
You know, imagine like Joe Jorgensen just comes out of nowhere, steals like, I don't know, Alaska.
Can you imagine? That would be dope. Or if like Howie Hawkins wins Alaska.
That would be something. Actually, Alaska, Howie Hawkins not on the ballot. The Green Party of Alaska picked somebody else because they're at odds with the U.S. Green Party.
Oh, yeah. I think you told me about that.
Yeah, they picked somebody else.
All right, Matt. I think I'm going to tune off.
All right, Derek.
Thanks for having me.
Sticking around.
Of course, it was my pleasure.
You have a good night, and we'll see how we are in the morning.
Definitely. I'll be talking to you.
All right, bud.
Bye.
See ya. All right. Give me a second. It's going. Oh boy. Okay. I'm back, but I had to get into normal clothing. The dress clothes have been itching the hell out of me. But
Hello.
oh, hey, Toyan. Welcome.
Sorry, I was off. I was just doing some stuff. How was all the Congo stuff?
It's been going. The election is something so far. It ain't looking good.
Yeah, it's probably because of all the male. Bleh, you know what I mean. It's probably because of all the mail voting. I'm sure that once like they get all the mail stuff in, it's gonna look a little more equal. You know,
I hope so.
literally a lot of like, for example, like a lot of the MAGA people are the ones who are going to want to be out, right? While a lot of like
Yeah.
the Biden are the ones who are going to be like mail order voting. You know,
Yeah, pretty much.
so I wouldn't put too much stock into that. Because don't forget, like, remember how they tried to like take down the post office?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they know a lot of people are going to use that to vote.
Well, it's gonna be. We still have time, but I don't know. We'll find
When are you
out
gonna,
more soon. Huh?
when are you going to bed?
I don't know. Depends on how this election goes soon.
Mm-hmm.
It's really up to how things are gonna go tonight on when I eventually go get some sleep.
I'm going to go to bed real soon. I'm just finishing up a piece of artwork for myself. Because like I need to draw more for myself, you know. I always draw for like I do my artwork for school, but I haven't really been working for myself. So I gotta
Yeah.
get back in. Also, I'm not that great an artist.
No, I'm sure you're fine. I've seen some of your art. It was pretty good.
Yeah, but it could be better. Like they're like some of the girls in my art class. It's all my art class is all girls, honestly. They're insane. Their stuff is like crazy good. I'm not here with like cartoons. But I feel like that should be colored. Use like a really soft one. This one I think would be good, right? Yeah. Well, do you have classes tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
have.
might want to.
No, I never get any sleep for class anyway. I'll be all right. We're gonna push through. At least I will be pushing through. I only have my first class at 10:20, so plenty of time.
My first class is at 11. So
Oh,
I
that's not
usually
bad. Huh?
but I usually am up this late. but I should be going to bed soon.
It is getting late. It's already past midnight. Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I hope this looks good. I don't know. It's kind of silly looking, but I should start packing up my pens at least.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm?
what do you think of all your guests?
I thought they were pretty good.
Getting some big ones, honestly. So are you and the Zemnis guy friends now?
Oh, I know the guy. Ever since I did an interview with him, keep up
Yeah,
keep
you guys
up
like
with him every now and then.
so you guys like friends now?
I mean I keep up with him every now and then. Send him
That's great, honestly.
cool dude. Very cool dude.
Not that he even like came to your thing. That's really great.
Yeah, I saw the name Paul and I was like, Paul, who's Paul? And then I put him on. I'm like, oh, Paul St. Peter. Oh, that's cool.
You didn't even ask him. He just
Oh no, I asked him, but like I didn't really expect it when I saw that.
expected.
Cause like I mentioned it to him. I had to share him the link.
Oh yeah, true. You can't just. You probably just didn't put the link up for everyone to see.
No. I
That
sent
would
it to people I wanted to be on the program.
Program.
But now it's just getting sad.
Really? What's sad?
Oh, the election. It's not looking good.
Oh well. But yeah, did you answer the question about the Supreme Court justice? What do you think about her?
Oh, I mentioned it earlier. I don't really care for her all that much. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I know a lot of people aren't.
She's no RBG. Huh.
Okay, I think this is done. I hate the face though. I screwed up on the face totally. Do you ever draw?
I don't draw that much anymore. I used to when I was younger, but I don't have time to do that anymore. I'm always too busy.
I'm sure if you had time, maybe you could draw sometime. Maybe just something simple.
If I have the time, but with we only got a couple of weeks left in the semester, and then I'll be so free.
When does the Bryant semester end?
Classes end on the 16th, and then we have finals till the 22nd.
Of November or December?
Yeah, November.
You guys don't have any school in December?
No, we're getting out very early for COVID.
Oh. My school we don't have after Thanksgiving there's no more in-person classes. It all goes online.
Luckily, our school's just letting us be done.
Nice. I mean, I'm not too worried about it, but I really do like going to class online. I do like being at school.
Yeah, I prefer being there.
Yeah,
You get more out of it when you're actually there.
exactly. Sometimes I'm like the only person who shows up to my in-person classes. Like I think when it snowed, I was the only person who showed up in person. Everyone else decided to Zoom. It
Hmm.
was just me and the teacher. You should draw more. If you like drawing,
Nah.
I need more artsy friends.
Oh, maybe some of our lovely viewers like to draw. Maybe.
Hmm. I'm really interested in like coloring. It's nice to color something. You know, like sometimes, like I think a lot when I draw now, I'm just trying to make something that I can color.
I mean, I used to have a coloring book when I was a kid.
Yeah. Yeah. There's only 5 people now.
Yeah, everyone's just asleep or bored. I mean, we had like 13 at one point, so that was cool.
Yeah. I'm getting those fans.
Ooh, looks like Biden's going to be speaking soon.
This is done. If I do any more on it, I'll go overboard.
Hmm?
I'm talking about my artwork. Yeah, I think I'm done. If I go any more on the piece, it's probably going to go overboard. I think I just want to add one thing. That makes sense. Election. Matt, you gonna run for president?
Oh, one day. The whole channel knows one day. Carvalho 2020. I mean, Carvalho 2036.
2021 day.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you're gonna.
2020 right now. Here I come, Biden.
So, Mr. If you're gonna run for president, what are your policies?
Oh, I have no idea, Julian. I'm just tired. I just
Then
want to
how
see.
can we vote for you if you don't know your policies?
Huh?
How can we vote for you if we don't know your policies?
Just buy my book.
You have a book?
Buy my book.
Ooh, buy my. I know. I was just thinking about that. Buy my book. But where can I buy your book, and what's it about?
Just buy my book.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh boy. Florida's still undecided. Elijah.
Have you been writing anything?
No, I have not. Haven't had the time.
Okay.
I haven't
Really
had the time
just
to do anything.
yeah.
Too
I
busy.
want to get back into writing, but I want to like write something that's really fun, like really fun and self-indulgent. You know?
Self-indulgent.
Yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, like the best writing is self-indulgent. Like when you know the writer is just putting like whatever they want because they like it, you know. Like I don't know, like I really like it when you can tell the writer just is like really interested, you know? Like yeah, they want to put whatever they want in their story and they're gonna do it. And I get them, man. That's great. Someone asked you on the chat if you were bored.
No, I'm not bored. I'm just a little tired, and I'm waiting for an update on this election. There hasn't been an update yet, so I'm getting a little antsy. But
It
also
is getting
sleepy.
almost 12:30.
It is. Joy, you have class tomorrow.
I do. It's at 11, but I like to get like a lot of sleep. Yeah,
Should
I
be
love
get, should be getting some sleep, bud.
yeah. You too. Don't you got class too?
I'll be fine. I'm a different breed.
You say so. But yeah, I think I'm done with the piece I'm drawing. I think I actually had a pretty productive day, if I do say so myself.
And you do.
Heck yeah, I do. Oh, did I ever tell you about that one video I made? I don't think I ever told you about it.
No, I haven't heard anything.
It's like a 22-minute story about these psychic teens, well, tweens.
Mm-hmm.
that I made using the website. I never told you about that.
Actually, yeah, I think you did. I think you mentioned it earlier in the video.
Not in the video. I don't. Not in this chat, I'm sure, but I think I mentioned it to you before. And I was gonna upload it to YouTube, but I never did because I'm a
Oh, yeah,
coward.
yeah. Now I remember. When you wanted to post something on YouTube, you
Yeah, I
were
never
asking me
did.
how to do it.
Never
Well,
did because I was a coward, but.
well, you should. YouTube's fun. Look, we got like a whole like 4 viewers right now. That's how fun this is. Woo!
Yeah, but also like I'm not sure if it's good, if people should see it. I mean, I don't know. I get really like, what's the word? I'm really like worried about the internet. I'm a Luddite. No, I'm not a Luddite, obviously, but look at me just rambling. I want this tape stick.
This is why I didn't skip work today, Drexen. We were like going rampant earlier, but now all our guests have come. It's just everyone's done. Now we're just waiting for results. Before you came, we had tons of guests coming on. We were busy.
We got a voice actor to come on.
Yeah, we got voice actors, politicians,
Classmates.
actors. I mean, all sorts of people coming on. But now it's just kind of relaxed. You had to do my job. I'm sorry to hear that. I told Nate multiple times. I told him at the beginning of the semester. I even told him like last week. I figured, he had everything in place. It's my apologies, but like I told him again and again and again. And then when I talked to him today, he was like, "Oh, you coming into work today?" I was like, "No." But oh well. The other guy just said no. And yeah, I think Dom is in like quarantine or something. I think, or something like that. I don't know for sure. Hopefully, all is well. Go Books, go Bulldogs.
Oh yeah. Did you know I went to like Bryant once for like a summer thing?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Remember? I got a bulldog magnet. I don't want it. Do you want it?
No, I don't want it. I'm good. I got enough Bryant in my life.
But at least it makes sense for you to have it.
You can be an honorary bulldog. Go Books, go Bulldogs.
No, I'm good. I heard that people at Ryan are racist.
I mean, I can't speak on their behalf. I'm not racist, so that's all that matters to me. I'm a good one. Just don't be an asshole.
Remember the debates? I didn't watch them, but there were some good things. Like I know everyone talked about how like Mike Pence had a fly on his head.
Oh, the vice presidential debates, yeah. He had a fly on his head.
How they were like everyone was like interrupting each other.
That wasn't the vice presidential one. That was the first presidential one. They were interrupting each other over and over and over again. It was so bad. That's why in the second one they put in a mute button.
Oh no. Babies. Yeah, we're electing babies for president.
Yeah, pretty much. Either way, we're screwed.
Both opponents suck. Like basically it's really like a lesser evil thing, and lesser evil situations are still not bad because you're still picking an evil, you know.
Yeah, it's just like last time. All over again.
Yeah.
Oh
Which do
well.
you think is better, Hillary or Biden?
Oh, Joe Biden.
You want to see a bad politics meme?
What?
Okay, I'm gonna show you. It is not good. Oh man, I gotta go find it. So basically, like someone put politicians through like a what's it called? Like an anime filter.
Oh no.
I know, I gotta find it. Okay, I'm gonna link it. I'm gonna link to it in the Zoom. Actually, or I can just share screen, which is better.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll share screen. Oh no, you disabled screen sharing. So I'll just post it in the chat.
Yeah.
Here it is. It's bad. Why did someone make it?
That's good. I actually like that. That's a goodie.
You like it?
Yeah, that is great.
Don't know about that, but I think it is that special word, cringe. It's kind of cringy, Matt.
Oh, we love cringe. There's nothing better than that.
Also, Kamala doesn't even look like Kamala. Looks like a white ginger.
Hey, Daniel, welcome back. Oh well.
Oh, it's Liz.
It is. Oh, I don't know. That was just a really bad rap battle, Daniel. I don't think it was good. But I don't know. I guess probably Biden. I don't know. It wasn't anything like the old ones. ERB needed to step up their game. There still have not been any updates so far. Ugh. Well, we got 2 people watching. Wow.
Rip. Is it just me and Liz, or there's Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. Well,
Now it's
it's 12:30 in the morning. We only have a
Yeah.
couple of people watching. There is not going to be any update for the election for a while. I think we're going to call this show complete for now.
I mean, you've been doing it for 7 hours.
Yeah, I think I'm calling quits. You know,
Moving up the campaign.
we'll have to concede. No, it's getting late, and there's just nothing going on right now, and I'm ready just to go to bed and wake up to bad news. So,
Oh man,
all
bad.
right, buddy, that's still here. Things are sticking through. We had a fun time, right, for the last like 7+ hours. I even went into different clothing. So,
Did we get a prize?
you get $1 billion.
Heck yeah. When do I get the check?
I'm broke as can
Buy
be.
myself a bunch of pens.
Oh, Daniel, probably not, man. I still have a lot of school to do. But like I said, when the semester's over, we'll be pumping out streams like nothing. So, I don't go, I get out of school on the 22nd, and we don't go back till at least February. So, yeah. I'm gonna head out. Everyone, have a great night. We definitely want to give out a thanks to our audience, our guests, and everyone that's been here. So, have a good night, everybody. Take care, and we'll see how this election goes. Shalom.